What's going on, everybody? Everybody, love you all.
What's happening, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HASANABI broadcast coming to you live from sunny but cold California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Today's Monday News Day. I'm live. I'm alive. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It's February 10th, 2025. Fit check. Wearing the purple sweater, looking sharp. Thank you. This is a sweater that I thrifted in Japan, and I'm wearing it. Kaya finally deleted Twitter, but not before flooding the timeline with pornographic materials. We'll be talking about that. We'll talk about the satanic MAGA Trump supporting team finally losing to America's, albeit problematic, but yet more working class background team from a multiracial, diverse city such as Philadelphia. So we'll be talking about that as well. Go Birds. The neon sign is blown off. Might be better if it's off. Yes, it is blown out. And no, I will not be turning it off, because it is actually better when it's on, because when it's off, it's like very boring, and it changes the lighting structure in the entire room. So that's it. Anyway, Jalen Hurts is my Black King. Yes, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HASANABI Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And there's a lot that has taken place because I took yesterday off, which is usually an indication that we are going to have a lot of annoying people in the chat who did not get their parasocial desires fulfilled yesterday, and therefore will be desperate for my attention today. Hopefully we won't be able to. Ever heard of work ethic, buddy? Exactly. I have no work ethic whatsoever. I am lazy. Anyway, folks, you will probably notice throughout the day, or at least in the first couple of hours, that I sound a little weird or look a little weird, like my mouth is not moving normal, and that's because it is currently numb. I just got back from the dentist. And regardless of the fact that I just got back from the dentist, getting some dental work done, I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still live. I'm still alive. And I'm here to talk to you about the ongoing news. I spent most of the morning getting my mouth drilled, while also simultaneously listening to my radio shows and my podcasts and things of that nature. You're dressed like my quarterback? That's not. I mean, kind of. Okay. In any case, where was I? So yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world, and we have a lot to talk about. Hello, Hassan. My tweet went viral last night. Oh, I saw this. I liked it. And then when I liked it, it had like 1,000 likes or something. But I'm proud of you, cuss. Last time you went to the dentist, you quit on us? Yeah, dude, that was a devastating day. Yeah, yesterday I shot the Fear End podcast and then basically did nothing. I hung out with my family, took advantage of Austin's YouTube TV account that he left logged on to on my television, and I watched the Super Bowl. And the irony, of course, was that we thought the Super Bowl was at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Turns out it was at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Understandable misunderstanding. But you know, we missed like the first half of it, or not the first half, but like we missed the first quarter for sure. We didn't miss the whole thing. We missed the first quarter, and I I tuned in after the first quarter. It doesn't really matter because obviously the Chiefs were getting absolutely destroyed, absolutely cumstered. Watch the halftime show. Have a lot of opinions on that. We'll get to that in a second. But basically, I did nothing yesterday. I had breakfast burritos, plural. I had 2 of them. I had some sunundung. You know, I just took time off and had a me day. And I watched some. I had a me day and I watched some sports ball, and enjoyed it. I texted Will about the demise of the Chiefs, and he said, "Why are you watching, lol?" To which I responded with, "It's because I don't want to be deported. Because I want to make sure that the authorities that are monitoring my activity for un-American activities know full well that I am American as hell." Okay? I'm so goddamn American. I said to myself, I can't understand what that Kendrick is saying. I don't even know. It seems it was an awful halftime show. What an awful halftime show that was. That's what I said. That's how American I am. Please don't deport me. I love that, like, the Republican racist line. No matter who it is, if it's a black person, they will always find something. Like, they'll be like, "Oh, this was too sexual." And if it's not sexual, then they'll just be like, "I don't understand what he's saying." It's like, how? How is that like, what do you mean you don't understand what he's saying? That's like a you problem, I think. Anyway, but I have no dog in this fight, much like many others, as a matter of fact, because obviously people hate the Eagles' fandom, and people hate the Chiefs in general. So it was like a let them fight, no one really cares type situation, except for the fans of both of the teams. Having said that, however, fun stuff, fun times were had. I spent a good deal of time watching that. And honestly, here we are. I feel American as hell. Okay. Meanwhile, the United States of America is collapsing. Things are worse than ever before. And we're going to get to talking about that, of course. We'll react to the Super Bowl commercials and maybe the halftime show. Obviously, this year's Super Bowl meta is AI, as was last year. The year prior to that was, of course, NFTs, or 2 years prior to that, I believe, was NFTs. We'll be talking about how Donald Trump said the Palestinians won't have a right to return to Gaza under his plan. They're still in Gaza, by the way. Like, he's saying he's going to ethnically cleanse them from Gaza and then not let them come back to Gaza. Did March help you with the lighting and help adjust the camera for the flashbang in the background? No. March is in Japan still. He has not come back from Japan. I am so annoyed that people don't understand that I also know, unlike many of the other streamers that you probably enjoy, I have a decent understanding of the technical stuff behind the background. Like, I know how to use these cameras. I know the only thing I don't know how to do, which many streamers also know how to do, and that I don't know how to do, is putting a computer together, even though I have taken it, broken it down in the past before. That's it. I know how to use the cameras. I know how to change I know how to tweak these cameras, even though they're very complex cameras. Unfortunately, they're unnecessarily complex. Nothing is as simple as a Sony FX, like the camera that I use basically for my regular IRL streams. These are studio cameras. They're Lumix. They're incredibly complex in a studio where the lighting is not fixed. So okay, you got a lot of Benny Johnson links and a Jack Posobiec link. What is going on? All right, we'll look at all of that. But folks, that's neither here nor there. Basically, I'm very excited to be back. Took that one day off. Feel a lot better. Feel pretty good. putting a computer together and yet plays Marvel Rivals is peak gaming. Very sad, shaking my head. Marvel Rivals is a great game. Where was I? Have you watched Severance? No, I have not. I've been really diving deep into anime. Ranking of Kings is what I'm watching. I just got to the second season of Ranking of Kings. Some India lib said you were equal to Andrew Tate on India Twitter. You were mentioned in an Indian article about the growing rise of Andrew Tate in a manosphere among teens. They were presenting you as a contrast to Tate. Wait, do I pop off on Indian Twitter? I didn't know that. It's understandable that they present me as a contrast to Andrew Tate because I am. It's pretty simple. He is misogynistic. I am not. Or at least nowhere near as misogynistic as he is, and actively try to combat misogyny. In any case, I was there for his downfall. But yeah, I played a little bit of basketball yesterday. I forgot to mention that. And let me tell you folks, I played basketball yesterday and I have obviously walked quite a bit while I was in Japan, and I did a decent amount of physical activity. On the last picture on it, Will said you texted him in the middle of the night telling him you were gonna kill yourself. Are you better now? No. What? I'm not, like, that's not serious, man. It's not like I'm not actually suicidal. Or what the fuck? Yeah. Arun responded to the journalist. Okay. Where's your sweater from? I have no idea. I got it. I thrifted it. So I don't know. Cosplay Despa. Then why do you trivialize it? Because I love trivializing mental health disorders because I'm a bad person and also ableist. I do like that there's still a desperate attempt here as like the entire government is falling apart and people unironically think it is due to the direct resentment that people have towards this sort of thinking. There are still corners of the internet where there are people that are like, well, why do you trivialize mental health issues? It's like, I don't know. Maybe because I'm fucking joking, you know? It's just weird. No, dog. What's weird is you're holding on to something that everybody pretty much sees as like annoying, like virtually everyone. But I like it. Keep up the good work. Keep up the woke. We're fighting the good fight out here. All right. Anyway, also chatters, don't yell at every single person that comes in and chirps and is being woke. You know, we shouldn't be hostile to them. We should be cherishing them. They're a dying breed. Okay. It's especially funny considering that this is one of the communities that's like very progressive, very leftist, and I've been yelling about people trying to do this sort of thing for years and years, and people still never stop. But where was I? Camera looks great, King. Thank you. Thank you. It's very nice of you to notice and say nice things. I worked on it a lot, especially this morning and yesterday as well. Did your family watch the Puppy Bowl? No. So, did you go to the dentist? What was that pick about? Yes, I did. Just because Kanye went to the dentist, I went to the dentist as well because I love Kanye West. All right, what is Will saying?
Because I'm gonna be real with you. With peace and love to both these groups of people. The bandwagon.
Dude, what is it up with the? I bet Marsh fixed it. No, he didn't. He is in Japan. I fixed it. The clip is completely broken. God, Twitch's clipping capabilities have gotten worse. I don't know how that's possible. But nowadays, I feel like anytime I watch a Twitch clip, it's just like it's desynced every time.
Because I'm gonna be real.
Oh, here it is. It's working.
Peace and love to both these groups of people. The bandwagoners and the Taylor Swift Nation were eaten high on the hog. All of these recent Chiefs fans and all of these new to football Taylor Swifties were like, so is it just this easy? Do we just win all the time? 3 years in a row. This is great. They learned a valuable lesson. They learned a valuable fucking lesson about.
Yeah, they don't care, which is precisely the reason why tomorrow they're just going to forget everything about football. Like, especially the bandwagoners. Like, they don't care. They don't care about the well-being of the Chiefs. They don't even care about Travis Kelce that much. You know what I mean? They'll drop Travis Kelce.
Fucking lesson about football. Any given Sunday. This is a tough game.
Every time you pause, the clip
it don't matter
breaks.
if you're Patrick King Kong football Jesus.
When he pulled a Ted Cruz and decided to
No. Any given Sunday, you can get your ass beat in front of everybody. You can get, okay? Because
Yeah, Twitch clips suck. When you pause, it just like bricks it. Yeah, that is what happened. I mean, it was pretty crazy. The satanic connection that Mahomes has with Kelce, and I mean all the gifts that young Pat got his O-line. I guess it was nothing. MAGA Holmes with his family connection directly to Donald Trump. All of it came together. All the cards were set. The Trump administration is winning. They're winning so much, you're going to get tired of winning. And it turns out, nope, not even a little bit. Patrick Mahomes was no match for the crack attack Cooper DeJean, the spiciest white boy in Philly. Yeah, I saw a Nick Adams tweet about that. Nick Adams did some. Nick Adams said Cooper DeJean is playing a role that like white men were told that they can't play. So he did a lot for white boys last night, which I thought was really funny. That's a very funny way to look at the situation. Anyway. Yeah, we'll get into it. Let me blast off and then we'll get into it. There's obviously the halftime show. As well. Cooper DeJean gets back when he gets back to Philly. We have 2 white boys with sauce on our team. Yeah. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. The Jackie Robinson of cornerbacks. It's so stupid, man. Do we have a blast off meme? All right, I'll just probably use this one. All right, let's blast off. Let's do it. YouTube media literacy is slowing us down. Tools to fight back in the attention economy. This is a 41-minute video. I don't have the attention span for that. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you. In any case, hold on. Will mentioned Kojima Studios fell through. Did they not want to stream or something? No, it just fell through. I don't know. They're working real hard on their new game right now. All right, let's do it. Let's blast off. Okay. Gazans have no right to return. Hamas postpones hostage release due to Israel violations. Overzealots came out with a banger. How rich countries keep poor countries in poverty and why. Nice. This channel is increasingly becoming one of my favorite channels. We'll definitely watch this video as well. Trump says Gazans have no right to return. Hamas postpones hostage release due to Israel violations. Super Bowl drama. Conservatives mad at anti-pedo sentiment. What else was I gonna talk about today? I guess that's it. It's good enough for today. For the blast off, there was so much pregame propaganda it felt like more than usual. 2 different patriotic songs, a Navy plug. I mean, not necessarily. That's just the Super Bowl, you know? It's an American institution. And it often gets... Talk about Montoya? I did. I talked about Montoya on the podcast. I think it's pretty funny that they did a flyover over a dome, over the Superdome. Like the roof is closed. What are you flying over? And it's Ospreys too. So I guess that's the reason why they did Ospreys. Because like the dome is at least like has a high likelihood of falling. But they were like, hey, even if it falls, there's at least a dome to protect the people. Okay. The Navy plug or military plug is not free. The NFL charges them. They don't care about vets. Respect. Trump making bribery legal again? I mean, it already is. It already is. So I'm glad that they're deregulating. Also, they're deregulating bribery, which they made legal already. Okay, here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We're blasting off. They used to charge, not anymore after people got angry. They should still charge the military. Why does the military get to do free ads? I think it's fine. NRP mentioned how CFPP brings more money than it costs, Lamau. Did you see the Canadian ads of the Super Bowl? No. Bro saw X glazing on the timeline. Bro saw X's glazing Drake on the timeline. It was so funny. Look at this take.
It's a miss because a bunch of 6-year-old white boy is laying in their chair. Brother, that's the target audience. You're not selling that to like some like a high schooler, like fucking like super connected. Bro, it's the target audience. It's football. It's football. Oh my God.
Why was he so mad? Like, I get it. He did a whole collab with Drake, like they're besties and stuff. They're sponsored by the same crypto gambling casino. But like, I just don't understand why you would go this hard. Like many Drake fans that wanted to say this performance sucked, at least went through different avenues of being like, oh, we should have gotten Lil Wayne. Who literally, if you've ever seen his like last couple of live performances, you would know why Lil Wayne wasn't the person who was actually, despite being from Louisiana, Lil Wayne wasn't the right person for the job. Okay. He's just not capable of doing live performances in general. I can show you that in a second. The state contract includes a fuck Hassan clause and a glazed Drake clause. Yeah, I didn't even know that there was a glazed Drake clause in there, but I'm beginning to find out that there certainly is one. it seems. But you don't even look at us when you talk anymore? What? I don't even know what you mean by that. Wheezy is historically known for being not very good live. Drake is red pill adjacent? I don't even think he's red pill adjacent. I don't actually think, like, I don't, he'll say he is. Like, I think he's just, his biggest crime is being weird to women and girls specifically. And also simultaneously being incredibly insecure and corny. Like, that is what it is. Like, I think the kick streamers don't actually glaze Drake for the red pill adjacent stuff. I think they glaze him because they can get a collab out of it, or they're hired by the same company pretty much. I would call that red pill adjacent. Okay. I would have said you were right like 10 years ago, but the way people are coming out to defend him are the same type of way people defend Kanye. I think that chatter was correct. I don't know. I mean, I think I wouldn't put Drake and Kanye in the same category. I feel like Kanye is definitely a lot. Kanye's done a lot more. Like, Drake is red pilled in the way that like most male celebrities are red pilled, where they just like actively will say misogynistic shit. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't know. I don't think that he's like above and beyond red pilled. You know what I mean? Yeah, Drake is coworker adjacent, not Kanye red pill adjacent. Okay, fair. Like his most like red pill adjacent thing is that, yeah, he just like links up with DJ Academics quite a bit. Like, that is the most red pill you can get.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hey, bro, I'm gonna lose my fucking... Does rap, and it played on the radio a fuck ton. He gained that status. Kendrick does not have that status. Yo, he's boasted for years about being, nah, I'm not like them. I don't sell out. I don't know that. I stand with my shit, whatever. I'm more like this. And the reality is, the analytics go with that. People that are outside the scope of hip hop and rap, they barely get a glimpse of Kendrick. So the fact that you guys think that, like, oh yeah, it's a great fit, guys, everybody knows Kendrick, everybody knows his new song, whatever. No, they don't. They barely heard about it. Like, you are insane. And either you're.
He's trying to say that Kendrick is not mainstream, and that most people don't know about his music, and that Drake is a more mainstream artist, and that Drake would have been a better person to play at the Super Bowl in comparison to Kendrick Lamar. And he's also saying that people don't know Not Like Us. Now, of course, that part is completely wrong. I think a lot of people know who Kendrick is. And he also just, yeah, I mean, I guess you could say like Grammys are not an indication of a mainstream popularity. You could still make that argument, I guess, if you want to. It wouldn't not be the best argument to make, but you could make an argument. You can be a commercial success and not win any Grammys, so you can kind of say that, I guess. Except, having said that, the videos from inside of the stadium show that XQC is definitely wrong, especially considering that people were calling Drake a pedophile. Basically, everyone in the stadium sang the A minor side of the song. They sang the pedophile certified, lover boy certified pedophile part of the song. So when you got the whole stadium going crazy, I think at that point it's like probably a pretty decent indicator that the song is popular.
You're like rewriting how all these analytics work is crazy. Brother, Drake discography eclipses the one from fucking, forget about Drake. A bazillion pop artists absolute eclipse his entire existence. But guys, it's the biggest song of the year because of Spotify analytics. We must play this. We need this guy. People are gonna be loving this.
I guess the other Glazer side of this is to say that like Drake made Kendrick Lamar. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's trying to say like Kendrick Lamar isn't popular on his own. Like that's his. Okay, first of all, I am doing Pepega translation here. For those of you who don't know, people can't comprehend what XQC is saying. And after many, many years of dealing with XQC, I have been able to pick up on his speech patterns. So this is not my opinion. Okay? The things that I'm saying right now are not my own personal opinions. Make no mistake. I am simply translating what XQC is saying. Okay? I do not agree with his statements. Just so you understand. XQC here is, I believe, making the argument that Kendrick Lamar is not individually popular, and that the reason why, I mean, he's elevated by the industry, and that the only reason why he was even popular, or his song was even popular, is because he went after Drake. Drake is a significantly more popular artist than Kendrick Lamar. That's what he's saying. Okay? I do not agree with this statement. I think Kendrick is an individually successful and individually popular artist with or without the Drake beef. Okay? I just want people to understand. I do not think that, I mean, while I do think that They Not Like Us, classic anti-Semitism against a successful Jewish rapper. I'm surprised I haven't heard that yet. I guess the Snoop Dogg Stop Anti-Semitism ads did not take. Adam Friedland, Kendrick Lamar, it would have been nice if you apologized to Drake and the Jewish community, but sigh. They Not Like Us. We all know who they is. That's amazing. That's true. Drake did claim it was anti-Semitic in a lawsuit. He did say that. What's really interesting is that, and perhaps a lot of people in my community are going to get mad at me and immediately say that like I'm a white boy who doesn't understand, but I think Kendrick Lamar did not go anywhere near as hard as he could have, and he had toned it down tremendously in terms of like making political statements. I think he went super balanced, and that it was all right. Like I think Kendrick Lamar's performance left much to be desired on my end. That's what I think. I think it was good, but I expected amazing. That's what I thought. Regardless of the Super Bowl, I think that juxtaposition of Kendrick Lamar being Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl, a person who transcends like a brand as powerful as the Super Bowl, I think was nowhere near as hard. And before you say, "Oh, you don't understand," like Uncle Sam, I get it. No, I'm saying that was nowhere near what my expectations were. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I mean? Like, I'm not saying there wasn't any politics involved in it, or that I didn't understand the political messages within the performance. No, I'm saying I got it, but it was less than I expected. That's all I'm saying. Here's the breakdown.
See,
if you want.
You wanted that performance to have been about Drake. You want to highlight A minor, which was a minor part of the performance.
Yeah, I that's not what I'm talking about. I was not. I thought he wouldn't have even talked about Drake, maybe. Like, I thought that would have been a message in and of itself. I thought he was going to go ham on just politics. Like, you got to do, obviously, Not Like Us. It's his biggest song. It's his most popular song from this last album. But my expectation 100% was that he was going to go way harder. Kendrick did what I hope he'd do. Didn't try to do too much. Snuck in some little stuff. Kind of meta commentary on what he was participating in. Whole new song too, which I assume is coming soon. Drake shade was quite satisfying. Serena cameo at the end. Kendrick is not that profound. What? He absolutely is. That's the thing. That is the one thing he is. What are you talking about? You could say like, oh, he doesn't have a lot of hits that are super popular or whatever, right? I mean, you can't say that any longer, but like, but that's the one thing that he does like the most. Which is why my expectations, I mean, you're talking about dude with a Pulitzer Prize, you know what I mean, for a rap album. But normally he is. And in this situation, he also had some subtle nods, but overall, I think that my expectation was that he would go way harder. Like the divided United States flag, and I guess like I guess like part of it is all the Uncle Sam, obviously, or the fact that like the United States flag was divided. You had like there was a lot of subtle political statements.
Because
all comprised of black people. That's the other thing. And that you know, he mentioned 40 acres and a mule. But anyway, let's keep going.
Performance was not about Drake. It was about us, the United States of America, in this moment in American history. That's why he started with squabble up, because that's what we got to do. We have to fight back in order to survive. Kendrick Lamar, the embodiment of swift artistry and Gemini genius, and the first solo rapper to headline a Super Bowl, delivered a performance rich with symbolism, some of which may have been missed on first watch, but I promise you it's going to be discussed by cultural.
You want him to go harder in this climate where black people have to deal with enough as it is? He signaled to his target audience, and that was enough. Black people perfectly understood what he was talking about, respectfully. Okay, we're leaving that kind of sentiment in 2024. Okay, we're here. We're in here. We're just you're having a conversation with me. Okay, please stop. Like no, we're not doing this. Okay, I'm just telling you what my expectation is. Yes, I thought he would go harder. Okay, yes, at a time when black people are under attack, my expectation was that Kendrick Lamar, black man, would go harder. White guy. Talking about what black people want, try not to laugh. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. It's because I'm racist, dude. Come on, get with the program. I'm racist. I'm a white supremacist, man. Okay? That's it. That's who you've been watching this whole time. Shut up. And now chat calling them woke. Can we please not be a parody of the right? No, it's just so annoying. All right. Anyway, let's continue. And before people say, "Oh, what do you mean? It's Kendrick Lamar." Like, can't he do a normal ass halftime show? Yeah, it's Kendrick Lamar. What are you talking about? It's Kendrick Lamar. It's not like, yeah, if it was J. Cole, my expectations would not be that he comes out with like a political message, or if he did, it would probably be like very liberal #resistance style. But it's fucking Kendrick Lamar. Jesus Christ. Like, that's it.
Decades to come as one of the first bold protests of the Trump era. And I'm gonna tell you right here, baby, I'm so glad that Donald Trump was there to see the blackest halftime performance of all time. He had Samuel L. Jackson as Uncle Sam, dancers dressed in red, white, and blue prison uniforms, creating patterns that resembled and gave us an American flag, symbolizing both patriotism and critique of all the issues in this country regarding equality and the battle for it. The performers in prison uniforms, really was my favorite part. Just think about it. Where America's society wants to relegate us, wants to put us, prison, wage slavery, mere entertainment. And at a time when Black excellence is under attack, facing false equivalencies and the misguided relevance of the anti-DEI movement, Kendrick Lamar's choreography and visuals underscored a bigger point. The repetition of the flag reinforces both a celebration of who we are, our American identity, and also an indictment of the contradictions that identity holds for all of us, not just Black people, not just all of us. So this performance was not about Drake. Some of you are wondering, you're saying to yourself, so if this performance wasn't about Drake, then what was Like Us all about? Well, ours inclusion of Not Like Us, even in a censored form, brought attention to ongoing debates about accountability and power dynamics. It's about holding public figures, whether they be Donald Trump, Drake, or Elon Musk, accountable for their actions. See, the oligarchs who paid $1 million to attend an inauguration, or an oligarch who paid $200 million to influence a national election, those people, they're not like us.
No, man, it's like that's what people expected him to do. The singleness is key. Stop playing loud. Stop being ghetto, while he's literally telling you in front of your face with eloquent and subtle messages, man, chef's kiss. What? Yeah, that's what I was saying. My criticism of Kendrick Lamar was that he was too black and too ghetto. What the fuck? No, I just don't think it was that profound. Yeah, he did the whole like black people made this country, that's why they comprised of the flag, and then the flag was divided. The chatter didn't mean you said that. Here's the FD signifier take from this morning.
Let's get the clear politics out the way. The NFL is a multinational evil corporation, one of the worst. They do millions of dollars worth of propaganda and support for the American military apparatus. He was brought in by Jay-Z. We all know the problems with Jay-Z.
It's not even a risk for Kendrick Lamar. Like, you want him to go harder and risk it, but that's not. That was the line Samuel Jackson said, bro. Sometimes I hate watching white men be fragile when us black people want to tell y'all it's not for you to get. I don't care. Okay. At the end of the day, I don't think it's all that serious. I'm just saying, as a fan of Kendrick Lamar, Hassan, you don't know shit about music. It's true. There are a lot of artists out there that engage in political messages that are way above their pay grade. Okay. Or they try to do political messages, and oftentimes they swing and they miss as a consequence of not having a fully flushed out worldview. Kendrick Lamar is not one of these artists. So my expectation there is not for Kendrick to be like, oh, we gotta resist, something along those lines. But instead, my expectation there from Kendrick Lamar is to, at least with the imagery, invoke more anger, potentially, at the administration, at all, the entirety of the government, from a perspective of like where we're at in this moment in time, where American white supremacy has never really gone away, but at this stage, it's becoming even more overt than it was before. Okay, there are throughout America's experiences with liberalism, there have been times where white supremacy has gotten on the back foot, even though it has very much been a fundamental aspect of American societal development. It's been there. It's never gone away. Except now it's being used offensively, more so than in the past couple of decades. That's why I said I think Kendrick Lamar's performance was good, but my expectation was like mind-blowing. Because it is Kendrick Lamar. You know, that's it. You talking lib, not gonna lie. I'm talking lib for saying that white supremacy is fundamentally important to American societal development. You think this is a lib take? Anyway. But yeah, there was a decent amount of Drake stuff in there. There was a decent amount of like blackness in it, and the celebration of blackness in it. And I'll just say it like this. It was, I guess, my opinion that Kendrick Lamar did not go hard enough is kind of reaffirmed by the reaction to it. Because the reaction to it was basically Republicans doing the same thing that they always do, to be like, well, there's a black person there. This is DEI. Whereas, like, if he had gone way harder, Ben Shapiro would be having a fucking aneurysm. Instead, he basically turned around and said, I can't understand what he's saying. Classic racism. Okay. You can't say that while dressed like that, buddy. True. I am wearing the worst outfit for this. But let's continue.
He would not be allowed
let's see what Unc had to say.
Do much or say much, excuse me, as the halftime performer. And so what ends up happening is we get what Beyonce did, which is we're going to symbolically do something radical. And what that ends up really being is just a co-option of that radical imagery. You know what I'm saying? Where'd it go? What it ends up being is a co-option of that radical energy. And that's really, I don't like that shit. And I'm happy Kendrick didn't really do anything. I didn't really like the, you know, so there's a possibility that there's things about the halftime show that I don't fully get yet, and I'll be waiting for other.
Yeah, one of the other funniest parts about this, by the way, is that they also didn't understand, like a lot of right-wingers understandably did not understand the Uncle Sam reference or the American flag, and they actually thought that it was positive. Like they thought that it was actually America finally, you know, one of the blackest rappers out there at the Super Bowl had the main stage and was like, I'm a patriot. I love the United States of America. Like, obviously that wasn't the point. He wasn't doing that at all. And that point was lost on many Americans because they're very stupid. That's not what I'm saying either. But having said that, I think that there was, I don't know. He could have just like hung a Klansman or something. That's all I'm saying.
People to deep dive into it, to say, to deep dive into it, to say, oh, this meant this, this meant that. I thought the Uncle Sam thing was cute. There's definitely a very purposeful. So I think what we got at best was a meta commentary on what it means to be a black celebrity performing this type of event, which is pretty cool. If you didn't catch it, the show basically had 3 acts. Act 1 was Kendrick trying to be himself, right? He starts out with that unreleased song. I think somebody said his name, Bodies. He says the revolution will be televised, which, you know, and we introduce Samuel Jackson. I think it's a very purposeful line delivery. Sam gets up and says, hey, it's your Uncle Sam. And he says it just like that. And if there's one reach I'll make, I think that's a commentary on Snoop Dogg and Nelly and all of them. Because at the end of the day, they're performing for Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. Snoop Dogg, ironically, Snoop Dogg's been getting cooked up and down the timeline. Part of it is because he very famously in 2016, when artists were doing, you know, Trump bits first time around and talking about how they wanted to perform at the inauguration, Snoop Dogg came out and was like, you know, he said a bunch of words that I will not say, okay, including but not limited to calling them uncles. Now, Snoop Dogg also famously performed at Trump's inauguration party this time around. So many people brought that back and were like, oh, really, Snoop Dogg? That's how you know, tell us how you really feel. So I think that there is definitely a nod or a, you know, people are pointing to black artists that have caved to the Trump wave and gotten on the Trump train. No, uncle is not a slur. Chatters, come on.
You know, I didn't know that going into it, but that was the performance. And so you have Samuel Jackson as Uncle Sam. Samuel Jackson has a pretty radical background. For those who don't know, like Sam Jack is it's
true.
was about that life in his youth before he.
Samuel Jackson literally kidnapped a dean. Samuel Jackson is amazing. Samuel Jackson, when he was in college, was insane. I mean, he's awesome. Yes, he was expelled from Morehouse in the 60s for holding Martin Luther King Jr.'s father hostage. They locked board members in a building for 2 days in the protest of the school's curriculum and governance. Included in this group of people who were held hostage was Martin Luther King Jr.'s very own father, Martin Luther King Sr. In 1966, during the height of the civil rights movement, Jackson enrolled at the historically black Morehouse College in Atlanta, the alma mater of Martin Luther King Jr. In 1968, when Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, King's body was brought to Atlanta to lie at the state at Spelman College, a historically black women's school adjacent to Morehouse. Yeah. Samuel Jackson in his youth was, let's just say, YouTube drama tubers would be making a lot of videos about how he's a terrorist. Yes. Before you shit yourself, chat. No, they didn't do it directly to kidnap MLK's father. Yeah. Why is that celebrated? I'm uneducated in this regard. Why is that celebrated? Because militancy coming from the Black Panther Party and the civil rights movement, regardless of how much the American education system tries to whitewash it, was on the right side of history. Okay, Jackson attended King's funeral as one of the ushers and then flew to Memphis to join an equal rights protest march that changed the way he taught. I was angry about the assassination, but I wasn't shocked by it. I knew that change was going to take something different. Not sit-ins, not peaceful coexistence. He stated in an interview with Parade about his reactions to King's death. In 1969, as mentioned before, he and a group of activist Morehouse students held the college's board of trustees hostage, demanding that changes be made to the curriculum of the school and stating that they wanted more blacks on the governing board of the institution. Morehouse eventually gave in and agreed to the change, but Jackson was expelled for his actions. That summer, he became connected with people in the Black Power movement, including Stokely Carmichael, H. Rap Brown, and others. I was in that radical faction, Jackson told Parade. We were buying guns, getting ready for armed struggle. All of a sudden, he said proudly, I felt I had a voice. I was somebody. I could make a difference. But then one day he added quietly, my mom showed up and put me on a plane to LA. She said, do not come back to Atlanta. The FBI had been in her house and told her that if I didn't get out of Atlanta, there was a good possibility I'd be dead within a year. She freaked out. Anyway, The best part of the halftime show is the conservative meltdown over it. I'm just saying that there wasn't even that much conservative meltdown over it, partially because I feel like it was the messaging was subtle and also did not go as hard as I thought it would. That was the point I was trying to make, at least. No wonder he killed it as Steven in Django. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
He got into acting. There's a story about him.
A lot of conservatives are also duped by the invocation of the American flag. Like, they literally are too stupid to understand anything.
At Morehouse College, and some other students taking over a campus building to protest something. I don't remember the full story, but he was about that life. So using Sam Jack there was cool. And so you see at the beginning, Kendrick is being a bit more aggressive, and you're like, oh, maybe we will get something that is provocative. Again, I want to be clear. I wasn't looking or desiring anything provocative from Kendrick here. I'm still refining. I'm developing new takes on like what I want from Black art in our political reality right now. But I do know for a fact that I don't want half measures from Black artists anymore. I don't want them to try to have their cake and eat it too, and end up just doing something that's co-opted and counterinsurgent. I just over that. That's just another thing. Sound mixing was ass. We'll get to that in a second.
Oh yeah, that was the other part of it. It was definitely, the sound mixing was like shockingly bad, where he came out blown out. You could or his voice you could not hear. The music was way louder.
Still, like, normally I haven't had my coffee yet. We'll see how sharp this is. Let me check on, because my kid should be leaving. Rohan.
Okay.
Which are both actually relatively aggressive tracks. We get this American flag motif. I've had a lot of people read that differently. I stand by the point I said earlier, which is not earlier, but like months ago when I talked about this, which is I'm not much for reclaiming the American flag. I'm sure there's a logic behind it, but it falls flat for me. However, it is clear he was trying to say something there. What? I'm not sure. Again, I'll be waiting for other people to really break this down and like give the full talk on all the different symbology. I do think it was purposeful that the American flag was made up of all Black men, right? Yeah. There's something to that. That's not an accident that he got all Black men to make up this American flag, and they're not standing there like it's a very, there's people saying, well, this is speaking to how America's built off our backs, or to the relevance of Black men's voting patterns. I don't know, but it was something I didn't quite get it, and it wasn't overly. And whatever it was, I don't think it was meant to be very explicit or demonstrative in his messaging. I think he just wasn't allowed to do that. And fine. Like, again, I wouldn't have wanted him to do much more than that, because it's on the fucking Super Bowl. It's just, I don't know. To me, it makes more sense to do something not so provocative on that stage, because it immediately becomes co-opted. There's a great video. I think Broy Deschanel made it. And I also talked, I don't know, this particular take developed to me all at once. I got it from a Broy Deschanel video. It probably was Dr. Ball. Looking forward to what Dr. Ball says about this. I'm sure he'll have some classic stuff on it. And somebody else, they talked about the fact that there's a thing called jester's privilege. And Broy Deschanel talked about it with the Barbie movie. And basically, it's a really slick, like, co-op counterintelligence type thing that happens with these giant corporations and these giant media companies, where they will allow themselves to be critiqued on their platforms, in their media. They will say, yeah, you can like the Barbie movie. Oh yeah, call us all the things. Call and tell all the things. Talk all about all the bad parts of our company, but in our movie. And so what they do in doing that is they immediately undercut the critique. You know what I'm saying? So having Barbie be criticized heavily within a Barbie movie, it ends up being a half measure. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm happy that Kendrick didn't go much further than he did, because I'd have been more annoyed by him doing something more grand on the NFL's dime. It's just, that's me. I'm sure there's a take that's different that I don't get, and I'm looking forward to hearing those. Maybe I'll change my mind. but that was me. So he plays the hits. Then SZA comes out. He throws a little jab at Drake. We'll get to that in a second too. SZA comes out. They do some more hits, and then Sam Jack comes again. I'm sorry, Sam Jack comes the second time to correct him. He has this, probably the most overtly provocative moment was the snippet of Man at the Garden he did, where he was on the corner, and it's all these very overtly black male images on the corner with him under the streetlight. Brother with locks and golds. Everybody's got white tees and jeans. So that again speaks to this motif of like us not going anywhere, us being a black people, black men specifically, being a clear part of the national fabric. Yeah, cool. And then SZA comes out, and yeah, somebody said it.
It's not in the NFL dime. FD is an L for this. Artists have to pay for their performances. I don't know how many times I have to reiterate this position. It's not, Kendrick Lamar is not a regular artist, okay? Like, I understand. Like, I think the expectation is that he's supposed to go above and beyond. You know what I mean? And no, it's not the NFL paying for it. This is Apple, I think. Apple Music paying for it. I agree with up to the point he says it's the wrong stage. Messaging being co-opted or modified by the platform and critiques, at least it brings light to the way in which it disallows or manipulates it and plays it for its own purpose.
Oh no, I don't agree with this. Everybody's mic was trash. SZA's mic, SZA did not feel ready for the spotlight at the moment. I don't know if that was just mixing in the theme, but the sound was so much louder than her. It was so much louder than her. Like I could barely hear her on All the Stars. You know, it's just,
at least we can all agree that the sound mixing was bad. I'm glad that we can at least agree on that front, because everyone is yelling at me saying you don't understand. He did an insane amount. He was basically Che Guevara. And I don't think he went that hard, but
you know, cool. Then Sam Jack comes out,
but I don't think SZA was blown out in the same way that Kendrick's audio was definitely quiet. I think SZA's was, I believe SZA's might have been pre-recorded. I don't understand how the Super Bowl does the most. The Super Bowl is the largest live performance. And they still have yet to figure out sound mixing. Like, how is that? Girl, what you talking about? Hoscord hates you? Oh no, I can't believe Hoscord hates me. No, what will I do? I am, after all, I am captive to my audience. And I would dare never say a take that most of my community disagrees with. They have like 5 minutes to set everything up. They can't soundtrack with a full crowd. I just don't understand how. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's obviously also the self-censorship due to it being broadcasted on television. There's a lot of words that you can't say, which I think takes away from the performance. That's understandable. But let's continue.
And he, like, kind of speaks to the fact, like, all right, you did good. Everything was safe. We go home, and you're right. Audio engineer was not ready for the big game. We good. We go home, and then he comes back and he does Not Like Us and turn the TV off. I'll come back to Not Like Us.
I guess, yeah, it's so incredibly difficult to fix the sound for that huge of an area of a live broadcast. You're crazy. Yeah, it might be because you're right. I don't know the technical. I don't know the technicalities. I don't know. So I don't know how it would work. Getting cooked. What is unexpected from Kendrick? The history of all hitherto existing society is a class struggle. Yes, that is unironically, that is what I expected from Kendrick Lamar. Why? It's Kendrick Lamar. So yes, I think it's crazy to not expect that, but
TV off.
Okay,
He
whatever.
does only the second verse. With the mustard part, or I don't know if that's maybe the third verse. Is there 2 verses? I don't know. I gotta go back. I don't know how the song works. And so Turn the TV Off has a again some subversive stuff going on there. You know, it has a game motif at the beginning, and so this is my take right now. Again, Kendrick is recognizing that he's a part of a game and playing a game, and Turn the TV Off. A lot of people did. The Super Bowl lost 1.8 million views, watchers after the the halftime show, from what I hear.
Okay, to be fair, I think that had more to do with the not Kendrick Lamar's performance, but the performance of the Chiefs. Yeah, I think that was the real reason why people turned the TV off. I'm gonna be honest. I think that was, if you're in any way, shape, or form invested in the Chiefs winning, whether you have a financial interest in the Chiefs winning or at least not getting comstered, I think that was probably the reason why you turned the TV off, or you broke your television by directly Superman punching it because you were down, I don't know, whatever disposable income you dumped into this game. So I think that's probably what it was.
And maybe there's a through line between the revolution will be televised and Turn the TV Off that I'm just now thinking about, because my takeaway and thing I would like to put out there from the halftime show is people need to stop looking for artists and people like Kendrick to be revolutionaries. Take your ass outside. I saw a lot of people that seem to be upset and angry that Kendrick didn't do something bigger and more demonstrative.
Me.
Trump there with America watching, you know, after this election, with all the stuff happening in the world, in our government right now, et cetera. And you want Kendrick to come and be your catharsis for all the things that you need to be handling yourself. And he's like, nah, turn the TV off. That's how I'm gonna take it. I fucks with that one. You know what I'm saying? Lil Bill on the track. Congratulations to Lil Bill. I ain't even talked about the fact where Bill go. I lost him in the chat. But the Eagles did win. What was I saying though? So yeah, so like I think that's the best he could have did. Would I have, as a Kendrick fan and a person suffering in this current political reality right now, I would have loved for something big and overt and you know, dynamic from Kendrick for this Super Bowl performance. I would have loved that. That would have been amazing. But I don't think that would have been the right thing, because what we don't need from our artists right now is catharsis. Whatever desire you had for Kendrick to go up there and do something big and grand and meaningful that makes you feel like you're part of the resistance just by watching him.
A different black person expecting activism from that, like that from Kendrick, when he also gave us Mike Brown would have not been killed if we respected ourselves and didn't loot, is goofy, and people expecting him to be a voice for black people's corny. Malcolm X said something about this, like, why do our activists have to be musicians and athletes? I think it's just because it's still Kendrick Lamar. It's not like any kind of, like, it's not just like a random dude. It's not like a random popular mainstream celebrity. That's it. Having said that, I still enjoyed the performance, which, you know, many people are taking issue with me saying that he didn't go hard enough, but Stat Nerd, Super Bowl viewers is very meh as a metric. It depends on the game. Literally in 2015, 16, 17, the halftime show had more views than the actual game because the games were shit. Almost all of them lose viewership at halftime because later night East Coast is a break and not everyone comes back. Normal stuff. But he does not do politics? Wait, what? Kendrick Lamar does not do politics? What are you saying? That's all Kendrick Lamar does. What is happening right now? What? This is crazy. If he went any further, he would have had the entire Republican propaganda machine after him today, Law. I don't know. I think overall, I think that we've basically, there is a feeling of capitulation in the air from any kind of resistance against the Trump administration, the acceleration towards fascism. And I feel like this was this like more softened approach. I don't know why we can't let artists be artists. We don't have this level of expectation from anyone, let alone our elected officials, only because it's Kendrick Lamar. My expectation would not be the same from any other artist. But once again, I will repeat this position. I liked it. I just thought that it didn't go as hard. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Them not to do that for you.
But there is no expectation that celebrities, or at least for me, there's no expectation that celebrities are going to save us. That's it.
To force you to sit in that energy, I think that's the best possible thing he could have done. That's how I feel about it. You know, I didn't want a big grand thing from him. I wanted exactly what we got. What we got was a cool, somewhat provocative, a couple little nuggets, halftime show with just enough meat where people feel like there was something there, and maybe he was, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Again, I'll let other people analyze and come up with their takes, and then we move on. You know, oops, where'd it go? Yeah, there you go. I think I hyped it up to be bigger after I heard the president would be there and knowing who Kendrick is. I should have known better. Yeah, you can't, you cannot, and you should not. Like anybody that feels, if you felt vexed after Kendrick's performance because it didn't give you the catharsis, take that energy to the streets this weekend. Go to a meeting, you know, hit your Google, see what there. I guarantee you, there's a mutual aid fund in your city or state you could be donating to.
BLM is not politics, it's self-preservation. I think you're confused. Self-preservation as a black is not politics. Can you name a political thing from Kendrick that isn't just common sense? Everything isn't politics to everybody. I mean, black existence in America is political in a white supremacist society. Accurately mentioning that those experiences is obviously political. I'm so confused as to how there are people in this community, a community of political commentary, having these kinds of takes. I'm a little confused. Hakeem Jeffrey saying, what leverage do we have is the epitome of the lingering feeling of capitulation. Yeah, that's just how I feel about it. And I will admit that even I myself, as a political commentator, kind of feel rudderless as well. But that's just kind of how things are at this moment.
You could be doing so many things to get you that same catharsis that are actually more meaningful and useful than having a big celebrity say the thing for you on TV. You know, Kendrick is not your savior. We're 3-4 years deep into that slogan at this point. But the only other thing that's bad about it is the vocal qualities. Kendrick. So it hit me that Kendrick is the first rapper to completely do the Super Bowl by himself. And the last time we had, it was Dr. Dre and Snoop and
where are you
Kendrick
going?
and Eminem, and that was pretty good. But they got to split the the effort. And like, I don't know if y'all understand, especially for a rapper, it's hard for a singer too, but for a rapper, that's a really hard performance. Like to be running around doing limited choreography, to remember all your lyrics, to cut out the curse words, to do a lot of that. That is top tier breath control. Like, people don't know, like, rapping is not easy to do, period. It's not easy to do live. And you add choreography and running around a stadium or a football field to get that crisp say Drake like that. that was really impressive. If only the audio engineer could hold up his end of the bargain. You know, it was very, very, very impressive in that regard. All right, let's talk about the Drake slander.
I'm betting so many of these shadows are not. in an effort to get some of that delicious algorithmic boost on Twitter. Once again, the Surfs actually comes out with a good take here as well. Crazy idea. Play a halftime show where a band plays music. Bold decision to hire a halftime performer. Like Matt Walsh wants polka or something. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Why can't someone just come out there and play the accordion? I'm Matt Walsh. That would be something that we really enjoy. Bizarre decision by the NFL to have some guy come out and lethargically mumble a bunch of songs that 90% of the NFL audience has never heard. Bold decision to hire a halftime performer who doesn't actually perform. And the Surfs is right. The right has complete and total control, and they're still annoyed and upset. They just love to complain. They love complaining. There is nothing the right likes more than complaining. Okay? This music is not my style. Some people are saying yes. How? Does anyone actually like this crap? It's just like, what do you want? You are dominating. You got everything you wanted. Trump is president. He's popular. Okay? He's gutting the federal agencies. He's doing everything you wanted. Egg prices are through the roof due to the avian flu, with seemingly no control over this this problem. Okay? It's now patriotic to pay more for goods. It's officially patriotic to pay more for goods. And y'all are still complaining. It doesn't make any sense. When will the complaints go away? The Hogs want Jelly Roll to do the halftime show. Yeah. Honestly, it's just a skill issue for these conservatives. What is this? Amazing. They're actually mirroring and improving the personification of America through Uncle Sam in the performance. Yeah. Conservatives know they will never win the cultural war. They desperately want liberals to think they're cool and it will never happen. Yeah. The problem with that is that Andrew Breitbart once famously said, politics is downstream of culture, right? It's almost like the reverse of a Gramscian analysis, if I understand it correctly. Okay? The issue there is that conservatives do believe it. They don't want to shape culture in a way where it suits their political goals, because their political goals have nothing to do with popular mobilization anyway. So while they dominate every aspect of the government, okay, they still basically want to complain, because the one aspect that they truly want is broad recognition and popularity. They want to be loved. They don't care about dominating culture in an effort to create popular mobilization for their causes, like, you know, white supremacy, the abolition of DEI, whatever that means, or, I don't know, abolishing the Department of Education. They simply want to be liked. Okay? They want to be liked. They want to be popular for their opinions. That's it. And it's very stupid. Because, yeah, on the one hand, like, sure, liberalism is the domineering attitude in most aspects of media. And yet liberals have nothing. They have nothing. They ain't got no emotion right now. They're losing everywhere. And conservatives are still mad. They can't even celebrate their victories, because their victories to them mean nothing. They don't care about actually advancing a right-wing agenda, because at the end of the day, I think that right-wing agenda is inherently harmful to broad swaths of the working class anyway. Okay, we went from, and then you have the other side of the conservative spectrum, by the way, people who don't have any media literacy whatsoever, who saw the American flag and thought, oh, this is good. We went from kneeling during the national anthem to a halftime show showcasing USA flag colors. We're so back. A few years ago, they were endorsing burning the USA flag, and now Samuel L. Jackson is Uncle Sam at the Super Bowl. Hollywood is desperately trying to get America to pay attention to them again. Yeah, definitely. This was actually a positive figure. Like, Kendrick Lamar put Samuel L. Jackson in an Uncle Sam costume, which was, I believe, was it Bodie or Marnie? Regardless, beautiful. The outfits were amazing. That's a totally separate thing. Like, Kendrick Lamar's pants are so fire. Holy moly. Anyway, I haven't even... It's Bodie, right? Uncle Sam was Bodie. Kendrick Lamar was addressed by... I forget. Kendrick's pants are Celine. Was it Celine? All right, chill. Bell bottoms are back. Bell bottoms were around for... Yeah, Kendrick wore Martine Rose and the pants are Celine. Thank you. So, no, they were not Amiri. I don't think Kendrick Lamar would wear Amiri. Please. Anyway, I don't know what... Yeah, the jacket is Martine Rose. I know that. It was custom made for this, but... Anyway, when you speak designer, it sounds like gibberish to me. Don't think you can save yourself with saving his pants were good that take earlier about Kendrick's performance. Yeah, I'm really worried that people don't like my criticism or my commentary on it. I'm so scared. Yeah, here. A breakdown of everything Kendrick Lamar wore during the halftime Super Bowl show. 24 hours since the performance. Much has already been discussed about the possible meanings behind his massive lowercase A chain, but I think that A is the PG Lang logo A that has been around for quite some time, as well as his custom varsity jacket, not to mention those bootcut jeans. Here, Vibe hosts, the A minor, the most discussed item in Kendrick Lamar wore during the headlining Super Bowl halftime gig was a lowercase A. Viewers who have been following his feud with Drake immediately recognized it was a reference to Not Like Us, A minor, which was sung by the massive stadium as he performed his hit diss track. Except this article is wrong. The A is a PG Lang logo. So sorry to Vibe.com. As a matter of fact, that lowercase A is a double entendre in this situation, but it's actually the PG Lang logo. No, it was an Amazon ad. No, it wasn't. Even though, yes, Kendrick Lamar's label is, I think, signed to Amazon in general. Lamar's jewelers like Eliante, thanks to the iced out piece, they're responsible for blinding it. Diamond eye ring over black gloves. The diamond eye ring Kenny sports over his black little gloves, also by Eliante, with the jeweler sharing an up close look at the stunner weeks ahead of the show. The denim was from Celine. It was sick. The varsity jacket was custom made by Martine Rose. The Compton kid also wore a Martine Rose bespoke leather varsity jacket with the production company PG Lang sprawled across the back, while Gloria, a reference to the GNX song of the same name, is placed across the front. He had a black New Era fitted with diamond brooches, and he had Nike Air DT Max 96s. What is this? Kendrick has clearly read the psychosis of race, drawing together Lacan's object, A, and the effects of its non-mediation and psychosis. We can begin to determine the psychotic's unique position. Kendrick Lamar wears a chain seemingly referencing the Lacanian object petite A during a Super Bowl performance. Yeah, Kendrick Lamar is a Lacanian. Anyway, But yeah, getting back to the conservatives failing to understand any kind of political messaging, even if it's not very, even if it's like subtle or light. Talking about designer clothes that a millionaire is wearing is very socialist of you. Yes, I like fashion. I've liked fashion when I didn't have any money, and I still like fashion even though I have money. If this is anti-socialist, then so be it. I am anti-socialist. I love capitalism. It's cringe. I know. I should be talking about whatever your personal silly hobby is, which is, I don't know, maybe Warhammer 40K figurines. You'd be in here salivating if I was talking about that instead. But I'm not. Okay? It's fine. Everybody has a type of commodity that they enjoy. Okay? That's it. Some people enjoy 4090s. Some people enjoy Warhammer 40K figurines. Some people enjoy Pokemon card packs. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not shitting on Warhammer 40K figurines. Okay? Especially the level of detail that you have to put in, the amount of hours that you have to put in to creating these tiny figures that are looking as lifelike as possible. I think it's fantastic. Okay? I'm not shitting on it at all. I'm simply stating that everyone has their own personal hobbies. This is mine. This is something that I like and enjoy. And as I always tell people, allow people to enjoy things. Okay? I'm gonna call you the U.S. Air Force with your instances of friendly fire. Once again, I'm not shitting on Warhammer 40K figurines. I'm simply stating that, to each their own. Didn't that Japanese fashion chick like your stuff too? Yes, she did. Consume high fashion rags sewn by Bangladeshi slaves. Ironically enough, most high fashion stuff is not actually made in Bangladesh. It's ironically high fashion and more expensive, partially because it's made directly in the countries where the fashion houses are built and designed. But we're not going to get into that. But, Yeah, high fashion is literally the only clothing made in West Italy mostly. Yeah. But that's besides the point. You're comparing 40K to high fashion? It's praise if anything? Yeah. So. Or making videos about people you dislike or don't agree with. Tomato. What? I saw on that Drake glazing today. Wait, what? So it's colonialist instead of exploitative? Yes. I do like when people go, oh, this thing that I don't enjoy, I'm going to criticize it socialistly. Like, you're not. You've done a socialism. Why are you glazing Drake? What the fuck? I am not. I don't know why anyone would ever say that. If anything, I'm always glazing Kendrick. Maybe a little too much, but... Okay. Sorry to actually this, but Italy allows most garments to be made elsewhere and final assembly done in Italy to be marked by made in Italy. Yeah, that is definitely there's definitely an element to that as well. Having said that, the garments that are being produced by what you would oh god, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this conversation? Most of the shit is literally what that chatter was talking about is fast fashion, which is affordable. Okay, affordable fashion is unironically created through hyper exploitative circumstances in comparison to high fashion, which is usually not. Okay, but that's besides the point anyway, because none of this has anything to do with socialism. So until this article came out, most articles that were covering it were saying that the police were basically looking for something that they could charge him with, you know, I guess disrupting the NFL halftime Super Bowl show is not illegal, but they were basically looking for something. But considering that he was one of the dancers, it gave him some semblance of coverage. You couldn't hit him with like trespassing or anything like that because he was literally one of the dancers. The banner combined the black stripes of the flags honored by the Sudanese and Palestinian peoples and also the word Sudan on it. The cast member, one of dozens of dancers clad in identical black sweats, held it high while standing on the roof of the car that was the centerpiece of the hip-hop artist's performance, and then jumped off the stage and ran across the field before being tackled by several men in suits. The cast member had hidden the flag and no one was involved. The production was aware of the individual's intent, the NFL said Sunday, adding that the person has earned a lifetime ban from league stadiums and events. Rock Nation, the entertainment company which produced the halftime show, said in a statement provided by the NFL that the flag display was not planned. President Donald Trump was in the stadium for the game, but it wasn't clear if he saw the protest. Trump's comments asserting that his government is committed to buying and owning Gaza have been widely rejected by the Palestinian people, upending discussions about the enclave's future. So I guess I wasn't the only one who thought Kendrick wasn't being political enough. It seems like there was at least one dancer in Kendrick's crew that also thought the same and thought that he would take matters into his own hands. So this leads me to believe that if there were no charges for him, that he was falsely tackled, it seems. Yes, I did see this, by the way. People saying Kendrick Lamar should have used the halftime performance to make a statement like he didn't just have the same dancers who made up the American flag collapse into 100 individual swastikas. I don't know if that's what is going on here, but you're really dying on this hill. It's not a hill. I need you guys to understand something very important. Okay? I need you to understand something very important. This is not a hill. If this is a hill for you, get better hills. Okay? Like, we can have disagreements, especially on, you know, artistic interpretation, especially in the realm of politics, especially when the artist itself that we're talking about is a very political artist. So I just need you to understand, this is not a hill that someone is dying on. We can have disagreements on this kind of stuff, especially because art is subject to interpretation and it is very subjective. So everyone needs to cool their jets. You know, this is not my opinion on like something that is directly causing people to die, for example. Okay? Please. Having said that, yeah, it's art. Art is not supposed to have I mean, all art is supposed to be subjective in both the reception of it. He made plenty of political statements. It's whether they spoke to you or caught you, but you aren't a black American, but you caught the flag. Very interesting. Wait, no, I caught the political statements, like with Uncle Sam and you know, things of that nature, or the unapologetic blackness as a juxtaposition to what Uncle Sam was saying, what his demands were of Kendrick Lamar, the demands reflected by broader society that you're not supposed to be unapologetically black. I understand that. That wasn't necessarily hidden anyway. Also, I'm not a fucking dumbass conservative who goes, there's a flag here, so this must mean it's pro-America. No, I got that. I got the fact that it was all black men that were comprising, that made up the flag, which is a testament to, you know, how America was built on the backs of black men. Slavery. That wasn't even subtext. It was text in general. That's not what I'm talking about. You're forgetting those 3D trick pictures where you stare for a while and something jumps at you? Those have answers? I also thought that it was interesting. The revolution will be televised, but he is the wrong guy. I thought that statement was an interesting one in general. Maybe that was him basically saying, like, it could be something that people consider about Donald Trump potentially. Or maybe he was saying you picked the right time but the wrong guy as a formation during Humble, dances in red, white, and blue formed the American flag. This powerful visual highlighted the gap between patriotic ideals and the reality of oppression, reinforcing Kendrick's message about marginalized communities. Uncle Sam, Samuel Jackson played Uncle Sam, symbolizing the U.S. government in a star-spangled suit. He criticized Kendrick for being too loud, too reckless, too ghetto, telling him to tighten up. This role highlighted how black artists are often pressured to tone down their voices and message. Yeah. These weren't very hidden. These weren't like subtext. I would say these were just text. But yeah. Wrong guy. Kendrick confirmed Biden or Buster. Yeah, that's what I think he was saying. He's a big Biden head, just like me. He's a Brandon head. With the flag being broken in half whilst being all black men could also be a testament to how black men are divided at the moment with how many voted for Trump. Not a lot of black men voted for Donald Trump. That's a media. If that was the underlying premise of the argument from Kendrick Lamar, he'd be wrong and you know, deluded by media propaganda. Yeah, maybe he was a Bernard Sanders fan. He's saying that our revolution will be televised, but you got the wrong guy. That's what I think. Yeah, over 80% of black men voted for Kamala. Yeah, I know. I've been a long time critic of this false notion that like one, that black people are supposed to play the role of loyal servants of the Democratic Party unconditionally, and also simultaneously when there's like any sort of marginal changes that happen in terms of voting patterns with black men, they make a massive deal about it when other groups, other demographics in this country go by way wider margins to the Republican Party than black men. It's the tiniest shift. And it's something that I was very annoyed by, especially when Barack Obama came out and was like scolding black men and saying, maybe you guys are misogynistic. And there were chatters in here also telling me once again, this is a black people conversation. Your white ass doesn't understand. Your white ass simply doesn't understand that Barack Obama was having tough talk with black men. Remember when you guys said that? There were plenty of people in here saying that. Yeah. Just saying. But yeah, as far as sitting my white ass down and listening, I'm a political commentator who is white. So I do sit my white ass down quite a bit, but I also do a lot of speaking. Stop acting like chat's a monolith. No, chat is not a monolith. Yeah, put the stream in the bag, big bro. Ben Shapiro's halftime show review. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this. Good luck. Live in peace. That's all I got for the halftime. Yeah, guy with a literal relationship with teenage girls section on Wikipedia didn't like Kendrick Lamar. What a surprise. Ted Nugent was one of them. Yeah, hey, Kendrick Lamar, you suck. Another person who was also obviously under a lot of legal and, you know, additional scrutiny was Matt Gaetz. He also didn't like Kendrick Lamar's performance. This is like Sneeko was another person who was pro Drake and anti Kendrick Lamar after this performance. I think that weirdly enough, this was just a self-report. The halftime show you just watched is clearly the regime's response to Trump's historic gains with black men. Or sorry, Matt Gaetz liked it because he thought, you know, this is pro-Trump. and pro-American patriotism and pro-white supremacy, not understanding that, you know, this was making fun of everyone that does stuff like Drake. Edingermentum got the Matt Walsh supercut. Yeah, you never stop fucking complaining. The only people looking forward to this halftime show are the people who refer to their teams by their jersey colors. He just Lions Vikings game features the most excruciating and effeminate halftime show the NFL's ever produced. That's why I was making a joke. I'm saying like Matt Walsh just wants like someone to play the accordion, you know? Even then he'd complain. He'd be like, this is I'm not going to say the word, but this instrument is most commonly used by travelers. But he wouldn't use that word. He would use a different word for it. I don't like this. Matt Walsh is such a pro-racism kind of guy. He's like getting on board with European racism, even though Americans don't even know that that's like a bad word. Anyway, he wants a yodeler. Yeah, we want Tom McDonald, please. It's not a DEI for performance, as crazy people have said on Twitter. Like, what is the song had 200 millions on Super Bowl? Yeah, people say, chatter. You might understand. I hope you understand, rather. Okay. I hope you understand. When people say DEI, they just mean like black people or women or gay people. They just mean like anyone but a straight white guy. That's it. That's literally it. That's it. And now disabled people too is also DEI. That's what they're talking about. It's so obvious that it's just another substitution for insert whatever particular pejorative or slur for marginalized community. That's it. It's for people who are somewhat scared of saying the N-word, finding a new way to say it. That's it. You can try to endlessly pontificate and claim that that is not the case, or that there's something more beyond it. I am just pissed I downloaded Tubi. You want to defend disabled people? Go ahead. Defend Fetterman? Okay, dude. Okay, well, that's a thing I won't be doing. All right. Yeah, it's what it is. I've talked about this before. American white supremacy and American bigotry, but specifically anti-black white supremacy, is so advanced because this is a nation built around advancing white supremacy. Okay, so it's very different than like other forms of bigotry that you normally experience or see. You can just point to something and everyone will understand what you're saying. DEI, CRT, woke, all of this stuff is different ways of pointing to the same exact thing, which is, why am I seeing black people? Okay, that's it. They don't have to say the N-word for people to understand exactly what the message is behind their criticism and their complaints. Okay, cringe take. Why is that a cringe take? It's just the correct take. That's what it is. Thug is another word. Ghetto. Urban, that's another one. Yep. But overall, there were a lot of ads, as always, in this long and convoluted process. And let me tell you, Okay, let me tell you. The meta this year is AI, as it was last year as well. Very much so. Remember when NFTs were popping and all the Super Bowl ads were NFTs? So many AI helper ads were popping off.
.com has something for everyone.
Yeah, she sells. You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
Yeah, we're talking.
What about something more family friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.com.
You wanna go fishing tomorrow? I got a colonoscopy tomorrow.
Fellas, I accidentally threw a lame party.
Okay, Ted.
They're on their way.
They're here. You call this a party?
I do hate that this ad was kind of cool. I thought it was like stupid, but it was kind of fun.
Sack party. Launch. These beers are a metaphor for an invitation.
Is that our leaf blower?
Party at the sack.
You are cordially invited to the end of the cul-de-sac.
This is incredible.
Your mower smokes meat?
Oh, a smoker cuts grass.
Hell yeah.
I spent most of my money on this. New rig, fully custom.
Is the top of the hour in here? No, as you know, at the HASANABI broadcast, this is an ad-free broadcast unless we're looking at ads that played at the Super Bowl. Okay. I thought Bud Light was woke. It's no longer woke, dude. They got Shane Gillis on there. They got Post Malone on there. It's no longer woke. Bud Light is back in. Okay. You can still subscribe if you would like to support the show or send me links. There's no assurance that I will actually watch those links that you send me. And use emotes all around the platform. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is still free.
Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy? As many Bud Lights as it takes. A lot of Bud Lights. It's cul-de-sac's popping. Bill, get off the boat. The HOA's already breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Vil Moragar, for the 10 community gifted subs, and Patty Pegan for the 5 community gifted subs. What the fuck is this? I didn't even see this one. Adrian is online. Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Everybody now. Jeremy is a method actor.
What is that?
Coming out to his ready. The acting method from the book.
There's a book?
He's preparing. He's doing his research.
I never did no research on nothing. Look where I'm at.
Exactly.
We're big time now.
You ruined it.
Do I ruin it, or do you have a breakfast named after you?
Oh.
Hey. What are you doing in there?
We're doing a Dunkin' Donuts commercial, right?
Right.
I'm just trying to find the character. I think I found a way in.
Emily Giselle, thank you for the 5 gifted. Rand 940, thank you for the 10 gifted.
You're from Boston. I'm from Boston. Duncan is Boston. Boston is Paul Revere. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea. The redcoats are coming.
You're an artist, and I know what that's like, but how long is it going to take for the bean method?
I mean, I'll be ready in like 3 hours.
You should have paid for Matt.
I told you that.
Only from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. A little stiff. What, do you got a job in?
Nice, dude. Of course, FanDuel ads, obviously.
Interview?
I'm doing the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3 live Super Bowl Sunday. I'll finally be a kicker like I always dreamed. It all comes down to this, folks. Yes, that's 3 points to win the Super Bowl.
You'll never be a kicker, Eli. You'll just have to be a quarterback like me and Dad.
I was born to be a kicker, Peyton. You'll see. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3.
You were shocked at how many Gamba ads were on? welcome to modern sports. Every part of modern professional sports is polluted with pro gambling ads. They own every inch of the space. This is the reality now. Okay, good luck. I said this a couple years prior, as I was very critical of the cryptocurrency casino that was very prominent on this website, stake.com. At that time, there were a lot of people, once Stake was banned off this website, there were a lot of people who were like, well, what about DraftKings? Like, this website is a DraftKings sponsor. To which I reminded people at the time that it is virtually impossible to stop moneyed interest from destroying another aspect of entertainment. Yeah. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is my destiny, Peyton. You and I both know this.
Not if I make it first.
FanDuel, kick of Destiny 3. Make the best manning win. Make your free pick now for a share of $10 million in bonus bet.
There's one irony here, I think, or one unlikely ally that I have in this battle, which is Las Vegas. Did you guys know? Las Vegas actually experienced way less revenue than they were projecting this Super Bowl weekend. Part of that, I think, is a direct consequence of how easy it is to gamble. You no longer have to go to Las Vegas to gamble because everyone can do it from their phones. And I think that is part of the reason why Las Vegas actually generated way less revenues this year from the Super Bowl. And I think that's going to keep increasing as well. Like, that problem is going to become even a larger issue. Are you anti-gambling? Period. I am not anti-gambling. Period. I think that it's silly to be anti-vice in general. Vices are fun. I gamble. I think that it should be heavily regulated and incredibly restricted. That is my attitude on. That is my attitude about gambling in general, or many of the vices that we are talking about. Fake gambler? Okay. MGM owns a huge app, though. Wynn is friends with Trump, though. I wonder if he'll try to push for laws. I think that instead of pushing for laws, they will also look for alternative streams of revenue by making their own apps. I think initially they tried to get ahead of it and push for moderation, push for restriction, push for regulation on online.
Yes!
Lunch and a show.
Is this a Cats? It looks like Cats.
Huh? How about that?
Add that as a sandwich. I'll have what she's having.
I'm competing with a condiment.
We've made contact with a new alien species, and apparently they're foodies.
Oh. It's from When Harry Met Sally? No, dude. I'm talking about the diner that they're at. It's a Jewish deli. It's Cats in New York. It's a very famous, it's a famous delicatessen. They actually have incredible cuts. Anyway.
Food is the worst.
Mr. Ramsey, we'll need you to cook for them. You'll have access to everything the Area 51
I know it's from When Harry Met Sally. Oh my God. Boomers, calm down. I get the reference.
Kitchen has to offer, including top secret alien cooking technology.
Wait, that's just a hex lab pan. I've got these at home.
Unfortunately, it was leaked 8 years ago. The pan was developed using material from an alien spacecraft.
What?
Extremely durable, but low friction. Created to deal with a thick egg-like atmosphere.
You're saying...
Low key, we got sponsored for Fearan by Gordo's pan, Hexclad pan company. And I literally use them. Still, like it's hashtag not an ad in this moment, even though it was technically a hashtag ad.
The pan I use to fry my bacon is made out of flying saucers.
We don't have time for a science lesson, Mr. Ramsey. The alien ambassadors already...
Those pans are ass? I don't think so. I mean, I use mine and it's been pretty freaking durable.
Here.
Whoa.
Not her. Him.
Hey, what's up, dude? You're an alien?
All famous people are aliens.
I'm not.
I meant like really famous people.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. Huh?
All right, Little Caesar's Crazy Puffs. Whoa!
Is this little Becky?
Birthday cake comes in. It is so cute. My dad's eating Crazy Puffs again. Don't ask.
Whoa. Have you tried the new bacon ones?
There are bacon ones?
Pizza.
We'll do 2 Michelob Ultras.
Excuse me, would you consider playing us?
For the Ultras.
Oh, we're kind of at a high level.
Fascinating.
You guys sure you want this? Please serve.
My goat. It's always fun seeing Willem Dafoe in things, though. That is my goat.
That was fun.
Play for those ultras.
They got Ultras.
Whip it real hard. Whip it real hard.
You know we're professional athletes, right?
What sport?
Every day I'm hustling.
I smell Ultra.
Play for an ultra?
So when I went to sleep, my jewels were here. And when I woke up, gone. A night's morning and I have an espresso coffee. Unforgettable. My jewels.
I must confiscate the evidence.
Don't forget to recycle.
Nespresso. What else?
We're out of Pringles.
Wow. Everybody loves Nespresso. I'm surprised that they're not showing all the... Where are the AI ones with Matthew McConaughey? All right. Some of the ads that I wanted to show, aside from this stuff, was, oh, this was lame as hell.
Complete protein to help build strong.
Hold on.
Worth $6.2 million.
This was another incredibly lame ad, which is the Meta glasses, Ray-Ban glasses ad.
Hey, Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan, worth $6.2 million.
What?
What?
That's a $6.2 million banana.
Are you kidding?
We need to find you another banana.
Bananas.
Gentlemen,
What a place you have.
who eats art?
I think you're supposed to say, hey, Meta.
Like, hey, Meta, who eats art? And then Meta would say,
I do feel like the creative writing on this stuff has fallen off a cliff. I'm not even kidding. Like, in the last 10 years, because like this is still supposed to be like some kind of creative expression, okay? And they have dropped off of a cliff, dude. I don't know who's scripting this stuff, but they're just basically slamming celebrities, which has always been the case for a lot of Super Bowl ads. But they're slamming celebrities into it, and it's not even remotely entertaining, creative, or funny. It's just like, oh yeah, look, that's famous person, you know. That's a famous person, you know. Insert nostalgic moment that you remember. Like, it is crazy. It's probably stupid to criticize the writing, the creative writing of an ad, but you know, I feel like this is basically the same as every other sector, every other thing that you consume. Even the creative writing in the ad space is also lame. All this is doing is like, look at all these famous people. Like, look at this joke at the end of it. Look.
Chris Pratt.
Hey, Meta, call my lawyer.
Wow. Look at all the things you can do with your Ray-Ban Meta.
Ever since Reese's came out with their new chocolate lava big cup with a delicious layer of chocolate lava,
At least this one tried, you know what I mean? The lava one.
people visiting the lava flows have been pretty confused.
That stuff looks delicious.
I want to eat lava!
It looks so good.
Just a little taste!
Don't eat lava, eat chocolate lava.
Get in my mouth, lava! Don't eat lava, eat ooey gooey chocolate lava!
It's lava time, baby!
Don't eat lava! Eat new Reese's chocolate lava big cups!
Mom, Dad?
We have something to tell you.
You have a twin brother we never told you about.
I'm sorry.
So? What's his name?
Other David.
You called him Other David. If there's two Davids, one has to be Other David. Where is he?
Left him in America.
Are you...
Beckham. Dave Beckham.
No way.
Hey, what'd you say your name was?
David.
Try one of these. That is the best buffalo wing in the county.
You eat buffalo?
No, it's just chicken. It was invented in Buffalo, the city.
So it's not buffalo.
Bro, it's not for you, man. Holy shit, the hating is crazy. Rewatch this after extensive white matter atrophy and wide-ranging brain damage across your frontal lobe, and then you'll get it. This one is all right, I guess, as far as ads goes.
You all right, man?
Like, there's at least like a reveal, get it? Because Matt Damon is famous, but in this ad, he's not.
Still got it?
Even though at the end, he will reference himself.
Come on, guys. Sorry, it's a thing I do.
You drink Stella?
I have taste, David.
There's something I have to tell you.
My brother is a famous soccer player?
Yeah.
So how famous are you? Like Matt Damon famous?
Maybe Ben Affleck famous.
That's a shame.
This year, Taco Bell is making fans the stars of their big.
This one, are you getting paid to rewatch ads? Yes, dude, I'm getting paid. Guys, let's review ads. I mean, ads are reflective of where broader culture is. This ad was kind of funny because it had like at least Tim Robinson in it, and it had like a weird payoff. It was weird. But the reason why I wanted to look at the ads was because, one, there was one that was controversial. Okay, the controversial one being the Nike ad. We're going to be talking about that, and also a lot of AI ads as well. But here.
It has been a banner year for the National Football League. Or should I call it the National Football League? From the very beginning.
I'm skipping the Uber Eats one. This isn't even the one I was looking for. Hold on. Yeah, Greta Gerwig doing an Uber Eats ad is crazy. I don't like raw dogging American culture without HASANABI. American culture sucks, full stop. Yeah, the reality of the matter is, if American culture sucks, that means your culture is going to suck in a couple of years. You understand that, right? Couple things that I wanted to talk about with respect to the ads. Obviously, there's the, the Hims ad is about the GLP-1 agonists that they're selling on Hims.
Is America's deadliest epidemic.
This is America.
74% of us are overweight, and obesity leads to 500,000 deaths each year.
Why, you just have to stop eating, Jimmy.
This is America.
Something's broken, and it's not our bodies. It's the system. Welcome to Weight Loss in America.
Like and subscribe.
A $160 billion industry that feeds on our failure.
Yeah.
There are medications that work, but they're priced for profits, not patients.
This is America.
This system wasn't built to help us. It was built to keep us sick and stuck. But not anymore. Hims & Hers offers life-changing weight loss medications. They're affordable, doctor-trusted, and formulated in the USA. You get a treatment plan designed by a doctor to fit your body, goals, and lifestyle.
Yeah, the non-FDA approved Ozempic ad. I had to stop watching Hulu because I received so many Ozempic ads it made me genuinely insecure. Look, I'm a fan of Ozempic. I think it's a miracle, and I like it, and I am in support of it. Sorry if you get mad at that. It is what it is. I think the major problem with Ozempic and Ozempic style drugs is that it is not necessarily as readily available and as widespread. Ozempic sucks. Our totally not suspicious. Take our totally not suspicious drug instead. Yeah, that's the problem. Is that because it's not like readily available, and there's a lot of significant limitations to its mass production. I do think that there are a lot of alternatives. There are a lot of alternatives in the market that avoids like FDA scrutiny, which I think is crazy. Okay. Recent events have led me to believe Ozempic causes brain degradation. Are you sponsored by Ozempic like NMP lol? No, it's just not supposed to be unimaginably expensive. That's the problem that I have with the drug. That is my issue with Ozempic style drugs, is that people are resorting to Temu off-brand Ozempic. And that, I think, also says a lot about where we are. That also, I think, is indicative of where America is in general. That, like, you got this drug that a lot of Americans could rely on, could need. It's not a secret that obesity is a massive problem and is built into the profit motives of numerous different sectors. But because it's a relatively... Why are you pro Ozempic? What do you mean? I'm pro medicine in general. Okay. I don't know if you guys know this, but I like medicine. I think it's a good thing. Okay. Do I think that sometimes it's overprescribed or prescribed for more in the place of more comprehensive solutions? Absolutely. Especially when it comes to, muscle pain and things of that nature. Having said that, I am definitely pro medication, pro medicine in general. And obviously one of the biggest problems that Americans face is obesity. So a drug that works to combat obesity is a good thing. The only problem there, however, is that there are side effects to it. And as there are side effects to all drugs, the side effects overall are, the potential for stomach paralysis, like gastric paralysis, which is definitely very scary. And people say thyroid issues as well. It's not a long-term solution though. It's a band-aid. Yes. You just have to take it forever. Like, that's it. And when you get off of it, you will bounce back and eat way more than before. But I don't, how would I ever take issue with a fucking, technically it's like a miracle drug. How would I take issue with a drug that's been incredibly helpful in preserving people's life expectancy, extending people's life expectancy in a country that is in the throes of serious issues with obesity? This conversation annoys me because the loudest opponents of these drugs also fucking hate fat people. Make up your mind's law. Also, none of your damn business, people. Like any other medication. Yeah. I'm not entirely familiar with like the ways in which you trail off of Ozempic and still maintain your weight. Okay. But overall, I think one of the major issues with Ozempic in general is its price point. Like, there are additional complications that come with the consumption of this drug, as there is with every other drug. Having said that, I think the benefits are tremendous. I'm personally on GLP-1, and you're right, it's helped me lose over 50 pounds over the better part of the past year. The only issue is that it's not covered by my insurance and we have to pay. Yeah, exactly. The biggest problem with any kind of like GLP-1 drug is that it is so goddamn expensive. Change other habits. Yes. As someone who has fought, as someone who has had a lifelong struggle with addiction of every sort, including with food, and someone who was obese for most of his life, someone who comes from an entire family, someone whose entire family is obese, like, I think Ozempic is a fucking awesome, it's an awesome drug. I will never be against it, okay? Unless there was like significant healthcare complications, I would not, you know. I won't make fun of people taking it. I won't, you know. I have family members on it. I understand that its major problem is currently that it's not readily available, and it's very expensive. It's a tool to make you less hungry. If you use it to lose a lot of weight easier and make efforts to change your lifestyle, it's awesome. Yeah, I don't know how easy it is to do the second part. Isn't it mainly prescribed for people with diabetes? It was initially, yes, but now it is being considered for weight loss, understandably so, because it curbs your appetite significantly. But now there's additional research that suggests that it's not actually technically curbing your appetite. It's actually directly tackling the part of your brain that that corresponds to addictive behavior. So I don't know. I don't know how, you know, how valid that is, but yeah, it curbs your impulsions, including alcohol, sex, etc., is what I've heard as well. But I mean, obesity is a major issue. Obesity is a major problem that causes additional health complications. So tackling obesity like this is, you're not gonna hear a lot of criticisms from me on that front. Although I am still, you know, worried about potential side effects. I'm a health researcher who helped ensure semaglutide and liraglutide were safe for human consumption. I'm honestly just disheartened that it's not as accessible for the people who need it the most. Yeah. A Cunning Pigeon, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. There's evidence that it improves mortality rates in patients with heart failure also.
Style. You deserve to feel great in your body. This is the future of healthcare. This is Hims and Hers. Join us in the fight for a...
Anyway, Hims is also owned by a Palestinian guy who I think like lost a decent amount when he came out in support of Palestine, if I'm not mistaken. So shouts out to Hims in general. I use Hims. There's a free ad for you for my hair. No thems? Yeah. Wish they had TRT one day. Oh, that'd be sick. Every aspect of American culture, especially for those who come from a poorer background, is designed to make you obese. Any kind of medicine that helps combat that is not the worst thing. You know, the issue here is that like with finasteride and minoxidil, you can get it for cheap from Hims because they're generics. So they're still very much it's a drug that has been produced 1,000,000 times over. It is no longer patent protected. So obviously on that front, it's definitely a lot safer to consume. But on this issue, it is a little, I feel like it's a little sketch. I don't know the exact details of what kind of, I don't know the exact details of like what kind of regulation and what kind of restrictions come with like alternative Ozempic, considering that Ozempic is so goddamn costly. My friends credit listening to you talk about your hair care as a turning point for him not feeling ashamed to take hair loss supplements or talk about that. It helped his confidence a lot. I just sub. Please watch this, Hasan. Dog, you subscribe to send me a LinkedIn link? Are you insane? I will never. Dude, listen. While there's a hype train going on, okay, let me remind you, you can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? But if you send me a LinkedIn link, I promise you I will not click it, okay? If you send me a Facebook link, I promise you I will not click it. Those are two links that I'm definitely never going to click, okay? You might as well send me a phishing link, and I'd be more interested in clicking on that than a Facebook link or a LinkedIn link. Okay? But yes, for $6 or for free, you can subscribe during this hype train. You can also get gifted a sub. And this will allow you to send me links if you would like. Legendary first time chatter though. Yeah. All right. Someone send me the ad for the
capitalism is
the standing up against hate. Snoop Dogg did a standing up against hate ad, or standing together ad, I think. That was one thing I wanted to talk about. The other one, obviously, is the Nike commercial that got a lot of people upset. Snoop Dogg and also Google boobs. Trust me. No, I'm good, man. Thanks.
I hate you because we're from different neighborhoods.
So this ad is so funny because I feel like it's one of the least effective ads of all time. Okay? Not only is it corny, but it doesn't even get across the initial message that it wants to. And it also has people that have aligned with Donald Trump. I don't know if actually Tom Brady is pro-Trump or not. I wouldn't be shocked if he is. Like, Anyway, this is the What's Up with Hate ad that was designed for the Super Bowl, 30-second slot. Now, the actual ad is supposed to be about anti-Semitism. The group itself is designed around combating anti-Semitism.
I hate you because we're from different neighborhoods.
I hate you because you look different.
I hate you because I don't understand you.
I hate you because people I know hate you.
I hate you because I think you hate me.
Because I need someone to blame.
Because you talk different.
Because you act different.
Because you're just different.
This ad in and of itself, I think, is from a different era. Like, this would have went hard for resistance liberals in like 2017. Maybe if it wasn't Snoop Dogg and Tom Brady. Okay. But it's very much, it's giving Kendall Jenner Pepsi. Okay. I find it interesting. I find it funny. It's 2017 is crazy. This is 90s coded. Or maybe that too. Snoop Dogg isn't MAGA. He'll just do anything for $50,000. Fair. The reasons for hate are as stupid as they sound.
Man, I hate that things are so bad that we have to do a commercial about it.
Me too.
Yeah, this self-referential at the end. Oh, I hate that things have gotten so bad we have to do a commercial about it. Hashtag stand up to all hate. Paid for by the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism. Now, what's interesting about this is that, you know, my mom is a liberal, okay? My mom is super libbed up, and she didn't understand what this ad was about, so I had to explain it to her. Where the ad is supposed to be about combating the rise of anti-Semitism for the progressives out there who, in the eyes of the Foundation to Combat Anti-Semitism, are turning a blind eye. Even though they're against all forms of bigotry, it seems like they're not against anti-Semitism. That's like what the ad is supposed to be referencing. But instead of directly saying that, or instead of directly mentioning anti-Semitism, they're saying like, well, there's a lot of anti-Semitism out there. Can you please also, combat anti-Semitism? So that's what the ad is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, stand up to all hate, guys, including anti-Semitism. And not just all the other forms of hate. But of course, it's ironic on multiple different fronts, considering that these are both like pro-Trump celebrities who are super famous, and also I think like a lot of the the message itself is just like so ridiculous to be like, I hate you because of this reason or that reason, and it doesn't actually critically examine the ways in which anti-Semitism or any kind of hatred and bigotry manifests in American society. It's also coming at a time when Donald Trump is the president, and his fan base have basically gone above and beyond. But last but not least, something that I also pointed to,
so what's up, guys?
Was the fact that there was another ad that played in between many of these other ads on the Super Bowl, and that was Kanye West, who, as you guys know, as of yesterday, is officially off Twitter. Yeah, Kanye West bought this ad to go to Yeezy.com, where he's literally selling Adolf Hitler merchandise.
Guys, I spent like all the money for the commercial on these new teeth. So once again, I had to shoot it on the iPhone. Go to Yeezy.com.
Yeah, and if you do actually end up going to Yeezy.com, the first shirt that comes up when you click on it is literally a swastika t-shirt that is titled Heil Hitler 01. So that's what's insane about it, because on the one hand, they got like a weak attempt at combating and standing up against all hate, including anti-Semitism. And then the other ad that you watch after that is literally just a ad to go and purchase an Adolf Hitler t-shirt, a swastika t-shirt, which is insane. Kanye West has officially also deactivated his Twitter account after blasting a lot of pornography on the timeline, including some old Choice Lana Rhoades videos as well. Once again, obviously, Norm Finkelstein was correct when he said that gooning is fascism. Turns out he was right in more ways than one. Gooning does lead to fascism, or fascism does lead to gooning, or vice versa. I don't know. He didn't actually put the shirt on his store, but he does have the WLM one. What are you talking about? I just went to Yeezy.com. That is the only shirt that is available on Yeezy.com. So that's what Kanye West is doing. Kanye West is busy doing that stuff. Here's Norm Finkelstein on gooning.
Expression, I don't know if they coined it or whether it's a commonplace in your generation. The expression is gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G.
Grooming or gooning?
Gooning, G-O-O-N-I-N-G. It means basically being transfixed with porn, video porn, for like 24, 48 hours straight. If straight's the right word there. And it struck me, now I know this is going to sound harsh, but it struck me that even though this crowd considered itself bohemian, and even though this crowd considered itself, what would you say, anti-establishment, it struck me this was exactly the crowd that would go over to fascism.
Yeah. Gooning is an indication of one's predisposition towards reactionary thought. Dare I say fascist thought. So yeah. And he was right once again, as events that have unfolded in Gaza over the past 16 months has vindicated his entire body of work. Events that are unfolding over the past week and a half with Kanye West going on a tear, going absolutely nutty mode on the timeline about absolutely nutty mode on the timeline about how his adoration for Adolf Hitler has ended up with Kanye West posting a whole bunch of porn and then inevitably shutting off his Twitter account. Katie Halper had Norm and a founder of Identity Politics, Barbara Smith, and walked some of his positions back, by the way. Is this satire? Yes, I don't think gooning is an indication that you are fascist, okay? God damn, I didn't realize so many people would be actually hurt by this. However, as I've stated in the past, I think that there are some people who don't respond to porn positively and can't consume it in moderation and actually do lose their minds. It feels like they just completely lose themselves with easy access, readily consumable porn. While I have always been someone who doesn't have any issues with porn, I do see that there are some people, like maybe Kanye West and some others, who probably should wean off of porn to the best of their ability. Ye is a fake gooner. His consumption is too vanilla for gooner. Yeah. Keep thinking about it. What is this? When Daft Punk worked with Kanye, he watched so much pornography in the studio that it made one of the dudes in Daft Punk start hallucinating. Can you even imagine to begin to wrap your mind around what kind of pervert you have to be to traumatize a French DJ? It's so crazy how 5 years ago this would have just been a corny t-shirt that meant big ego with a fragile heart. Now it just means you're a Hitler-loving pedophile. Yeah, making a French DJ hallucinate due to the unlimited amounts of pornography that you're blasting on their into their faces, into their brain, into their collective consciousness is crazy. Yeah. So, porn is just entertainment. It's just like saying you lost your mind and addicted to watching movies. Yeah. But if there was someone who was losing their minds and getting addicted to watching movies, I'd be like, yeah, you should probably stop watching movies. That's my point. Okay. I don't understand it, but I've seen far too many people who lose their minds. They get more annoying as a consequence of turning nofap anyway, which is also weird. There's no salvaging these people. Anyway, let's continue. Need an Ozempic for movies and porn now. Yeah. You're addicted to politics? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, well. It's nothing specific to porn. It's a symptom of a larger psychological dysfunction. I agree. Anyway, where were we? So yeah, Kanye West went on the timeline and blasted a whole bunch of pornography and then basically came to a crashing halt and is no longer going to be on Twitter for, until he decides he wants attention again, I suspect. Bianca Sensori? Is this actually Bianca Sensori's real Twitter account? What the hell? Lord, I lift up my husband to you with love and concern. Soften his heart, guide his words, and fill him with wisdom and kindness. Protect him from trouble. I don't know if this is real or not. Lead him towards understanding and respect for all people. Despite our differences, I love him unconditionally. Strengthen our bond and help me be the source of patience and encouragement. I trust in your grace. God bless Israel and all the good Jewish people. Amen. I don't know if this is a real account or not. Oh. Hollywood Reporter mentions that Bianca Sensori's rep denies cry for help after husband Kanye West's hate-filled tirade. The Australian model's rep said the post was uploaded to an X account that does not belong to Ye's wife. Yeah, there you go. Read the bio, not our profile. God bless women's bottomless standards, because otherwise I would never get laid. What did this person say? Be better. This is fake news. Wait, what? Fake news, fake news, fake news. You are spreading fake news. That is not true. Stop being fake, spreading fake news. What? Sexual conservatism is fascist light. We need art, critical analysis of porn desperately. Wait, you do realize that I looked at it for 1 second, read the tweet, and immediately assumed that it was not a real account. What do you... What is the issue? People just like... People get mad even if I'm critical of fake news. Are you all right, chatter? Porn inoculates white supremacist tropes. Porn is extraordinarily white supremacist. Social media is a serious fascism pipeline. Please watch his take. Please watch his take on the halftime show. Kanye West has an excellent take on the halftime show. Oh my God. Are you all right, chatter? I don't think you're all right. Bell bottoms are back 4 years ago. Bell bottoms are out. His pants are super whack, man. I don't like jovial accusations of pedophilia. I think progressives have been getting way too insensitive on Twitter and Reddit recently. It feels like a profound rightward shift. Wait, you're pro Kanye, but also simultaneously thinking that progressives are the ones that have seen exhibited a right-wing shift? How does that work? How can you, in this day and age, say that Kanye has a profound take on anything, really, while simultaneously talking about how progressives are the ones that are becoming profoundly right-wing? Pro Kanye left. This is a new type of guy. I don't even understand what's happening here. New type of person unlocked. We got it all at the HASANABI broadcast, baby. We got it all. Anyway. A new type of guy era. We're going to see new levels of brain rot be a thing this year. I agree. We're already seeing it. The podcast comedians stay having shit opinions to appeal. Boring halftime show. Says Theo Vaughn. Yeah, I don't think it was a boring halftime show. But anyway, all right, let's get to this one other ad that people were upset about.
You can't be demanding.
ankles.
There you go. You got folded up, Brad. Get her. Okay. That's what I'm talking about.
That was sick. I thought it was also kind of funny because it was like the Brad archetype is so awesome. Back in the day when they used to make, you know, TV shows like this or movies like this, there was always like a dude who's very clearly 38 years old and he's supposed to be a high school senior. Yeah. And it's just like, no, dude, that man is 30. That man is balding. You know what I mean? Let's make girls flag football a varsity sport in all 50 states. So yeah, this is an initiative from the NFL to make flag football for the girlies. And people were upset about this as well, but I don't understand why you're upset about this. Like, who cares? What? I was balding at 22. You were an evil man. It's a flag football promotion for the 2028 Olympics. Would you play flag football, or is it not your thing? I mean, it's not really my thing, but didn't MAGA Republicans really care about girls' sports? Yeah, surprise, surprise. They actually don't care about women's sports at all. They hate women. They just wanted to use women's sports as a more permissible way to attack trans people. That's it. They wanted to create a permission structure to shit on trans people, as I've maintained for quite some time now. All right, let's get to some other news now. All right, we're going to talk about a bunch of stuff that has taken place. Apparently, one last thing from the Super Bowl, of course, is that Trump trolled Taylor Swift and mocked her for being booed at the Super Bowl. America is moving on. Liberalism is lost. Travis Kelce style liberalism is over, ladies and gentlemen. No more vaccines. Travis Kelce could not get the vaccine boost as Donald Trump is back in power. So obviously Taylor Swift is on the downtrend, and so is Travis Kelce, and so are vaccines. And apparently Taylor Swift was shown on the Jumbotron at the Super Bowl, and people were booing her. Let's take a look. Donald Trump tweeted out, the only one that had a tougher night than the Kansas City Chiefs was Taylor Swift. She got booed out of the stadium. MAGA is very unforgiving. When does the Houthi propaganda start? Don't worry, we'll get to doing some pro-Houthi propaganda in a little bit, okay? I love that is your subtle when does the Houthi propaganda start? I've heard this is the #1 spot for Houthi propaganda. And got him. Got him. Now, what's interesting about this also is that Donald Trump is pro Kansas City Chiefs. Okay? He's pro Chiefs. So why is he dookie on the Chiefs here? The president reignited the bitter feud after making an early exit as the Kansas City Chiefs crumbled against the Philadelphia Eagles. Trump shared videos of Swift being heckled alongside this one of him receiving huge applause. Swift and Trump have a history of bad blood, with the president last year declaring, "I hate Taylor Swift" on social media after she endorsed Harris. So I don't know if this is directly a consequence of Taylor Swift. It could literally be. So Taylor Swift getting booed is a combination of different things. One, because there's a lot of like football gatekeepers out there who are like, oh, Taylor Swift brought a bunch of chicks to like this sport. I hate them. Then there's also the Eagles fans that will boo anyone and everyone that they've decided is against the Eagles. And Taylor Swift obviously dating Travis Kelce means that she's a beacon of anti-Eagle fandom, and therefore they're going to boo everyone. They would boo Donald Trump too. Eagles fans don't like Donald Trump either because Donald Trump is pro Kansas City Chiefs. And as a matter of fact, took photos with, wished the Kansas City Chiefs well, wanted them to win, predicted that they would win. So this defeat was a defeat for Donald Trump as well. He also took a photo with the Mahomes family as well, as you can see here. So the reality of the matter is she's literally a lifelong Eagles fan, though. Oh, Taylor Swift is? I didn't know that. You know. Why are we not? Put some terrorist propaganda. Dude, I love that the people that get primed to become haters are so fucking stupid that like they can't even do good enough critique. Or they like this guy got so horny he couldn't even write like a fully fleshed out thought. He was just like, boy, why not put terror propaganda? Like, sick, man. You got me. It's awesome. I heard this is place for terror propaganda. Very nice. I really hated during the election when people kept saying that Taylor could get her fans to vote for Kamala. Like, those are white women. At least 50% of them voted for Trump if they voted at all. Oh, yeah. No, more than 50%. But here it is. That chatter has been following for almost 3 years and then said that. Yeah, we activated the sleeper cells. Asmongold fans. But yeah, Donald Trump is the reason why the Chiefs lost, I think, and the Eagles actually destroyed them. I will continue saying that over and over again. Okay. What is this? Is this Lib Cope? Trump at the Super Bowl was soundly booed and hissed, heard clearly international coverage and commented on in multiple countries. US TV networks overlaid canned cheers instead. Oh my God, that's amazing. Liberals are so funny. Donald Trump is literally more popular than at any other point in his career, in his tenure. Okay. That's wild. That, like, I wouldn't be shocked if many football fans were cheering for Donald Trump. Okay. I'm getting tons of fake booing clips on TikTok. It's gross. I mean, who cares? Who cares? Not according to recent Pew polling. No, he has like 53% approval rating. What are you talking about? Interesting numbers in the new CBS poll. Trump is up 10 plus in approval with voters under 30. A stadium full of millionaires? Wake up, everybody. There are people in this country that are sick and tired of the incompetence of the government. So even if Trump is doing bad things, right? Like things that will inevitably lead to bad results for the broader electorate, they still see this as they still see this as like, well, at least he's doing something. People don't have the capacity to look at these actions and analyze it as a bad thing. And especially when you don't have any counter messaging, and that the party that is supposed to be the counterbalance to Donald Trump's actions are incredibly unpopular and are not really doing anything, seemingly, okay? Especially on the heels of a decrepit carcass leading the momentum, leading the Democratic Party, okay? Yes, a lot of people just go, oh, well, he's doing something. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something, and I like it. That's it, okay? People have a lot of anger and resentment towards gridlock. They hate it so much. No, it's just that America's naturally right-wing. That's ridiculous, okay? No country is just naturally right-wing. Please. When you say decrepit carcass, do you mean Biden or Schumer? I mean, all. Yes. My answer to that question is yes. I need you to understand that, okay? This is not a reaction. This is not a reaction to like Donald Trump doing things that he promised that we really like. It's more so a reaction to Donald Trump doing things in general and also consistently communicating that he's doing things. This is Cope. Americans have only received mass deportations from Trump's promises, and his approval rating is going up. They're naturally right-wing. Oh. I don't know. I really don't think our political positions are as popular as you think they are. Heard this was the place for leftist woke pedophilia and massive disappointment. What? Heard this was the place for woke leftist baby murder. So far, I am very underwhelmed. What is going on here, man? What is happening? Okay. Number one, there is no such thing as like a naturally reactionary disposition that would require you to just completely cast aside any sort of materialist analysis. That would require you to assume that would require you to say that like these people are unsavable, unsalvageable. Americans need to be left in the dust. They are just evil. It is inherently liberal ways of thinking, good, bad dynamics, things of that nature. Okay. It is very stupid. It is not correct. No one is like intrinsically good or intrinsically bad. Okay. People do bad things. People do good things. But they are motivated by their social conditioning and motivated by their material realities. Okay? Assuming an incredibly nihilistic position like this will lead you astray. Okay? You will find yourself in the throes of reactionary sentiment if this is something that you personally believe. That's number one. Number two, time and time again, I have shown you that Americans are actually historically in favor of immigration for obvious reasons. This is a nation comprised entirely of immigrants with the exception of Native Americans. Everyone that lives here on U.S. soil now that is a natural-born U.S. citizen actually can trace their lineage to a ancestor that was not on this continent with the exception of Native Americans, whether it be by way of chattel slavery and the forcible extraction of men and women from African soil, okay, or whether it be the massive influx of migration patterns, okay, that have basically designed this country, okay. That's it. Go far back enough, with the exception of Native Americans, every single person, okay, every single person currently living inside of the United States of America has an ancestor that is not from the United States of America. Okay? So it's idiotic. And of course, the American opinions reflect that reality. That is precisely the reason why I kept maintaining the position over and over again, that if you scratch the surface of all of the information that shows, 60% of Americans want mass deportations or whatever, if you actually read after that initial point, almost all of these studies show that Americans, when given two different positions, will always take the more pro-migration position. When faced with two choices, mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans overwhelmingly and consistently have chosen mass amnesty. The issue, however, is that there is no counterbalance to the anti-immigration position from the Republican Party. That is the problem. Okay? That is the major problem. That is the issue here. It is that Democrats and the media have completely dropped the ball, and that the only kind of narrative you heard for the past 4 years about migration was negative. Okay? It is born out of lies. It is born out of abject lies. The idea that undocumented migrants are actually causing a lot of crimes or anything like that. Okay? And yet, if lies are the only thing that you hear and there is no counterbalance, no actual counter to this misinformation from a competent party that is supposed to be addressing these lies and combating them by saying the truth, then yes, people are inevitably going to believe that. Okay? That's it. Democrats caving and capitulating to the Republican lies surrounding immigration and the dangers of immigration is directly responsible for Americans assuming that every single person is just like an abhorrent, morally repugnant monster that just wants every migrant to be killed. Okay? That's it. Are we pretending like Dems are in support of this, like Biden and Obama didn't exist? What do you mean? No, I'm currently explaining to you how the Democrats' incompetence on this issue and caving and capitulating to the right-wing sentiment that undocumented migrants are responsible for a larger share of crimes than they actually are is quite literally the reason why Americans are left to believe that immigrants are a net negative to this country when it's, the exact opposite. When you have no leadership and no counterbalance to growing fascism, yes, Americans are going to start assuming that Americans are going to look at this and go, this is it. This is who we are. This is what we like. Have you not been to New York? What do you mean? Affects economy for 10 years negatively? Also profoundly untrue. Anyway, so having said that, this is what happens when there is no alternatives, seemingly no alternatives to what the Republicans are pushing for when they're the only game in town. Okay? But do not let this delude you. Do not let this push you into this misguided position that Americans are irredeemable monsters in general. Okay? Most people don't even think about the immediate impact of the legislation that they're pushing for. Okay? There is perhaps no greater evidence of this than what happened with abortion. Many people who were restricting abortion realized that once it became the reality, maybe it wasn't the best possible outcome. The idea that all Americans are making coherent political decisions is idiotic. Okay? It's just as idiotic as coming into this chat and saying, why does Hassan like terrorists like this guy just did, only to get banned quickly? I like that back in the day when he was a fan, he actually spelled my name correctly, but now that I'm a pro-terrorist guy in his eyes, it's now with 2 S's. I'm gonna unban this guy. Americans find out it's associated with the left wing, they freak out. This is why Bernie couldn't even win the primary and gain enough support among liberals. Twice, by the way, people associated him with far-left commie socialists, regardless of if he is or not. Yes, you're right. That's why Bernie Sanders, who is an open socialist for his entire career, has been the most popular, singularly most popular politician in this country in perpetuity. You're right. And that is precisely the reason why he was unable to come out of the Democratic Party's primaries, a process that is basically designed to ensure that whichever the party's candidate actually is the one that they go with in the future. Okay? Something that they've defended, the DNC has actively defended in the courts, that there is no real Democratic primary that takes place and that they could simply choose whoever they want. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you recall, but in the last primary structure, there was no real opponents for a literal carcass. And the ways in which they removed that literal carcass from the top of the ticket was also done behind closed doors, which the Democratic Party has every right to do so, mind you. Whether you like it or not doesn't change that reality. It is funny, though, that you come in here with this approach when it is obviously wrong. You don't like Israel, end of story. What? Elon Musk is leading a group of investors to offer to buy OpenAI, which is terrifying. But let's get back to this. President Trump signs proclamation regarding Gulf of America Day. Another insanely idiotic, like just pure aesthetic thing that Trump is doing.
About to head westbound to SUPERBOWL 59. Find a secretarial order from...
Standing next to my goat, Bergamaniacs rise up. Bergam taking an active role in this administration is something that only I am excited about. Aren't you one of those college kids who are brainwashed? I can't trust anything you say. He smiled. Please. There's enough people who are coming in here with idiotic takes. You don't have to LARP as one, okay? I'm going to give you a day off for that. This is your second warning. There's already enough people in here that unironically come in and organically say those things. You don't also have to fucking LARP as one. Okay? Oh, they don't LARP, they're just like that?
Canada would be paying less than half of the tax. If you look at the tax, they're going to be paying less than half the tax. You know, they don't pay very much for military, and the reason they don't pay much is they assume that we're going to protect them. That's not an assumption they can make, because why are we protecting another country? Now, I love the people of Canada. We have a great relationship. But if they became our 51st state, it would be the greatest thing they could ever do. It would be unbelievable. It would be a cherished state. And think of how beautiful that country would be without that artificial line running right through it. Somebody drew it many years ago with a ruler, just a line. You look at how beautiful that is. Wow, it would be very exciting. But if you look at Canada, it would be cherished as a beautiful state. They don't pay their share of military to NATO. They pay very little for military. They're not protected at all. And the reason is they think we're going to protect them. The other thing is we subsidize them to the tune of about $200 billion a year. If we stop doing that, if we stop allowing them to make cars through tariffs and other things, cars, trucks, etc., what they make, they're not viable as a country.
Would you agree that it's a more aggressive foreign policy than your first term? And why is that?
It's more aggressive. It's better. Why? Because I think I've had a lot of experience. And in my first term, I was fighting everybody because they were very aggressive toward me. I always said survival and taking care of the country, not necessarily in that order. But I had to take care of the country, but I had a bunch of lunatics like Pelosi and all of these people. They fought me, and we won. And, I had a lot of other things that were going on there.
I love being the peaceful Dutch president who said we have to do ethnic displacement, ethnic cleansing in Gaza, no new wars, but also we have to do a permanent military installation in Gaza, and also simultaneously we have to forcibly annex Canada and maybe Mexico and Panama and also Greenland. It's cool. I love being the anti-war president. I love how he is the anti-war president. Yeah, it's dope. Super peaceful, super anti-war.
This time it's much more, they've lost their confidence. I think they've lost the respect of the American people with men participating in women's sports, with open borders, with transgender for everybody.
Yeah, I apologize. I said annex Mexico. He wants to just bomb Mexico. He doesn't want to annex Mexico. Too many Mexicans.
All the things that they're doing is so bad. When you allow people to empty their jails into your country with prisoners, killers, their mental institutions and insane asylums into our country, this is what they're doing. When you allow gang members from Venezuela, but many other countries coming into our country, we're getting them all out now. They've lost their credibility, but they've also lost their confidence. So I have more time to do what I want to do. So we're making our country larger, we're making our country stronger, and in the case of Canada, if this should happen, I don't know how they can do it without us, because without the U.S., Canada really doesn't have a country. They do almost all of their business with us, and if we say we want our cars to be made in Detroit, like with a stroke of a pen, I can do that. And other things in addition to that would not allow Canada to be a viable country.
Mr. President, you said you didn't want to honor first responders today, but you pardoned hundreds of people who assaulted first responders. Why did you do that?
Who?
You were going to meet with first responders today, but you pardoned people who assaulted first responders.
I pardoned people that were assaulted themselves. They were assaulted by our government. I pardoned J6 people who were assaulted by our government. That's who assaulted, and they were treated unfairly. There's never been a group of people in this country, outside of maybe one instance that I can think of, but I won't get into it, that were treated more horribly than the people of J6. So, no, I didn't assault. They didn't assault. They were assaulted, and what I did was a great thing for humanity. They were treated very, very unfairly.
They were treated so unfairly that so many of them immediately are going back to prison or have been shot and killed by the police. There are multiple child molesters, just so unfairly that these guys are in prison. He should just double down and be like, no, it's a blanket pardon. Just come out and be like, yeah, you can do child molestation if you are a supporter of Donald Trump too.
I want to stop the Ukraine-Russia war, and I want to stop it just because I hate to see all these young people being killed. The soldiers are being killed by the hundreds of thousands.
You're starting to put together a plan for like a peace formula or some sort of resolution.
We're talking to both sides.
He's gonna pardon Diddy.
Foreign country having a controlling interest in a U.S. steel company.
Well, let's look at this. When I came here, they were going to buy it, and Biden was going to approve it. All of a sudden, Biden didn't because he heard I wasn't going to. I don't want U.S. steel being owned by a foreign country. They can have they don't have a control. They have an investment. All they're going to have is an investment. I don't mind an investment in a company, but especially U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel for 15 years was the greatest company in the world, the greatest #1 company in the world, and I'm not going to let another country buy it. We had a great meeting on that, but they are allowed to invest in it, and that's simple.
Mr. President, on tariffs, sir, you talked about reciprocal tariffs and everything. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And are you announcing a plan for this week?
I'll be announcing probably Tuesday or Wednesday at a news conference, reciprocal tariffs, and very simply, it's if they charge us, we charge them. That's all.
When is it going to go into effect, sir?
Almost immediately, but I'll be announcing the details of it, highly detailed, and it'll be great for everybody, including the other countries. But if they are charging us 130% and we're charging them nothing, it's not going to stay that way.
This is on every country?
Every country will be reciprocal this way.
Mr. President, can you confirm that
It won't affect everybody because there's some where we have similar tariffs. But the ones that are taking advantage of the United States, we're going to have a reciprocity, it's reciprocal. We're going to have a reciprocal tariff. But we'll have a news conference Tuesday or Wednesday.
Just on the steel question, just so I understand it
We'll
correctly.
be announcing steel tariffs on Monday.
Tomorrow?
Monday, yeah, tomorrow.
What countries will those go on?
Everybody, steel.
Including Canada and Mexico?
Yeah, any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum too.
10%?
No, 25%.
25%?
25 for both.
On steel, sir, are you ruling out then, if on steel having a 51% stake or higher, they won't have a majority stake?
Nobody can have a majority stake for U.S. Steel. They can for other companies, but not for U.S. Steel. I think you agree with that. U.S. Steel was one of our great companies, and through a lot of stupidity and bad government, and also bad management of the company, it lost that luster. But it's going to gain it back, and tariffs are going to help. Tariffs are going to make it very successful, and I think it has good management. Yeah.
Sir, may I ask one, please? Can you tell me, can you confirm that you'll be meeting with MBS and CC of Egypt soon? Will that be at the White House? Or you just meet
Well, I'll be meeting with all of them numerous times, by the way, but I'll be meeting with all of them. And yeah, I think that it's a big mistake to allow people, the Palestinians or the people living in Gaza, to go back yet another time. And we don't want Hamas going back. And think of it as a big real estate site. And the United States is going to own it and will slowly, very slowly, we're in no rush, develop it. We're going to bring stability to the Middle East, to a totally war-torn part of the Middle East. And part of the Middle East that has caused tremendous problem, the Gaza Strip. And we'll own it. It's totally demolished right now. It's a demolition site. It'll be reclaimed. It'll be leveled out, fixed up. There won't be anybody there. Hamas won't be there. We'll be building through other of the very rich countries in the Middle East. They'll be building some beautiful sites for the people, for the Palestinians to live in. They'll be living in harmony and peace probably for the first time in hundreds of years.
And just to clarify, I know you don't want to tell us about your conversation with President Putin, but can you clarify whether you had that since you've been in office, or whether it happened before you became president?
I've had it. Let's just say I've had it. And I expect to have many more conversations. We have to get that war ended. It's going to end, and we have to get it ended. And we have to get it ended soon. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president.
A couple of years ago, your vice president said that suggested that if the Supreme Court rules in a way you don't like, just let them enforce it. Do you agree with that?
Say it in the last part.
Vice President suggested that if the Supreme Court rules in a way that you don't like, they could just enforce it by themselves. Do you agree with that?
I don't know even what you're talking about. Neither do you. Who are you with?
Up close, sir.
Who?
Up close.
No wonder. I thought they died. Are they still around? I haven't read.
You literally gave them access to the Pentagon alongside Breitbart. After cycling out the New York Times. No wonder you're with Huffington Post.
demolished. Everything's demolished. I mean, you can't live in those buildings right now. They're very unsafe. But we'll make it into a very good site for future development by somebody. We'll let other countries develop parts of it. It'll be beautiful. People can come from all over the world and live there. But we're going to take care of the Palestinians. We're going to...
Just not Palestinians. All around the world can come and live in Gaza, just not the Palestinians that live there. Okay? They're there already. We're gonna kick them out. And also, you eating Korean food, my guy? Yes, I am. Insane stuff from Donald Trump.
Anywhere in the world to live in. Hamas has been a disaster. And by the way, safer area. The only reason they're talking about returning to Gaza is they don't have an alternative. When they have an alternative, they don't want to return to Gaza. If they had a home that was safe, where you don't have Hamas threatening them, killing them, torturing them.
Yeah, it's Hamas.
They'd rather not return to Gaza.
It's definitely not Israel that blew up the entirety of the Gaza Strip.
The other regions, the only reason they maybe don't act enthusiastic is they haven't talked to me. They talk to other people, but not to me. When they talk to me, they'll be enthusiastic.
On spending, you found some maybe questionable expenditures, or Elon Musk has found them?
Some questionable. The whole country looks like it's a fraud. It's fraud, waste, abuse, but it's a tremendous fraud. And what Elon and his group of geniuses have found is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And that's just in U.S. AID. Soon we're going into education. You'll find the same thing but bigger. Soon we're going into the military, and you can find a lot of bad things happening there. You'll find it because our government has not functioned properly for many, many years, and we're going to make it function properly. We're even looking at treasuries. There could be a problem. You've been reading about that with treasuries. And that could be an interesting problem because it could be that a lot of those things don't count. In other words, that some of that stuff that we're finding is very fraudulent. Therefore, maybe we have less debt than we thought. I was thinking that before. A lot of things are happening, but Elon's doing an excellent job. We started with 12 guys with high IQs, and now we have 100 guys with very high IQs.
Congress has failed to do their oversight, or do you think your first administration, some of your cabinet agencies
I
failed?
think everybody failed.
You just went on a
Breaking news about Gaza. Trump, if all the hostages are not released by Saturday at 12 noon, the ceasefire should be called off and all hell will break loose. I'm so glad I'm 33 years old. And he's talking about all the hostages, not just the ones that were scheduled for release. As in, Donald Trump is going back to the hostage negotiation and saying, after spending the last week talking about how he's going to own Gaza personally, and how he's not going to let any Palestinian remain there, and that they have no right to return, even though they haven't left yet. They haven't been forced out yet. Now he's pulling the lever off the hostage negotiations and saying, actually, never mind, you're just going to release all the hostages and there's nothing you can do about it. And if that's not the case, all hell will break loose. Which I suspect Israel at this stage is not capable of going back into Gaza on its own. I think you know what that means. You should take back the credit you gave him for stopping the war. You have to be very stupid if you think that I said Donald Trump is earnestly stopping the war. What did I tell you? I told you that this was a brief pause. I will celebrate any kind of stoppage of hostilities. Having said that, I told you consistently that he has a way more nefarious purpose behind his allegiances to Israel, and that he was inevitably looking for a permanent annexation of the West Bank. It's not exactly a prophetic take either. It's the obvious one. foreign correspondent Trey Yingst, who is not exactly a friend to the Palestinians, actively seemingly defending Palestinians, because defending Palestinians at that point is just defending the truth. What's also insane about this process is that when Donald Trump says we are going to destroy if Hamas doesn't release the hostages, or the conditions of the hostages are horrible, and that's why I can't bear it any longer. What he's saying is we're just going to kill all the hostages. That's what he's saying. When he says we're going to take crazy action, he means like he's just going to kill them. He does not care. Here's Al Jazeera interviewing a Hamas official. Hamas official Bassem Naim tells Al Jazeera that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is intentionally sabotaging the ceasefire deal, continuing to blockade, kill Palestinians, and delay negotiations on phase 2.
To all observers, including the mediators, that we have done all what we have to do along the last few weeks. But the Israelis, until now, they are still blocking the humanitarian aid. They are still shooting on Palestinians and killing Palestinians. They are threatening by returning back to war. They have, for example, they have postponed the negotiations for the second phase. Have to start on the day 16 of the first phase agreement. Netanyahu intentionally have postponed the start of the negotiations until he visits Washington, and he is now returning back. He sent yesterday a technical delegation, a very low-profile technical delegation, who is not authorized to negotiate anything, especially from the second phase. Therefore, until now, we didn't start the second phase negotiation, which has to be started 1 week ago. Therefore, he is intentionally planning, and he publicly stated that he is looking for prolonging the first phase and postponing the second phase negotiations. Therefore, they are violating, I think, every observer, every neutral observer will clearly see that the Israelis intentionally sabotaging the deal and undermining the agreement.
So just for the sake of clarity, and now that you're mentioning the phase 2 negotiations, are you saying that the phase 2 negotiations now are stalled?
They didn't start. We cannot talk about stall.
Incredible stuff. This will, I predict, have more dangerous consequences for internal Israeli politics, as the Israeli population has gotten a taste of hostage release, and therefore will understandably demand more, because they recognize it as the only realistic method of extracting hostages alive. Meanwhile, the protests that have started taking place, it seems, are what, settlers in Tel Aviv blocking roads demanding that the government implement the entire agreement? Wait, what? No, these are not settlers in Tel Aviv. These are the protesters that are already started. They're the hostage. They're the pro ceasefire protesters. It's War Monitor. He calls all Israeli settlers. Okay, well, for the sake of clarity here, these are not the West Bank settlers. These are the immediate family members of the hostages, usually. Albeit Israel is a settler colonial project, I think this distinction is important for clarity for people to understand. Very stupid for people to disagree with me on this in this moment. It's an important distinction for the feelings of white Americans? No, it's an important distinction for people to understand what's going on. There are numerous different dynamics happening in Israeli politics. It's like referring to Americans as settlers when you're having a conversation about American citizens is technically true, but probably unhelpful when you're trying to have a normal conversation. They are. I know they are. I know I am. I know. Anyway. There is the Fox pregame interview that we were going to watch, but you know what? Actually, we'll start here and then we'll go back to Israel Palestine.
Thanks for having us. Thank you very much. Happy Super Bowl. Thank you. You know, you are going to be the first sitting president to attend a Super Bowl. It's a big day for America. Always is. What made you want to do it? Well, first of all, I'm very surprised to hear that. I would have assumed any president came. But I think just the spirit of the country. The country's taken on a whole new life. I thought it would be a good thing for the country to have the president get the game. It's an iconic day. It's an iconic day. It's going to be a great game. Two great teams. And let's see what happens. You know, it seems the first days of this administration are like a no-huddle offense. You know, plays going down the field one after another. There's a long list of things you've already got done in 3 weeks. Big border policy changes, ICE crackdown on criminals, taking biological men out of women and girls' sports, big energy policy changes. So what's different with you and your administration? The difference between the 45th president and the 47th president? Well, with the 45th, I had tremendous opposition, but I didn't know people, and I didn't have the kind of support that I needed. I put people in office, some great, some really great ones, but I had some that I wouldn't have put. I would have, known better if it were a couple of years later, or if I had a little more experience in D.C. I was a New York person, not a D.C. person. And I had a lot of opposition. I just noticed, I looked on the stage for the recent inauguration, and I'm looking, it's like a who's who of Washington. Well, if you look on the stage for the first one, it was just the opposite. So some of your plays have raised some questions and had some pushbacks.
Okay, Brett. Dial it back on the fucking football analogies. We get it. You love football. Jesus Christ.
19 states' attorneys general filed a lawsuit, and early Saturday, a judge agreed with them to restrict Elon Musk and his government efficiency team, Doge, from accessing Treasury Department payment and data systems. They said there was a risk of irreparable harm. What do you make of that? And does that slow you down on what you want to do? I disagree with it 100%. I think it's crazy, and we have to solve the efficiency problem. We have to solve the fraud, waste, abuse, all the things that have gone into the government. You take a look at the USAID, the kind of fraud in there. And you found significant things. Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going, where if I read a list, you'd say this is ridiculous, and you've read the same lists, and there are many that you haven't even seen. It's crazy. It's a big scam. Now, there's some good money, and we can do that through any one of a number. I think I'd rather give it to Marco Rubio over at the State Department. Let him take care of the few good ones. So I don't know if it's kickbacks or what's going on, but the people, look, I ran on this, and the people...
Yeah, they're not abolishing U.S. aid. They're not like undermining American imperialism. They're just centralizing it, making it directly, bringing it back directly into the hands of the government. And it's not real waste that they're eliminating here. They're just marketing that. They're marketing it as whatever your whatever they think is like funny or stupid or things that they just don't like. Oh, they're doing gay plays or whatever. There's new parts of the interview that are being aired right now on Fox News.
This to happen to our country. We shouldn't have to be doing this. You said the tariff is a beautiful word. There are some signs in the markets, consumer confidence, that they're a little jittery. So if all goes to plan, when do you think families will be able to feel prices going down, groceries, energy, or are you kind of saying to them, hang on, inflation may get worse until it gets better?
No, I think we're going to become a rich... Look, we're not that rich right now. We owe $36 trillion. That's because we let all these nations take advantage of us. Same thing, like $200 billion with Canada. We owe 300. We have a deficit with Mexico of $350 billion. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let that happen. In the meantime, they're building car plants in Mexico in order to sell cars in the United States. Our auto workers, look at the kind of support I had with auto workers. Republicans don't get that support. I got record support with auto workers. I won the Teamsters Union. I mean, no Republican wins the Teamsters Union. I had support like nobody's ever had because they know I'm right. So in Mexico, they're building car plants all over the place to make cars, sell them into the United States. I said, no way, you're not going to do that. We're going to put big tariffs on those cars. I don't want those cars. We can make those cars right here. You know, you look at Canada. Canada has a very big car industry. They stole it from us. They stole it because our people were asleep at the wheel. So what happens is Canada's going to have our cars, but we're going to take the car industry. If we don't make a deal with Canada, we're going to put a big tariff on cars. Could be a 50 or 100% because we don't want their cars. We want to make the cars in Detroit. Sports has always been something.
It's so funny that he did NAFTA too the first time he was president. And yet, he gets to act like it's totally a separate trade negotiation that happened without his influence.
About how to try to bring the country together, to reach out or to find common ground. Have you thought about that or how that might go?
I'd love to do it. And I can tell you, just prior to COVID coming in, we were doing so well. The greatest we've ever done. There's never been an economy like ours. Anywhere in the world, we were doing so well. We're eating China's lunch. I tariffed China for $700 billion over a period of years. We were doing so well. And then we had the COVID. We had to worry about that. And we took care of it. We did a great job with it. And then it was back to business. But I would say this. We have to come together, but to come together, there's only one thing that's going to do it, and that's massive success. In my first term, when we hit that number, and I mean the day before I heard the word COVID or pandemic, they told me, sir, I think there's a pandemic. That was not a good thing. I said, tell me about pandemics. But the day before we hit that word, I had a meeting with political people and pollsters and everything else, and they said, sir, if George Washington and Abraham Lincoln got together and ran as president and vice president, they couldn't beat you. Our economy was so good. You know that. The best ever, the best we've ever had. And everybody was coming together. I was getting a call from very liberal people, senators, congressmen, people outside, people that normally weren't speaking to me. And they were all they were coming together. Then we had the pandemic and, you know, it was back to work. We had to do that, and I was very proud to have handed over the country, and the stock market was higher than it was previous to the pandemic coming in. It was an amazing achievement. We did a good job, but it was a terrible thing all over the world. Think of it, millions of people all over the world. Countries were destroyed, far worse than what happened to us. I mean, some countries were they're still suffering from the throes of the pandemic. But the word is success. Success will bring the country together, but it's hard. And I say it's hard. I just signed a bill allowing for women not to have to be punished by men in sports. In other words, men are not going to be allowed to play in sports against women. It's ridiculous. You saw, I quoted a couple of things, long distance race where the man won by 5 hours and 25 minutes. 5 hours and 25 minutes, not by 12 seconds. Boxing, you see what happens there. Weightlifting, they're setting records where hundreds of pounds more of it. It's the craziest thing. Now, we're never going to change, and perhaps they're never going to change, because I saw that after I signed the bill, the Democrats were complaining about it. They want men to play in women's sports. Open borders. I don't want to have open borders. I want to have very strong borders. I want people to come in, but they have to come in legally, and they have to love our country. They have to be capable. They have to be merit. You know, we won a big Supreme Court case. It's called merit-based. We have the right to have merit-based.
All right, let's
employment.
talk about.
So it's hard to come together.
So move on, Mr. President.
Some people want a closed border, and some people want an open border. Some people want men playing in women's sports. Some people are big in transgender. The Republican Party isn't. With all of that being said, we were coming together when the country was the most successful it ever was, which was not very long ago during my term.
You say you trust Elon. I mean, you can't imagine a scenario where you would have to rail him in or set up guardrails for him.
Well, I think I have guardrails, yeah. Elon is somebody that I have a lot of respect for, but you have to have guardrails. He reports to me, and he's doing a fantastic job. I wanted somebody who's extremely intelligent. He's that. He's also a good cost cutter. You can't send an average person into that quagmire. It's a very dangerous quagmire. I watched some of these horrible people like Maxine Waters, real sleaze. And I watched her screaming at the security guard or whoever he was. Actually, he was pretty cool.
At the Department of Education.
He was pretty cool standing in front of the Department of Education. She's only looking for trouble. She's not looking to help people
He was pretty
learn.
cool.
Look, tell Maxine and all of her friends that we're last in education. Out of 40 states, we're last. We're number 40. But we're number 1 in cost per pupil. That's all you have to know. We have to make a change. I want to send education back to the states. You know, if you send education to Iowa and to Indiana and to a lot of these states that are so good, to Idaho, they have no debt, they have no crime, they have no this, they have no that. It's like perfect, because the best states are, if you look at the list of the top, the best countries for education, it's Norway and Sweden and Denmark and Finland. And by the way, China's right up there in the top 5, which is pretty amazing for those that say it's too big for that. It's rated in the top 5. We're number 40. And we can have, if you take those states and many others, I think 35 states, they would be as good as Denmark and Norway. They would be as good as the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. They'd be in there. But on a countrywide basis, I think we have 35 states would be in that category. Then you'd have 5 or 6 that would be mediocre, and then you'd have the same ones that are bad on crime and bad on everything probably would be bad on education, but they'd almost be forced to get better. But you could take New York as an example, and you don't have to do 1. You do 5 or 6. You do Suffolk County, you do Nassau County, you do Westchester County, and then you do upstate New York, and you do Manhattan. You know, you have 5 or 6 or 7, and they'd be small enough where they could really give some personalized education. Also, the spotlight would be on them. It wouldn't be a country, it would be just on Manhattan, or it would be on Nassau County or Westchester County.
It's wild that he's just talking about countries with almost entirely public education structures.
It would cost probably half. You know what, Brett? It would cost much.
While simultaneously working to decentralize education to make it easier to privatize. Like, his goal is to decentralize education and easily privatize it. Ironically, while pointing to countries where it's almost entirely public.
Around the world, I want to hit a few quickly. With Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, you said this: the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll own it. That caught a lot of people by surprise. Some positive, but even some of your supporters wondered whether that meant U.S. troops were going to have to be going into a dangerous Middle East conflict. So where is it today?
I've been watching 50 years, 60 years. They go in, they occupy, they get slaughtered, everything's terrible, everyone leaves, they go back. This has been going on for forever, right? Forever. Now it's essentially a demolition site. There's practically no building that's livable in the whole thing, in the whole Gaza Strip. I say we go in, we knock them all down, we just create some, no more Hamas, there's no Hamas there, there's nobody there. We move them into beautiful areas of the Middle East. I'd like to go to Egypt. They have a lot of land. I'd like to go to Jordan. I'd like to go to others. And we'll build beautiful communities for the 1.5 1.9 million people. We'll build beautiful communities, safe communities. Could be 5, 6, could be 2. But we'll build safe communities a little bit away from where they are, where all of this danger is. In the meantime, I would own this. Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians have the right to return?
No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing, much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them. Because if they have to return now, it will be years before you could ever. It's not habitable. It will be years before it could happen. I'm talking about starting to build, and I think I could make a deal with Jordan. I think I could make a deal with Egypt. You know, we give them billions and billions of dollars a year.
So when you hear the pushback from the Middle East, what do you think?
I don't hear that much pushback. A lot of people thought it was a great idea.
That's insane.
Really, a lot of people. And I'm not talking about big money.
He's talking about the
I just
Israelis.
think it would be stabilized if the United States owns the Gaza Strip. If people aren't living on the Gaza Strip,
The only people
and
that don't
Hamas
think this is a
isn't there because
devastating
nobody's
idea is
there,
the
people
Israelis.
aren't there, nobody's going to be there. And later on, it can be developed. You'll give some to Saudi Arabia.
So you're not
give
saying
some-
U.S. troops?
No, you don't need no. Israel will watch it because it's right next to Israel.
And what's
Israel
the
will
time
watch it.
frame? You have a time frame?
I would say let it start almost immediately. I would like to get some land from these others. We'll get Saudi Arabia. We'll get some of the great people. We have incredible people in the Middle East. We'll get these people to finance it. It's not a lot of money. You're talking about building 1.8 million houses. That's not a lot of people, you know, relative to other problems in the world. When you look at what's going on in Ukraine, when you look at what's going on in other places, I mean, in Ukraine.
How is that not as
they
big as
lost
a problem,
1.5
if
million
not much
soldiers
larger?
already between Ukraine and Russia. It's horrible.
Well, let's talk about that. I know you want a Ukraine-Russia peace deal, but how do you get both sides to the table?
I think it's going to happen. I think we've made tremendous progress in the last week.
Is it just a little bit of ethnic cleansing? What's the problem?
I think there's going to be something done, I hope.
Zelensky says that he's up to doing some equity deal where you get rare earth minerals or something.
Well, I've asked them, look, the United States is in for more than $300 billion, probably 350, and Europe's in for probably $100 billion. We're in for more than twice, maybe even 3 times what they are. This should have never happened. Biden should have never let that happen. You know, it happened with NATO when I got in and I equalized. I had it equalized and raised hundreds of billions of dollars. NATO became very rich after me. We were paying almost all of NATO. It was unfair. We take care of the military and then they take advantage of us on trade. You know, they're very tough. I'll tell you what, the EU on trade is horrible. But NATO was very unfair, and I made it fair. I said, look, if you don't pay, we're not going to defend you. And the money came in like nobody's ever seen before.
So
the
you think there's a
Secretary
deal
General
with
just
Ukraine?
left. He said, I've never seen anything. When Trump left, all of a sudden the money started rolling in. These people were all delinquent. By the way, Canada is a very low, you know, we were talking about Canada. Canada is just about the lowest payer in the whole thing, which is very unfair. You know why they're low payer? Because they think the United States is going to take care of them. You think that's fair? It's not fair.
Yeah. Ukraine, though, you think you can get a deal? Do you keep sending American weapons until you do?
No, what I'm saying is the following. They have tremendously valuable land in terms of rare earth, in terms of oil and gas, in terms of other things. I want to have our money secured because we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars. And, you know, they may make a deal, they may not make a deal, they may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian
Quiet
someday.
part out
but
loud,
we're gonna have
baby.
all this
Look,
money
look,
again.
he's doing
And
it
I
again.
said, I want it back. And I told them that I want the equivalent, like $500 billion
Quiet part
worth
out
of
loud.
rare earth. And they've essentially agreed to do that. So at least we don't feel stupid. Otherwise, we're stupid. I said to them, we have to get something. We can't continue to pay this money. You know,
But on the Russian side, how do you get Putin? Do you squeeze him to get him to the table? I mean, how do you...
It would have, look, I say it all the time, this would have never happened if I were president. If the election weren't rigged, this would have never happened. And let's see whether or not Fox lets you put that in, okay? The election weren't rigged, do you hear me, rigged? Let's see, I mean, this would have never happened. It wouldn't happen with Putin, and October 7th would have never happened either. Iran was broke. They were down to their last very small amount of money. Now they have $350 billion, but they have other problems. And you know, let's go back over there, because I'm the weaver. I'm the great weaver. You know that, right? Okay? I'm the great weaver. Somebody said, oh, he rambled. No, only the fake news says that. To weave, you have to be brilliant. To ramble, you don't have to be brilliant.
I'll just get back in the weave there.
No, but,
I get you back.
But I like the
He's
weave
like, come
because
on,
it covers
dude,
a lot
wrap
of
it up.
territory. It covers it much more quickly. But if you look at October 7th, Hamas had no money because Iran wasn't able to pay. Iran had no money. They were down, I had sanctions on them, tremendous sanctions. China wasn't buying oil. I told China, if you buy oil from them, you can't do business with the United States. They took a pass. They were down to nothing. Now they are up to a tremendous amount of money.
Do you think there's a deal there in Iran?
Yeah, I think we're going to make a deal in Iran. I would rather, okay, and there are a lot of people think that we are going to attack
or Israel
Iran.
With our blessing.
Or Israel, but Israel needs us. Everybody needs us. We have the weapons, we have the strength. We're very strong. I rebuilt our military. People forget, I rebuilt our military. Now, they shouldn't have given a lot to Afghanistan, which they did. They gave a lot. There was no reason for that. But we're very strong. We have things that nobody else has. So they need us. But everyone thinks Israel, with our help or our approval, will go in and bomb the hell out of them. I would prefer that not happen. I'd much rather see a deal with Iran where we can do a deal, supervise, check it, inspect it, and then blow it up or just make sure that there's no more nuclear. That we just
a better deal than the Obama nuclear deal.
Well, that was the dumbest thing. By the way, that would have expired by now.
Only because Israel didn't like it,
Chad. A nuclear weapon. It was a short-term deal. You can't make a deal with just a few years on it. That deal would be expired by now. Think of it. And they would have a legal right to have a nuclear weapon. You cannot allow Iran, or just about anybody else, by the way, but especially Iran, because they are very militant. I mean, they're very, very militant. You can't allow them to have a nuclear weapon. But there's two ways of stopping them, with bombs or with a written piece of paper. And I'd much rather do a deal that's not going to hurt them. And I think they wanted to. I think that Iran is very concerned. I think that Iran is very frightened, to be honest with you, because their defense is pretty much gone. Maybe they're trying to get new defense as we speak, meaning air defense. But their defense is largely gone. They've had some very bad moments. The whole thing with the pagers was a disaster for them. The pagers, you know what I'm talking about. It was a horrible thing, but it was, it knocked out a lot of leadership. Like nobody's ever seen before.
Holy shit, he said it was a horrible thing.
I think Iran is very nervous. I think they're scared. I think Iran would love to make a deal, and I would love to make a deal with them without bombing them.
So Iran, you think a deal is possible. China, you're saying maybe there's a deal possible. Have you talked to President Xi?
I think that China is so economic, it's so trade-based, and look, Biden allowed China to go crazy. And we have a deficit with China of over $1 trillion a year. Can you believe it? But with all of that said, China needs us because they take out so much money out of the United States. We're not going to let them take out the kind of money they're taking out now, but we're going to let them take out money, and they're going to do very well. And we want them. I happen to like him a lot, President Xi. Yes. I love talking to him. He's
since the inauguration.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've talked to him. And I talk to his people too. His people come in all the time. We have a very good personal relationship. I don't want to sound foolish because...
But you had him here.
I had him here. I know him very well. I know him probably better than just about anybody in various parts of the world. I know Kim Jong-un from North Korea better than anybody. Most people never even will ever get to talk to him.
I was on that trip. I know.
Yeah,
I remember it well.
You can attest to it.
I want to just hit on a couple other things. Yeah. You had Republican senators here at Mar-a-Lago. They're in kind of a back and forth with the House about the one big beautiful bill, the two bills.
But not much, Brad.
Has anybody figured it out? Have you decided?
The relationship is incredible. We had about 50 of them here last night for dinner at Mar-a-Lago. I think John Thune is doing a fantastic job, and I think that the Speaker, Mike Johnson's doing a fantastic job.
This is the one thing that I'm jealous about with Republicans, where they get to say stuff like this and everybody loves it, where Trump can just say, like, I love China, Chinese prosperity is amazing, President Xi is a great leader, I'm a big fan of him, he's my favorite guy, he's my best bud. And Republicans be like, hell yeah, brother, that's how you do it, diplomacy. Like, if Biden said that, someone would assassinate him. Okay? Like, if Biden was like, yeah, she's my little guy, someone would be like, okay, well, we have to kill him. He's the Manchurian candidate. You know what I mean? No Democrat is allowed to say,
We have a very
we gotta
dangerous
do
thing.
diplomacy. Only dipshits like Trump get to say, I love China.
Ceiling. And the debt ceiling, I call it 1929 because, you know, bad things can happen. It should be just psychological, but it's really probably more than that. We shouldn't have had it. It shouldn't have been ours. It should have been theirs, but somebody made a bad mistake, a stupid mistake, actually. And we inherited. But I can't imagine the Democrats don't want to take care of the debt ceiling because that's, that could be an explosion, the likes of which we've never seen. And I just don't think that's going to happen. I think it's very important that we do the tax bill, and I can't see the Democrats giving people the largest tax increase in history. So we have to extend it and I think make it better, make it even more productive. You know, we can do things that we did even better than we did during the Trump tax breaks.
And you want to raise defense spending?
We want to raise defense spending. I think we have to have it. One of the reasons I can speak with authority is we really do have amazing military, but they're also getting bigger. One of the things I'll be doing with President Xi and
One of the craziest things is that Donald Trump designed the first tax cuts to sunset by the time he was out of office and inevitably hand that to the Democrats as like a tax increase. But he didn't win the second time. So now he's the president. As the tax cuts that he pushed for the middle class and below are slated to sunset. And now he's the president, so he can make it permanent. So it literally worked out in his favor.
crazy to spend the money on things that hopefully aren't going to be used.
I mean, the tough part is that if you don't want to cut entitlements and you do want to add to defense spending and you want to eliminate taxes on tips and you want to make the 2017 tax cuts permanent, that's a lot of money.
But we're going to take in tremendous amounts of money on tariffs. We're going to have tariffs. We're going to take in tremendous amounts of money.
And you think Doge
because
is
it's
going to
unfair.
make up some
It's not
difference?
Doge. Well, Doge is going to make up a lot, but that's unrelated to tariffs. It's not fair that other countries have really taken advantage of us, and it's our leader's fault, but I'm a different leader. It's not fair that other countries have taken advantage of us for so many years, and now all of a sudden we're not allowed to have tariffs, but they've had tariffs for years. You know, they've done this to us for years, and we haven't. And I think reciprocal tariffs, I'll be talking about it. I think probably on Monday or Tuesday I'll have a whole big thing. We have a very sophisticated plan. I want to have tariffs separately from that on steel, on autos, on
Trump and sophisticated
semiconductors and chips, and probably pharmaceuticals.
And you're not worried that any of that's going to go back to the consumer?
It might, but it's ultimately going to be much less expensive.
Oh!
I'll give you an example. The so-called fat drug or fat shot, whatever it's called,
Fat
Ozempic,
shot, Ozempic.
Mounjaro. In London, you get it for $88. In New York, you get it for $1,200. You can't even buy it. It's very unfair. The identical package made in the same factory, shipped to different places, but made literally in the same factory. In London, it's $88, and in New York, it's $1,200, and you can't get it. And the reason is because everything's added on to the United States because the United States has been too nice. You know, I had transparency done, and Biden canceled it. Transparency would have solved that problem. But I'm going to solve it one way or the other, including, you know, they have a certain thing like rent control in New York, and I don't like that. But at some point, nobody's going to, it's not fair that other countries, you go to Canada, all of the drugs are much less expensive. I suggested that some of the governors should go buy their drugs in Canada and send them back to here. It's very simple. So I think we're going to do some amazing things, really amazing.
Last thing, I mean, you have a lot of things on your plate that you're going to do, but right now...
Well, you know, one thing I did last night that's very powerful, really, the straw. They gave us a paper straw. It melts. It's horrible. They should make it in flavors because by the time you finish, it is so horrible. I ended the paper straw. We're going to go back to plastic.
That might be a 90-10 issue.
It's about a 99.
No one loves the
Well, no, but I told you this was a Biden issue, big Biden issue. I'm sure Biden really knew. Somebody put things in front of him and signed whatever they did. I think you're right. It's at least a 90% issue.
Right now, do you view Vice President J.D. Vance as your successor, the Republican nominee in 2028?
No, but he's very capable. I mean, I don't think that I think you have a lot of very capable people. So far, I think he's doing a fantastic job. It's too early. We're just starting. I will say...
But by the time you get to the midterms, he's going to be looking for an endorsement.
Yeah, a lot of people have said that this has been the greatest opening, almost 3 weeks, in the history of the presidency.
It's definitely been the fastest and the most stuff happening.
We've done so much so fast, and we really had to, because they have really, what they've done to our country is so sad. It's so sad. We're going to be bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Mr. President, we appreciate all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Brett.
Bro, that's so funny. J.D. Vance is so
Bring that
cocked.
full interview to you. Up next, President Trump taking executive action just moments ago in the Oval Office. We will go to the White House for an update. Plus the panel on my interview with the...
I love this because he's like, oh, the fat drug, which, hilarious that he's like the fat shot is so expensive in America, right? And what's the solution to the price? Adding additional charges to the American middleman. Instead of regulating the American middleman, instead of doing mass purchases of pharmaceuticals and actually bargaining on the price point at the point of purchase, what we should do is put additional tariffs, like another costly thing that will drive up the cost of this medicine for the average consumer. Great idea. Trump spoke at length about Gaza. Rewind 10 minutes.
Other things we'll be doing. But the biggest thing is reciprocal. We want tariffs to be fair. If they charge us, we charge them. We'll be doing reciprocal over the next, I would say, 2 days, don't you think? 2 days, yeah, maybe.
Yes, I heard the J.D. Vance shade. He was like, no.
I just spoke to him, very fine man, and he has a surplus. I mean, we have a surplus with Australia, one of the few. The reason is they buy a lot of airplanes. They are rather far away and they need lots of airplanes, and we actually have a surplus. It's one of the only countries which we do. And, I told him that that's something that we will give great consideration to.
I regularly go back and forth on whether or not Americans in charge are actually stupid or nefarious. Sometimes I think they can't be this stupid. It must be for a nefarious purpose. Like they want to privatize everything. That's why they're acting like they want to do austerity so they can privatize and make money off of it. And then other times, I do truly think Trump is just too stupid and doesn't understand how tariffs work. And it's not that hard of a concept. I honestly don't think. I don't know. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, he wants to do tariffs because like he has this nefarious purpose behind it. He wants to bully certain sector leaders because like ultimately the people that you're punishing when you do tariffs are obviously always going to be the people that are, in the import-export business. So it's Americans and American consumers that'll get harmed by this. But I do sometimes think he's just like very stupid. That's it.
We have a deficit, a little deficit with Argentina, almost with every country, but Australia, because of the airplanes, they buy a lot of airplanes.
Like the notion that like somehow adding tariffs to Ozempic is going to make Ozempic cheaper, that's insane. Like that makes no sense. Like that's just literally the opposite, right? So he can't, like, what's the nefarious secret propaganda purpose behind him saying this? There is none. I think sometimes it's just him being stupid. This is one of those moments. He won't actually set price checks. He won't actually set price controls on pharmaceuticals He won't actually implement pharmaceutical bargaining, right? At the point of purchase. He won't do bulk purchase of pharmaceuticals because that would be like socialization of some sort. So he's just like, we're going to put tariffs. Like, intrinsically, he understands that there's a need to lower the cost of pharmaceuticals because he reads the room. But he's too stupid and also, I guess, too nefarious in the sense that he knows that he can't actually advocate to lower the price of pharmaceuticals because that's, you know, American businesses would never allow that. He talked about tariffs decades ago. Did he say anything about them in his last term? Yes, he did. He put tariffs on steel. What are you talking about? Carl Icahn left his administration because of some of his tariffs. He did tariffs in the first time, too. That was the one instance where his donors were actually pissed off. Yeah, he put tariffs on China. This time he's going way harder on the tariffs, though.
Surplus. I don't mind. Well, the farmers are going to be helped greatly. Yeah, the farmers are going to be helped greatly because they're not going to be dumping everything into our country. This would be a great bill for farmers. And in terms of retail, it's, as I said, reciprocal. So if they raise it a little bit, they will raise it.
Yeah, he put tariffs first term to destroy NAFTA and create new USA-Mexico-Canada deal that he now hates. Yeah. He's like, who did that Mexico deal and Canada deal? I hate that guy. I hate it. NAFTA 2, they're calling it. I think it was Biden.
Dramatically. So I don't think it helps for them to retaliate. But also remember this, they can't really retaliate because we're the piggy bank. We're the piggy bank. But if we don't do this, we won't be the piggy bank for long. We won't be much of a country. Mr. President, I think it's terrible. Look, I looked at the hostages that came in, and they're emaciated.
What? Someone in the chat said, shouldn't we support the annexation of Canada? Because it will give America more trains. No, chatter. Okay, you're joking. But also, no. I do not want to destroy Canada any further than it has already destroyed itself, okay? I know it's a joke.
It looked like something.
At first I thought you were...
It's an absolute disgrace. And I think they saw the way the world viewed it, and they're looking for a reason not to send more because they're all... You take a look at it, it looks like it was a concentration camp, which essentially it was.
Oh yeah, by the way, Israel has made it illegal for NPR journalists to actually take photos of anything on the ground. According to NPR, I listened to this morning, and it's important to note that Israel prevented us, according to Jordanian authorities, from taking photographs on the ground of what we were seeing. The only thing we could take photos of once we landed were the buffer zone and the helicopter. So Israel is allowing some Americans to actually go along the Jordanian air corridor that they've created for aid, where the Jordanian Air Force is able to land on the outskirts of Gaza and basically deliver aid that way, even though trucks are obviously still far better and far faster at delivering a lot more aid. But they're still holding out on allowing as many trucks as possible. But the Israeli government is allowing people to basically go into Gaza now, foreign journalists to go into Gaza through that Jordanian air corridor, and they are not allowed to film anything on the ground, which is insane. I don't know if it's true, but I heard Canada is preparing for the U.S. to declare war. Wait, what? Declare war to what? Gaza? Like, what do you mean? I think it's a misunderstanding of the hot mic moment where Justin Trudeau's leaked conversation caused a lot of commotion, where he said, "You should take Trump's threats of annexation more seriously." I certainly am. Something along those lines. Which is also definitely something terrifying for a foreign leader to openly admit. I recognize that. But let's continue.
Holocaust. And what a sad thing. One of them was a young man, good-looking guy, a little bit heavier than perhaps he could have been, and now he looks like he's...
Bro, he's fat-shaming one of the Israeli hostages before pictures, dude. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Not even recognizable. Not even recognizable. Look, I can tell you that those people have been badly hurt, both mentally. I'm talking about the young women that came out also previously. And I think one of the reasons they're doing this is because they're probably sending the best. What you see is probably the best, because they want to send people that look at least healthy. And that's not healthy. These people have been badly hurt. They've been interviewed by our representatives. They've been interviewed by Israeli representatives, and they're really hurting. They are really...
This is part of the process that only became a point of contention because Israel realized that like there was a lot of social media chatter about the horrifying conditions of Palestinian detainees that were released from Israeli prisons. So they decided to do a little projection, as they always do, and say, look at the horrible conditions of the Israeli hostages that are being released from Palestinian hands. And immediately, everyone in mainstream media jumped on it after radio silence on the thousands of Palestinians that have been released from Israeli detention, okay, held hostage in Israeli detention, where they were deliberately tortured, okay, deliberately tortured. All it takes is for Israel to say, look at our hostages. The media does not cover it even a little bit. And then they turn around and start covering it in the opposite direction. And nobody even asked the question like, oh, why were the hostages looking emaciated? Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that aid was not allowed into the Gaza Strip. You know, they were ducking bombs. They were dodging bombs from Israel. It's so gross, though, that the media did not cover, even a little bit, the conditions of the Palestinian hostages that were released. And immediately, as soon as Israel says, like, oh, look at our hostages, they're, they look like Holocaust survivors, everybody, including the president, starts chiming in. Unimaginably frustrating set of circumstances. I hate it. I hate it so much.
Really hurting, mentally and physically. And I think Hamas is looking at that and saying, well, it's not going to get much better than that, because they probably send out their best as a representative, and they've got more to send out, and they probably feel that they can't do that because it's not going to make them look very good. Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that be because that's Israel's decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday,
there's this as well.
I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off. And I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday. And if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday.
There is 0% chance Witkoff thinks this is an appropriate thing for Trump to say, by the way. There is 0% chance the Israeli negotiators think this is an appropriate thing for Trump to say. There's only 2 people on the planet that like Donald Trump saying this. Benjamin Netanyahu and maybe Miriam Adelson. That's it. Virtually everyone else involved in this is like, dude, what the hell? This is off the cuff. Why are you are about to nuke this deal. Okay, there's more than two people. Smotrich, Ben Gvir, Ben Shapiro. There's plenty of people that will like this, but I'm saying like people with actual direct involvement. Because even Smotrich and Ben Gvir do not have direct involvement with the hostage negotiations. The Israeli hostage negotiation team and Benjamin Netanyahu have direct involvement. And out of all of those people that have direct involvement, it's Benjamin Netanyahu that actually likes that Donald Trump is saying this sort of thing. Here are some of the other highlights here. President Trump said on Monday that if Hamas does not release all the hostages it is holding in Gaza by Saturday 12 at noon, the ceasefire agreement should be canceled. Why it matters, Trump's public ultimatum comes after Hamas announced earlier Monday that it intends to suspend the release of 3 Israeli hostages scheduled for Friday due to Israeli violations, which they did violate, by the way. They violated quite a bit, but they weren't even saying Israel's spoiling this hostage negotiation because they're bombing and killing people still after a ceasefire was supposedly implemented. They literally are not getting the aid that Israel said Israel said that they would let in to the Gaza Strip. Trump said this was his personal opinion and Israel may not accept it, but his statement could encourage Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the decisions he will bring to the Political Security Cabinet for approval tomorrow. He's so cucked, by the way. He's like, oh yeah, this is my take, off the cuff. That's why I'm saying it's like totally off the cuff that he just dropped that. Such a baboon. What they say, if they are not released by 12 noon on Saturday, I say call it off, and then everything is open. Let all hell break loose. He emphasized that Hamas is looking for reasons not to release additional hostages because they're severely damaged both physically and mentally. What you see are probably the hostages in the best condition, also Hasbara. Trump made it clear that he expects the release of all 76 remaining hostages held by Hamas. I don't want to trickle, not 3 and then 2. I want them all, he said, adding that he believed many of the hostages were dead.
At 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say...
Fuck Palestine, give it back to Israel where it belongs. Good old chatter.
All hell is going to break out, and I don't think they're going to do it. I think a lot of them are dead. I think a lot of the hostages are dead. I think it's a great human tragedy. What's happened? How people can be that mean to do. And the one guy was laughing when a hostage he thought his family was alive. Found out the family was dead, and his captor, so to speak, his captor.
Dog, what are you talking about? That's early October. He literally is talking about that one parent from early October who was embarrassed when his daughter was released.
Started laughing because he thought it was so funny. You know, this is a different group of people. No.
Wait, what? What is he talking about? No. He's talking about the old man who got excited, the Irish guy, the Irish Israeli guy, who was like, oh, thank God my daughter is dead. Thank God my daughter is dead. And then that kind of threw a wrench in the relationship between him and his daughter when she was released. Do you guys not remember? There was one of the fathers of the people that were one of the girls that was presumably killed. Now, a hostage was released who said he was looking forward to being with his kids, not knowing they died while he was captive. Oh, that's what he's talking about? Oh, there's another. This is a different hostage story.
Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after breakout. And I don't think they're going to do it. I think a lot of them are dead. I think a lot of the hostages are dead. I think it's a great it's a great human tragedy. What's happened? How people can be that mean to do. I mean, the one guy was laughing when one of the hostages, he thought his family was alive, found out the family was dead, and his captor, so to speak, started laughing because he thought it was so funny. You know, this is.
Oh, this is a totally separate story. I don't know what the hell this is. He's saying that the Hamas guys were laughing at the guy.
This is a different group of people. No, I would say Saturday at 12, we want them all back. I'm speaking for myself. Israel can override it.
Yeah, I have not heard the story. I feel like it's Trump. I feel like he's saying the story from 2 days ago. They laughed at him. What is this? What? I don't know what the story is. I haven't heard it. Defending Hamas is crazy. Hamas with a double M. Hassan with 2 S's. Defending Hamas with double M. He's weaving a tapestry. The laughing didn't happen, but he's talking about the Beavis family. Yes, the bombing would of course result in killing every remaining hostage at this point.
But from myself, Saturday at 12 o'clock, and if they're not here, all hell is going to break out. We've spoken to a lot of Palestinians. They would love to leave Gaza.
He's referring to the hostage family of the last release, who found out after that release his family is dead. The news was broken to him by the Israeli family. He didn't find out from Hamas, so how can they laugh at him? Yeah, I don't know why he just like added that. He's talking about the Beavis family. One of the hostages that was released found out that his family actually died on October 7, was killed on October 7. And the news broke not in front of Hamas, but the news was delivered to him after he had made his way to Israeli hands. So I don't know why they're saying that. I'm sure Trump didn't just make this up on his own, though. He is not creative enough to make this shit up on his own. He probably heard it from somebody.
They could find a place to be, and I've spoken to various leaders of various countries in the not so, distant area from where we're talking about, the Gaza Strip, and I think they were very positive about providing land. What we need is land, and if we could build a nice place for people to live safely, everybody in Gaza would do it. They've been persecuted, they've been spit on, they've been treated like trash, and they would love to get out of Gaza, but until now they never.
By who, man? Who's been spitting on him? This is the craziest part about Trump's bobbing and weaving, is that like he knows it's Israel, but he won't say it because he's the most pro-Israel guy out there, you know? It's like, oh yeah, it's just magically the people of Hamas is being dominated. I won't say by who.
They had an alternative. Now they have an alternative. And as far as Hamas is concerned, you're seeing the real Hamas now with the hostages. Yeah.
Mama Bear Trap, thank you for the 10 gifted. Yeah, he also thinks that Jordan, not realizing that if he does not solidify support for the Egyptian government or the Jordanian government, once again, this is like saying we're going to abolish USA. You don't give money and weapons to the Egyptian government and the Jordanian government because you like them. You give them that money so they remain vassal states, client states, so they remain subservient to your interests in the region. So when you actually remove some semblance of power from the Egyptian government, whether it is the economic aid that you're offering to the Egyptian government, or whether it's the weapons that you're giving the Egyptian military, what ends up happening is the people overthrow the Egyptian government, and now you have lost a valuable ally on the other side. Okay? This is something that I don't know if Trump understands or not. Like, I don't get it. I think he thinks that we're giving money to the Egyptian government because we like them or something, or maybe because like Joe Biden is woke. Like, what the fuck is he thinking? He was president already. He knows how this works. Like, does he think that the reason why we're giving weapons and also money to the Egyptian government is because we really like them, because we're woke, because Barack Obama was a Muslim? Does he not understand that? Yeah, oh, here it is, exactly. The aid is America incentivizing both countries to be at peace with Israel. Can anyone explain this to Trump? Preferably with big pictures. Like, the reason why Jordan and Egypt say they cannot have additional Palestinian refugees, okay, is also not because they're like, oh, we hate the Palestinians, okay? It's partially because the country, especially Jordan, is comprised almost entirely of Palestinians. So it's already a hard enough bargain for him to control the population of Palestinians without them rising up and executing him in Jordan. And the same goes for an inevitable coup that can happen in Egypt as well. The reasons as to why they can't take on 500,000 Palestinians because these are both not real states. They're holdover states at this point. They would not exist without endless American support, or at least Egypt would not exist without endless American support, especially in the ways that it currently exists. And Jordan is already a holdover state that the British had designed, that America took over anyway. So for either of these countries, the burden of hundreds of thousands of refugees is going to collapse them. The political troubles that will unfold in both of these nation states, especially when you have an influx of people that are being forcibly removed from their lands, okay, is going to create mass mobilization, popular mobilization. And when you also deny the government aid, they're not going to be able to save themselves. You are just going to collapse these governments. It is going to lead to a larger problem for Israel. Of course, after that point, you got to go, oh, Hamas took over Egypt and Jordan. Who could have foreseen this? These are, I can see it right now. Oh, Muslim Brotherhood overtakes Egypt. Okay, Hamas overtakes Jordan. All of a sudden, Israel has to defend itself from Egypt and Jordan. Now, the popular mobilization of countries that are against Israel is far larger. Now we have to send in American troops into the region to stabilize it. Otherwise, Israel cannot actually defend itself. Israel won't be able to defend itself against Egypt and Jordan. Now we have to work against these additional Iranian proxies that we created. Why is bro simming World War III? I'm just telling you how things will actually work by judging how things have worked in the past. This already happened in Egypt. They had to do a very bloody military coup in Egypt to reinstate an American-backed ally. The only thing that's like stopping this from happening is, I hope, the reality that, you know, there's at least people in... Bro, you seem so lib-coded right now. Yes, dude, I'm so lib-coded. Sisi is very much pro-Israel. That's a good thing in my opinion. I hope the Egyptian government collapses. I'm sorry, but Trump is right. Why are you defending the Egyptian government? It's a dictatorship. I hope the people overthrow it. It's the US that's supporting the Egyptian dictatorship. I love that I already explained this. You think I don't understand this reality. I simply don't think it is appropriate, ethical, or just to forcibly remove 1 million Palestinians and put them in the fucking Sinai desert. I'm simply saying that this process, in order for it to be kickstarted, is not going to be an organic popular uprising. It has to happen with, 1, 500,000 Palestinians being forcibly removed and ethnically cleansed from their ancestral homelands into the Sinai, okay? And then in that process, Egypt is going to experience a tremendous amount of instability, political instability. This does not actually make sense from a pro-American State Department position. This is why I'm saying, despite my opinions on American destabilization efforts that USAID also plays a role in, I still understand that USAID also does a lot of good initiatives around the world. They do that to serve a higher interest, to serve the interest of the State Department, to basically create soft power for themselves. And what's ridiculous is, you know, Trump saying that they're going to abolish USAID. They're not going to, but again, it's basically destroying your goals, your own agenda, if your goal is American domination. Same goes for removing aid from Egypt. Do you understand? Why do you want America to stabilize the current Egyptian government? I don't care for America to stabilize the current Egyptian government. I think it would be much better if Egypt had a true democratic process, a popular uprising that allowed Egyptians to vote for whoever they wanted to vote for and not be ruled by an American proxy. Okay? That is not my position. My position is not that like America must be restored. The American proxy must be all powerful in Egypt. I'm simply saying that from Trump's position, this doesn't make sense. Do you not understand this argument? It's not my position. I'm saying it's literally from Trump's perspective, his actions are actually harming his own position. Just like with USAID, I'm giving you another example. Oh. Like when I say it doesn't make sense that Donald Trump wants to abolish USAID if his goal is American domination, why does that read to you as, oh, you just want USAID to continue destabilizing foreign nations? Like why is that your takeaway from this? My point is, this is unless Donald Trump is secretly JD Pandon, okay, and wants to undermine American hegemony, it is ridiculous for him to move in this direction. It makes no sense. Trump has said he doesn't want to interfere in other countries' matters and only cares about Americans. So why do you think he should not be doing what he's doing? He never said he wants American domination, because I'm not the dumbest person on the planet. And I was alive when and a political commentator when Donald Trump was president, when he repeated those positions and then never followed through on them. This is the man who assassinated Qasem Soleimani. Okay. What are we talking about? He doesn't want American domination. He wants Israel to do whatever Israel wants to do in the region. That's why he threw away the Iran denuclearization agreement. What he says does not matter in this process. You literally have to be the dumbest person on the planet if you think like, oh, well, Trump said this. Yeah, I know. He says a lot of things and then never follows through on them. Or he says a lot of things and then immediately undermines what he is saying. Unless you personally think Donald Trump is actually invested in being the peace candidate. Yeah, Trump said he's going to lower prices too. Does it feel like he's lowered prices yet? I feel like you're doing, I swear this is what Trump wants point of view, which is really ass backwards. Wait, what? No, I'm saying Trump's position always is going to be to continue American dominance. That was his position the first time around. That is precisely what he followed through on in his first administration. Even the tariffs and the back and forth on the tariffs is like classic Trump. He did this last time too.
I think other countries will take also. They have good hearts. I think they'll take.
But what about the Palestinians who just won't leave? Our team has spoken to many.
They're all going to leave when they have a place that's a better alternative. When they have a nice place that's safe, they're all going to leave. It's a hellhole right now.
But how are you so sure? Would the U.S. force them to leave?
You're going to see that they're all going to want to leave.
Mr. President, when it comes to Saturday at noon, there's an American hostage who's still being held by Hamas right now. Are you worried about
Look, you know.
Yeah, that was in 2019, by the way. I'm pleased to inform you that the United States of America has reached a signed agreement with Mexico. The tariffs scheduled to be implemented by the U.S. on Monday against Mexico are hereby indefinitely suspended. Mexico, in turn, has agreed to take strong measures to stem the tide of migration through Mexico. Oh my God. Donald Trump also did the tariff thing once again. Look at that. Lo and behold, he's doing all the things that he's been doing. He's just doing a repeat.
So are they alive? Are they not alive? But I saw the condition. When I saw the condition of the last ones that came out, and the women too, everybody. The one woman had her hand blown off because she was trying to stop a bullet being fired at her, okay? What kind of a situation is that? You saw her. I just think it's time to either you release everybody. They're not going to be alive right now based on what I saw over the last 2 days. They're not going to be alive for long. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, it's going to be a different ballgame.
Mr. President, when you say all hell is going to break loose, are you speaking about retaliation from
You'll find out, and they'll find out too. Hamas will find out what I mean.
Mr. President,
they're going to find out what I mean. These are sick people.
Yeah, here, this is Peter Beinart, or not Peter Beinart, Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. This is not the first time Trump has shocked Jordan's Abdullah. In his first term, as reported in The Divider, Trump once called and said, "We've got a great deal for you. We're going to give you the West Bank." Abdullah panicked. "I thought I was having a heart attack." Okay. That was not Trump's plan. He said he called Steve Mnuchin in the middle of a meeting with the king in Davos and had his Treasury Secretary pass the phone to Abdullah. Trump had something to give him. As the king later related the story, their call went like this: "Abdullah, we've got a great deal for you. We're going to give you the West Bank." And then he hung up. To Abdullah, this was hardly a great deal. The last thing a Jordanian king wanted was the control of the West Bank. As it was, Jordan already played host to more than 2 million Palestinian refugees in addition to its own Palestinian population. Radical Palestinians had assassinated Abdullah's great-grandfather and sought to overthrow his father. Taking possession of the West Bank could topple the Hashemite monarchy. With Trump's words still ringing in his ears, Abdullah panicked. "I thought I was having a heart attack," he told an American friend. "I couldn't breathe. I was bent, doubled over." Fortunately for Abdullah, Trump's crazy idea never went anywhere, nor did it leak. The secret overture might have been far more disruptive than the embassy move had it become public. I know what Trump said earlier. We already covered it when he was when we watched it about how he's going to buy Gaza, how he's committed to buying and owning Gaza, and we might give it to states in the Middle East to build sections of it. There's nothing to move back into. The place is a demolition site. The remainder will be demolished. Everything is demolished. Trump personifies a stupid person who thinks they're really smart. As someone from Jordan, Abdullah was in 2016 and 2019 doing tours of the Jordanian tribes to beg them for support because he's being pressured to give away Jerusalem. Trump doesn't understand anything about how the Middle East works. Yeah.
And they'll find out what I mean Saturday at 12 and 12.
But no involvement
How about
with
the
you.
Palestinians from the West Bank? Are they going to be relocated too? What's your
Well,
position
right
on the
now,
West
no,
Bank?
right now they're there, and I assume they want to remain there. It's different. They're there. It's never been like what we're talking about with the Gaza Strip.
So they're going to continue there? You have no
I have no plans there.
Mr. President, regarding the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, Democrats, including Elizabeth Warren, have said that by freezing it, it's giving big banks and giant corporations the green light to scam families. Your response?
Pocahontas, the faker. You know, that was set up to destroy people. She used that as her little.
He's talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The people's champion, by the way. Trump just admitting that if Israel destroyed the West Bank, he'll let them annex it. Yeah, of course. And other chatters are saying, like, yeah, giving the West Bank to Jordanian control would give Israel all of the final preparations to completely overtake Jordan as well. In a similar structure to how they've dominated Gaza and the West Bank in general. It is a part of the grand design for the region, and also happens to coincide with the greater Israel project. They're already working on, they've already accelerated the destruction of the West Bank. It's the same playbook since day one.
Personal agency to go around and destroy people. And she's a fake. Just like she said she was an Indian, and she wasn't an Indian. You have more Indian blood in you than she has. She went to college based on the fact that she was an Indian. She got jobs based on the fact that she was an Indian. She's a fake. And it worked. I mean, it worked. A lot of great people. I'll tell you, before I ever heard the term, people would come up to me in the Midwest and areas that say, "Sir, I'm being destroyed by them." They use that to destroy people. She's a nasty woman. She's a really nasty woman, despite her phony beer commercial. We did the right thing. That was a very important thing to get rid of.
Can you confirm?
And it was also a waste. I mean, number one, it was a bad group of people running it, but it was also a waste. If you looked at when she really ran it, wow, that was a vicious group of people. They really destroyed a lot of people.
And you can confirm it's your goal is to have it totally eliminated, the agency?
He's talking about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau while, shitting on Elizabeth Warren. Eyes on the prize. He's saying that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is bad and it was destroying the lives of people. And it's true. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was destroying some people's lives. It's just that those were horribly fraudulent corporations who made money exclusively by defrauding you. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau cost $1 billion. It was able to bring back $18 billion of stolen earnings, fraudulent payments, and things of that nature. Okay? It was fantastic. Predatory lenders, things of that nature were tackled under the CFPB. The people that are excited about this are credit card companies, cryptocurrency schemers, and the like. Okay? So remember that.
Yeah, because we're trying to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse.
What's next?
And didn't I hear that somebody made like $38 million or something running a little agency? What was her name? What was her name? And what did she do? And what was that all about? All the money that she made? Does anybody know? Okay. Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
Good to see you. The latest CBS poll has your approval ratings at an all-time high, despite all these controversial subjects and executive orders that you're doing. Want to get your thoughts on that?
Yeah, because Americans are dumbasses. Like, they're simply put. There's no other way to analyze or interpret the situation other than the fact that Americans are unimaginably stupid. Okay? That's it. They're dumb as hell. And they think they're dumb as hell. And they think that Donald Trump is doing a great job. Part of that is because at least he's doing a job. This is something that you have to remember. Americans are so used to their politicians doing nothing, and for the past 4 years being led by an actual carcass, that Donald Trump comes across as dynamic. What? I'd like to catch the Fade-a-thon. I'd like to see how good your boxing is. I want to find out how flexible your joints are. Mutual combat is legal in Texas under 2206. Ask me how I know, Hassan. That's such a funny way to try to fight me. Like, why do you have to be all like, why do you have to go about it in the most like legal way possible? If you want to say like you want to kill me or whatever, you should just stop being a pussy and say it out loud. You make it seem like you're propositioning me to suck my cock. Excuse me, sir. I would like to do a legal combat with you. I would like to see if your penis could fit inside of my mouth, please. Didn't say that. Just want a gentleman challenge. Okay. Why are you always sniping the dumbest losers? Because it's kind of funny. Come on, that's a funny fucking take. It's like, I combat you to hand it to a gentleman's bout.
How you've really connected to mainstream America.
Yeah, I have high approval ratings because I'm using common sense, whether it's getting men out of women's sports. What goes on with the boxers and with the weightlifters and with the swimmers?
Yeah, he's just like, okay, this is irrelevant nonsense. So, yeah, if you're wondering why he's so popular, it's because, one, there's no opposition. There's no real opposition, and the opposition that exists is like very unpopular. The Democratic Party is unimaginably unpopular. That's number one. Number two, Americans, after 4 years of being led by a carcass, are finally seeing someone that they consider to be dynamic and is like at least doing something. They're not really considering the impact of his agenda. Okay? They're not considering the devastating consequences of his agenda. They're just looking at him and going, "Oh, he's doing stuff. I think it's good." It'll take a while for people to start recognizing that things are not good at all. That's usually how this works. Okay? And especially with no competent counterbalance, no competent counterweight to Donald Trump's madness, there is no way for Americans to truly understand how devastating Trump's agenda is. Okay? No one is communicating. No one is communicating why what Donald Trump is doing is awful. And the areas that they choose to defend are like U.S. aid, which for many Americans, they don't understand. The average American doesn't understand why U.S. aid is important. They don't think about it like, oh, you know, this is a part of like America being a hegemonic superpower. Even then, many Americans, if given the option, would probably say, yeah, I just want money to be spent here. Okay? I want to see if a domestic terrorist, just say you're afraid of a one-on-one fist fight, Hassan. Why are you scared? You got the height advantage. Just say you're afraid of a one-on-one fist fight, Hassan. I want to see if a domestic terrorist got hands, Hassan. Dude, why the fuck would I ever be anywhere near you? Why would I ever want to go anywhere near you? You unwashed fucking loser. How is this? How should this be interpreted in any way, shape, or form aside from a dude who is a creepy ass stalker? Oh, dude, you don't want me to suck your penis, dude? I guess you're afraid. I guess you're afraid, dude. Just say you're afraid. Yeah, dude, I am. I'm fucking terrified of your creepy ass. What do you mean? I don't know you. Yeah, I'm scared of being around a gross fucking dude who's actively saying they want to come around me and see how flexible I am. Yeah, I think that's weird. Okay? I think that's creepy as fuck. Because we handle our differences in fights in Texas, you scared as fuck? Oh my God. Stop picking on preteens. His name is OJ's parole officer. This person is not a preteen. He is a divorced dad. I like that in his mind, though, he's basically decided that he is not like a creepy ass fucking stalker, but actually instead a combatant, you know, like a brave warrior. I'm good, man. I'll let time run its course instead for you. You know what I mean? If this is the energy that you carry into a fucking random Twitch stream, you're already living on borrowed time to begin with, especially in Trump's America when they abolish the remaining healthcare industry that you had. Yeah. Let's continue.
And everything's so ridiculous. And I think it's a 90% issue. And, you know, the amazing thing, the Democrats are still fighting for it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I think we should go to Congress also, have that cemented and, you know, make it indelible. But we, you know, it's, to me, it's all common sense. Who wants an open border where prisons are dumped into our country, where prisoners are led into our country, many of whom are murderers, many of whom murdered far more than one person, and they're now roaming our country. Who wants that? I mean, it's...
Yes, well, as you know, Mr. President, since you issued your day one executive orders...
Wait, what?
Border crossings are down approximately 95%.
Yo, Kirko posted... One Osama Sun song could snap Kanye back into reality, says Hassan Piker. It was break his brain so hard. Not Bin Laden, man. Osama Sun. His artistic expression is not up to par. Like, I feel like if you made him listen to like a one Osama song or whatever, he would have he would snap back to reality almost. Like, it would break his brain so hard. Like, a lot of where rap is going right now with, you know, underground artists and underground music. No, not Bin Laden, man. Osama Sun. Like worked in law enforcement for 8 years, Hassan. Not scared of you or any of these twinks on here. Oh, dude. Oh, dude, the situation is more dire than I thought. Former beat cop. I was right, by the way. Definitely not a preteen. Absolutely. Absolutely a divorced dad. I previously said 35, but now I'm thinking plus 40. Once again, living on borrowed time, baby. Living on borrowed time, dude. You're one accidental discharge away from never actually being able to type in this chat chat ever again. You know what I mean? Like, please put your gun in a safe, chatter. Don't forget to put a lock on there, okay? Don't think you're John Rambo. Don't put it in your pants. You're going to blow your shit off. Not that you're using it, but you're going to blow it up for sure. You don't understand. I was a law enforcement officer in the state of Texas for 8 years, brother. I will suck and fuck you in ways that you've never even thought possible. Okay? I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of your goddamn twinks in your chat, even though I sometimes masturbate vociferously to the thought of being dominated by the twinks in your community. Texas style. Account suspended? Aw, damn. Sorry, chatter. Turns out you can't do that even through like the legal confines. You can't demand that a Twitch streamer meet you in the hand-to-hand combat arena. Like they still interpret that as a death threat. He just wants to get you the same way you got his buddy. Oh yeah. Hey, dude was a Uvalde vet. Yeah. Saying Ye doesn't have his artistic creativity and saying he's always evolved with times. Okay. Asmongold fans are so funny. They watch Asmongold all day. They're, you know, you got a former law enforcement, former beat cops watching Asmongold, fantasizing about like kinetically engaging with me. Come to the state of Texas, all right? I'll show you what's what. I'll show you a real suck job, brother. Asmongold's fans that come in here are some of my favorite haters. Like it's even worse than other content creators because like every content creator and their fandom has like a unique style, right? They usually emulate the content creator and his speech patterns. Like Sex Pest in his community always says like, holy, like they love typing holy. Oh, you're so stupid. You have no idea what's going on. Holy. Foot soldiers have a unique perspective as well, where it's like they don't fully grasp the situation, right? They'll just kind of be like, please watch the video over and over again. But the Asmongold ones are my favorite because they truly are like oblivious to what they're even angry about. Like they want to repeat what Asmongold has said, or they don't fully understand like what the problem is, right? So they just kind of come in here and they're like, I heard you're a terrorist supporter. I'll show you terrorism. I heard you did 9/11. like they heard certain points being addressed, didn't fully comprehend what the points were, and they're just simply angry, and they know I'm a libtard and I must be destroyed. So they heard like maybe 9/11 or October 7 or something, and they're like, yeah, I heard you did October 7. It's time to do hand-to-hand combat, big guy. I love it because they are definitely the most illiterate out of all of the haters. Is my favorite. Asmongold was defending your ass yesterday and his chat was losing their minds. That's what I'm saying. Even if Asmongold was defending me, they don't understand. They're like, no, this guy is a bad guy because he's a libtard, right? So like, even if Asmongold was like, hey, nah, I don't know if I agree. I think this guy, he says a lot of crazy stuff, but he has the right to say it, right? His chatters are like, instructions unclear. I have to go over there and give him a suck job. No. It's the best. Asmus chat was very confused at the compilation of you shitting on liberals. Oh man, maybe I picked up some fans off of that one. They were probably like, well, why is he shitting on liberals? Isn't he a liberal? He hates himself. Classic libtard. Anyway. Yeah, we down here in Texas, we settle our differences differently. I'll give you the greatest suck job you've ever done seen, brother man. All right. We already covered the
Let's get more
Hamas
now
stuff,
on that breaking
but
news in the past few minutes. Hamas.
No, he defended liberals instead of me? Really? I'm surprised.
Says the planned release of Israeli hostages due on Saturday has been postponed until further notice. Let's cross to Jerusalem. Our Middle East correspondent Alistair Bunkle joins us now. This feels like it's the biggest setback so far since the ceasefire agreement started taking place, Ali, 22 days ago.
Yeah, very much so. There have been road bumps along the way that tend to have been smoothed out and sorted out by the mediators, but this definitely does seem to be the biggest threat to derail the ceasefire so far. It comes from a statement from a Hamas spokesman. Quite a lot to sort of unpack in this because it is very significant. Now, they say...
Yes, Dr. Felipe, I am familiar. I know that the Eric Adams charges have been dropped. I know. He's a free man, okay?
They claim that over the last 3 weeks, during the ceasefire, there have been repeated violations by Israel, including delaying the return of the displaced to the northern Gaza Strip. Now, that did happen, but it happened because Israel was angry at chaotic and dangerous scenes surrounding the release of 2 Israeli hostages, Arbel Yehud and Gadi Moses, when they were surrounded by hundreds, possibly thousands of Palestinians at the moment of their release. Israel was angry by that, and they delayed the withdrawal of their forces from part of the Netzrim corridor, which in turn delayed Gazans being allowed to go north. But it did resolve itself, and Gazans can now pass from south to north of Gaza. They also say they accuse Israel of targeting Gazans with shelling and gunfire. Again, this has happened, but Israel says that it has been at times when their soldiers who remain in the Gaza Strip have felt under threat from Gazans approaching them or coming near them, and they've either fired in the air or fired at them. So there have been a couple of examples of that, but Israel defends itself in that way. And Hamas also say there's been a failure to bring in relief supplies in all their forms as agreed upon. Now, I need to go and check the figures on this. I know, speaking to a very senior World Food Programme executive here a number of days ago and he had been in and out of Gaza quite regularly over the last week or two, about how the humanitarian situation is. And I think we've heard similar as well from a British official who's now senior at the United Nations, Tom Fletcher, who's currently in Gaza, saying that the risk of famine has been averted. Hundreds of trucks are getting into Gaza. Many, many more are needed.
So what are they complaining
the
about?
general
Nice
impression I was
take.
getting is that actually humanitarian aid is getting in.
Why don't you say if it's sufficient humanitarian aid, or more importantly than sufficient humanitarian aid, the pre-established number? Interesting.
in the kind of volumes that is now needed. So that would seem to undermine the Hamas claim.
This is, dude, this stuff is so incredibly frustrating. And it is truly wild that after 16 months have passed, the media hasn't stopped doing this even a little bit. Like they routinely just take the Israeli position and repeat it. No critical thinking whatsoever. No like, hey, let me just explain what's actually going on. They rarely ever even factor in Western NGOs and their assessment, as long as it undermines the Israeli position. The New York Times is definitely the worst offender on this. Like, I truly don't know if there is a Western outlet that is as bad as the New York Times. Like, I think, especially given its position as like the objective arbiter of the truth, quote unquote, right? The New York Times, I think, plays a much worse role overall. Plays a much worse role than Fox News does even. It's really, really bad. It's like New York Post level, but it's not an expectation for the New York Times to behave like the New York Post. That's what makes it so much worse. It is genuinely frustrating because it's not even that it's like, oh, they have a pro-Israeli bias or whatever. It's just objectively untrue. Like they are doing a disservice. They are doing a genuine disservice to the truth. Even Times of Israel agrees with you. What is going on, man? The Times of Israel is not an anti-Zionist newspaper, okay? This isn't even Haaretz, which is at least like a liberal Zionist newspaper, okay? The Times of Israel is just straight up an Israeli newspaper that is pro-Israel. If you've been in here for the past 15, 16 months, you've seen me constantly rely on Israeli reporting because there is no additional reason for the Times of Israel or Ynet or especially Channel 14 to try and shelter the Israeli public from the truth, because the Israeli public already has a certain position on the matter. In America, however, the New York Times does a disservice to the truth because they know that if they were to actually say the truth, downplays Israeli post-October 7 losses. Hamas role in the war data study says. Research by Yale professor says newspaper minimizes Palestinian violence following Hamas' attack on Israel, leaving readers with distorted view of the conflict. Yeah, no, I think they're saying like it is defending Israel too much. As in, it's not showing the losses that Israel incurred. Yeah. No. It is saying that the New York Times is doing such pro-Israel propaganda. The coverage fit into a specific narrative, the study said. The narrative said that Hamas carried out a brutal assault on Israelis, mostly civilians, but after that attack, Israel was the sole aggressor and bore few costs from the war, aside from declining international support. Yeah, they're saying that Hamas's attacks against the Israeli troops in Gaza have rarely been covered by the New York Times. The coverage following the Hamas attack instead focused on Palestinian suffering, portraying Palestinians as passive victims whose suffering grows daily. There was extensive coverage of the Israeli violence, but less mention of Israeli hostages, Hamas casualties, Palestinian violence. Yeah, I mean, this is still biased as far as pro-Israel. This article says the opposite of what you're saying. No, the article is claiming that the New York Times is too pro-Palestinian, which is laughable. It's a lie. It's ridiculous. But even then, little mention is made of Israeli casualties post-October 7 and or of Palestinian acts of violence post-October 7, even as Israel and Hamas were locked in intensive combat over the 8 months of the study period. My point on this is that it doesn't... This argument, the analysis here is claiming that the New York Times is not showing Hamas's violence post-October 7. Except the reason why New York Times is not showing that is because it's pro-Israel. Okay? These guys might not understand that. The Yale study, the guy who wrote the Yale study might not recognize that. I'm saying that. The reason why the New York Times is not showcasing the defense that Hamas has presented, okay, is specifically because they do not want to show, because they understand that in the eyes of Americans, yeah, if they were to show like Hamas is doing a tremendous job defending against the Israeli occupying force, Americans are not going to feel, they're not going to believe the propaganda coming from Israel. I'm wrong in my initial assessment. It's not saying that the Times of Israel is saying that the New York Times is too pro-Israel. But this article itself, this research itself, unironically fails to understand why the New York Times, covers the story in the way that they do. They think it's because they're too sympathetic to the Palestinians. It is not. Okay? They're misunderstanding the reason why the New York Times is covering the conflict in the way that they're covering. Do you understand? So while the initial assessment is, oh, the New York Times is too pro-Palestinian, they're not pro-Israel enough, which is laughable to begin with, the person that conducted the study fails to comprehend why the New York Times is not showcasing any sort of Hamas military victories. Because showcasing Hamas military victories would unironically do a disservice to the goals of the New York Times. New York Times does very different coverage on the Israeli side, on the Palestinian side, than even Israeli newspapers do. Because the Israeli newspapers do actually actively cover, like Times of Israel, for example, which I rely on, like Emmanuel Fabian is the name of their military correspondent. Why do I know that name? Because Times of Israel is one of the few places where you can actually actively get the names of the Israeli combatants that were slain, okay, that were killed by Hamas. New York Times rarely ever covers that stuff. And partially the reason why they don't cover that stuff is because the American reception to what's going on in Israel and what's going on in Gaza is very different than the Israeli reception. Israel does not need to hear about, like, the Israeli public does not need to, the Israeli public will look at a story of like Israel blowing up a school and receive it very differently than the American public will look at it. Okay? You can actually showcase all of the military, all of the things that the Israeli military is doing in Israel, and they'll basically look at it and go, great, that's awesome. Also, you are tasked with showcasing the penalties that the Israeli military is incurring in Israel, and that will drum up more support for the war, because Israelis look at that and go, oh, they're killing our brave soldiers. We want to do more war. But if you do that in the Western world, it comes across as a military conflict that is far too deadly for one side, that is even causing penalties for the side that is like supposed to be our allies. That's what I'm trying to explain. Something that Israelis would actually look at and get angry about, or look at and cheer on, is not going to be received in the same way in the Western world. The New York Times editorial staff understand this reality, which is precisely the reason why they do the coverage that they do. Yes, if the New York Times shows Hamas mounting a competent defense, then it undercuts the idea of Israel being a superior, competent military force and a powerful U.S. ally that is, fighting this righteous war. Okay? The New York Times would make the IDF look bad if they show that their soldiers can't stop standing in front of windows like the incompetent sitting ducks after a year of sniper videos of being dominated by the Hamas sniper rifles. Israeli government delays decision on state inquiry into October 7. Americans don't have the same, they're not primed in the same way that the Israeli public is. They don't have the same appetite. To them, they're like, why is this foreign country using all of our money to go fight this war against children? Clearly, considering that the overwhelming majority opinion of the public, including the Republican Party even, was a ceasefire, was to immediately implement a ceasefire. That was not the majority position in Israel. Think about that. In spite of the fact that the families, the immediate family members, were consistently protesting to get a ceasefire. That's why I've stressed the importance of how Western publishers take a very different stance when they are doing pro-Israeli coverage than Israeli publishers do. Ironic, though, that this guy thinks that the New York Times was far too pro-Palestinian and not pro-Israel enough. Yeah. Not realizing that, yes, this Almandalorian is correct. It also portrays Hamas as more than a terror org that only kills innocent civilians, but actually a legitimate resistance group that is causing thousands of casualties to the Israeli military. Exactly. If the New York Times was consistently showcasing all of the Hamas military victories side by side as like they were also showcasing Israeli military victories in the form of like burned out mosques and hospitals, then people would inevitably go, okay, well, these guys are the fucking brave warriors defending Palestine. Okay. I'm sure that the average American would not turn around and say the Shahada and decide to carry the Hamas banner. But obviously, slowly but surely, they'd be like, okay, well, you know, these guys are actually fighting. It's even different than Vietnam because the Viet Cong were killing American soldiers. Hamas is killing Israeli soldiers. To the Americans, they are, at best, indifferent. They don't care. These aren't Americans. They just see it as an endless money suck. We're insulated and primed for American imperialism, not another country whose imperialism we're funding. That degree of removal allows for Americans to change their level of support. I mean, think about it with Ukraine. Ukrainians, regardless of the American State Department goals in Ukraine, Ukrainians are fighting an honorable fight. They are trying to rid their borders of an invading army. Okay? And even then, think about the American appetite for funding the Ukrainian military defense. Think about that. There is very little remaining at this point. Okay? So make no mistake. Americans don't want to fucking give money to foreign countries that want to defend themselves, whether legitimate or not. They certainly don't want to. They certainly do not want to give money to another country that is dominating women and children for the most part.
Saturday in Gaza and the latest release of Israeli hostages. The three men looked gaunt and unhealthy, spurring criticism from the Israeli government of their treatment and driving greater urgency from hostage families for their captive loved ones to be released without delay. But delay is exactly what Hamas is now promising, saying next weekend's round of releases will be postponed. Hamas blames what it calls Israeli violations of the ceasefire, delaying Palestinians' return north, failures in facilitating humanitarian aid, and targeting Palestinians with airstrikes and gunfire. Yesterday, Israeli troops shot dead 3 Palestinians among a group that approached the Israeli-declared buffer zone in the north of the Strip. Israel's defense minister has called Hamas's statement a violation of the ceasefire deal, instructing the military to prepare at the highest level of readiness inside Gaza and to defend surrounding Israeli communities. Even before Hamas's announcement, Israel's prime minister was harangued in parliament by opposition members accusing him of risking the return of the hostages. He accused them of wanting to capitulate and talked up President Trump's surprise vision for Gaza's future, announced during his White House visit last week.
The historic meeting with President Trump was the most important, the friendliest, and the most significant I've ever had with an American president. And I believe that there was not a more significant meeting with any other Prime Minister of Israel.
We'll build beautiful communities for the 1.9 million people.
President Trump, meanwhile, doubling down on his plan and more. No equivocation this time. Palestinians would be displaced to Egypt and Jordan permanently.
Think of it as a real estate development for the future. It would be a beautiful piece of land.
Would the Palestinians
no
have the
big
right to
money
return?
spent. No, they wouldn't, because they're going to have much better housing, much better. In other words, I'm talking about building a permanent place for them. Because if they have to return now, it'll be years before you could ever. It's not habitable.
That may be an apt description of Jabalia in northern Gaza, but one that doesn't account for the determination of its people to come back here and not to leave again.
مستحيل هذا الكلام مستحيل. This is impossible, impossible. No one would be willing to leave their homeland and emigrate. It is impossible. We die in our land and will not leave.
My response, I will remain in this country and on this land. If I die, I will die here and not leave Jabalia. I will not leave Jabalia camp.
In the occupied West Bank, Israeli military operations continue at an intense pace. An 8 months pregnant woman among those killed yesterday. And in East Jerusalem, a Palestinian-owned bookshop, long an institution, raided. Its proprietors arrested on suspicion of selling inciting material. This
is also insane. And one of the people that's defending this bookstore is literally, once again, Trey Yingst. Yeah, I know he said he's going to cut aid. Yeah, once again, this would undermine America and its regional plans. One of the four, Trey Yingst was one of the few people that was talking about the reasons as to why the hostage negotiation is like falling apart due to Israel's refusal. And the other thing that Trey was talking about is actually, he was defending the bookstore. Where is it? Let me see. He's also talking about the Hamas officials rejecting. As we reported the past week, Hamas officials publicly and privately rejected the Trump administration plan to take over Gaza. Hamas has dozens of living hostages still in captivity. The hostages are the only significant leverage they have left. Hamas is listening. Israeli and American officials say once the hostages are home, all Palestinians will be forced out of Gaza to neighboring countries. Important context when you see Hamas announcement postponing the hostage release for Saturday. Israeli police raided a well-known bookstore in the American Colony Hotel in Jerusalem, arresting one of the owners and his nephew on suspicion of selling books containing incitement. The police posted a photo of a children's coloring book to support their claim. I've been to this bookstore numerous times, a very peaceful place that represents how Israelis and Palestinians can live side by side and exchange ideas. I noticed that the Israelis were always welcome when shopping there. It's bizarre that such a store would be targeted. It's not bizarre. I've never walked into a bookstore around the world and agree with every piece of content or literature. That's not what bookstores are supposed to be. Research shows that when books are banned, they tend to increase in sales. I mean, it's like still a very American attitude where he, but again, Israeli spokesperson tells me the bookstore owners Mahmoud and Ahmad Muna will be charged, among other things, for this book on the left, allegedly containing inciting content. On the right, Netanyahu displaying the same content from the river to the sea. Yeah. I've been going to this bookshop on Salahuddin Street in East Jerusalem for decades. Unbelievable effort to stop free expression of national pride among Palestinians. Not necessarily that unbelievable if we're being real. It's very believable that Israel would do this. Yeah, I can't believe that victims of a colonial apartheid have books in it that say genocide is bad and apartheid is wrong. This is inciting fear and anger.
It's always going to be a critical period, halfway through the first phase of the ceasefire. Now Egyptian mediators quoted as saying the entire deal is at risk. Talks for phase 2 postponed, with Hamas blaming both Israel and a US president who wants to empty Gaza and whose guarantees no longer apply.
Well, with me now is Hussam Zomlot, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK. How close is the ceasefire to breaking down, do you think?
It's very wobbly, and the last few days have seen Netanyahu saying publicly that he does not want to go to phase 2. He does not want to end the war. He wants to extend phase 1, already frustrating the mediator, and it is clear-cut. Netanyahu, the Israeli government, does not want to end their genocidal aggression on Gaza. And therefore, they have killed 100 Palestinians in Gaza since the ceasefire agreement and implementation. They have killed dozens in the West Bank, displaced 35,000, as per the United Nations, from Tulkarem and Jenin in the West Bank. They have detained more than 580 Palestinians in the West Bank, despite the fact that they had to release few hundreds. So the situation is very clear. Netanyahu wants to find any pretext to actually not go ahead with the ceasefire agreement as it is.
So do you think Hamas has done the right thing by announcing this delay?
What we need to make sure is that Hamas and all parties involved will implement the ceasefire. Breaking this agreement is a non-option. We have got to continue on this path.
So do you say to them tonight they should go ahead and release those hostages on Saturday?
The agreement must be fulfilled and implemented as is, and we call on the mediator to do so immediately and to make sure they lean on Netanyahu, because he is unhinged and his main calculations is internal. It's very obvious. He wants to go back to his coalition, saying that he did not honor these agreements.
It's looking more clear now, since we last spoke, that Donald Trump's plan to take over Gaza and not give the Palestinians the right to return, he now says, is making things worse.
Let's not comment on what Mr. Trump says every day, and then next day he backtracks and the White House comes with.
But Hamas is blaming it.
What matters?
They're saying he's undermined the American guarantee.
The real stuff is here. What matters is that Palestine is not a real estate deal. Gaza is not for sale. Gaza should and will be rebuilt. We have all the plans for that. People must be allowed to return to their homes and stay on their land. Gaza should be united with the West Bank. An international plan that is already on its way for establishing a state of Palestine is there, and we will call on President Trump soon to help us be part of that peace, that lasting, comprehensive peace. This zigzagging will not help anybody. And let's not be distracted, Krishnan, because much of this about the mass expulsion of the Palestinians, immoral, illegal, it's impractical. It's impractical. Much of this is also distraction, because in effect, while they are talking about that real estate deal, the genocide continues. It continues in Gaza, it continues in the West Bank. We want to make sure that the mass killing and destruction stops, the agreement upheld, and we move swiftly to rebuilding Gaza, uniting Gaza with the West Bank, stopping the monstrous settlement expansion in the West Bank, bring back life to a final resolution of the conflict, bring this international momentum with us. And you've heard from Saudi Arabia, from the rest of the international community, there will be an international conference in the UN in a few months' time to actually, once and for all, implement the two-state solution. We will call on President Trump to be part of that international momentum towards genuine peace, not real estate deals.
So given what is going on in the West Bank, even now, why are there reports now that the Palestinian Authority is thinking of changing its payment system to, well, what was called the martyrs' payments? Now, the Americans used to object to it, Israel objects to it. What's going on there?
There's no martyrs' payment. There are payment for the families of those victims of the Israeli occupation. Israel kills without any accountability. We have children, we have mothers, we have families that we have to take care of. So I haven't been following the details if it just broke out, but I can assure you the families of our martyrs, of our prisoners, must be taken care of by the Palestinian government, no matter what the scheme is.
I mean, what else now can be done to get this back on track? I mean, you know, it's all very well sort of exhorting the parties. Does anybody actually have the influence or the authority now to bring them back from the brink?
Of course, if we have leadership and statesmanship, if we really know where the heart of the matter is and the root cause of all this is, it is absolutely clear in the last 2 weeks when President Trump said that he wants to inflict forced displacement of Gaza and build something for the world to come and live in, the entire Israeli class did not oppose, not just Netanyahu, all the way to the very far left parties of Israel, the opposition. There is some sort of a consensus in the Israeli public now and the political system whereby they only see one people living in the historic land.
Recently saw a video that painted you as an anti-America and a terrorist supporter. Was curious if you ever addressed this or if you care to share your opinion. Thanks. Yes. Great question. These two things are at odds with one another. If someone is anti-America, they probably aren't a terrorist supporter, especially considering that the United States of America is responsible for a metric ton more of terror than any kind of militancy, with some exceptions. Think. Who's a bigger terrorist in the situation? The Israeli apartheid regime doing a genocide, or people who are fighting back against that? Just because someone says that I am a terror supporter, maybe that reveals more of their own morality than mine.
Land of Palestine. They don't see us. They have no place for us. So the idea of ethnic cleansing, the idea of erasure now has almost the majority supporting
and
Israel.
book seizures.
And why I'm saying this? I'm saying this from here we move to make sure that if we believe in sharing, if we believe in international consensus, if we believe in the two-state solution, this is a time for action. London must take action, including the immediate recognition of the state of Palestine, the imposition of sanctions on the settlers, the settler organizations, and the state that sponsors these settlements, the full arms embargo, not half arms embargo. No half commitments is required, and help us. Help the state of Palestine, help the government of Palestine, help.
You know, in this country.
Oh God, Mark Levin interviewed this demon. Ay, ay, ay. All right, let's move on from this. I can't do this anymore. All right, we're gonna move on. We're gonna talk about China a little bit because Beijing has engaged in retaliatory tariffs against Donald Trump. Okay. Interesting predicament, especially considering that the Trump tariffs and also all of the stuff that they're doing internally, like undermining and crippling the funding of the National Institute of Health and the way that the NIH actually funds colleges, is directly hurting America. U.S. aid, undermining U.S. aid is beneficial for China and Chinese global power. Make no mistake. And so is undermining the NIH. Undermining NIH is also bad for a multitude of different reasons in terms of like, novel chemical compound discovery and America being a dominant force in the field of medicine at a time when China is actually actively engaging in medical innovation. So basically what we're doing to ourselves is undermining America, undermining America's soft power capabilities, whether you like it or not, whether you agree with that or don't agree with that. That is definitely what will happen. Here it is.
China has added extra tariffs on a range of American imports. Coal and liquefied natural gas will be levied with an additional 15% tax. Crude oil, farming equipment, and some vehicles, 10%. The move is Beijing's response to the Trump administration's added 10% tariff imposed on all Chinese imports to the U.S. at the start of February.
Trade and tariff wars have no winners. What is needed?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because every YouTuber for the past decade has been talking about how China is going to collapse tomorrow. China is going to collapse any day now. Now, writing videos like that might get you the easiest 1 to 2 million views of your life because there's a lot of people that want to hear that. Unfortunately for those people, that's not the reality. It doesn't correspond to what's actually happening. Hey, Charlana Zard, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. For all the raiders, you came in just in time for me to talk about the American collapse and the Chinese century of prosperity. China is on pace to become the most powerful country on others in like 50 years. We may be cooked. First of all, I don't think it's 50 years. And secondly, I don't know how we get cooked in that process. But Donald Trump is accelerating that, is what I mean. Donald Trump is accelerating Chinese prosperity. And this is one of these initiatives.
Needed are not more tariffs, but dialogue. We urge the U.S. to correct its action and stop weaponizing trade issues.
China is also hitting back by filing a lawsuit against the US at the World Trade Organization, sanctioning 2 US firms, tightening control over the export of rare earth minerals to the US, and launching an antitrust investigation into tech giant Google. China's first move in Donald Trump's continuing trade war against it is relatively restrained, affecting less than 10% of its annual US imports. But it does carry a warning for Washington. Beijing doesn't want an extended trade war, but it is ready for one and can now cause more damage to the US economy than it did during Trump's first term.
China really learned the lesson from the first Trump administration. It's not wise, to immediately take a dramatic measure against Trump, because at the end of the day, we know for sure Trump is a very transactional.
Trump wants to decrease Washington's trade deficit with China, which hit a record $295 billion last year. He says the added tariffs are also punishment for not doing enough to stem the tide of the illegal drug fentanyl to the US, something Chinese officials deny.
These latest announcements are a way of President Trump showing that he's very serious about using the tariff instrument as a policy tool for achieving both economic and non-economic objectives.
Washington also plans to...
No privacy, no freedom of speech, hyperrealism, 6 days, 10 hours per day, low pay. Is this what you want? I've been spit on by Chinese people due to being Korean. Like, please stop pretending like there's some kind of enlightened civilization. Dude, that's so funny. Being a Korean dude and thinking that like Americans, depending on where you go, won't spit on you or do worse. Okay, so exactly like America? Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, go to the West Bank, see what they do to you there. I'm literally the descendant of a Korean War veteran. Which side? Cool. Cool. I'm a Korean veteran too. I can give you a link of my grandfather. It's very funny to use racism as a reason to hate China in defense of the United States of America. That's incredible stuff. We just elected Trump. Also, how do you like your current Korean government? Or any number of different any number of different formations that the Korean government has taken hold in the Republic of Korea. under the watchful gaze of the American State Department. What do you mean? I feel like we've done awful things to Korea in general. Korea is still suffering from the impact of our actions. So is China and Japan. I feel like Japan is in a league of its own if we're going to be talking about what it's done. Let me think. You got China, Japan, and the United States of America in terms of its impact in Korea. I wonder which of these three countries has devastated Korea more. I wonder who'd take third place in that, or it shouldn't even be mentioned. What the fuck? Anyway. Hassan is still mad for criticizing the Democratic Party on his stance on Israel, and now seeing what Trump is doing makes it even worse. What? Yeah, you're right. Because my criticisms of the Democratic Party were just around the issue of allowing Israel to continue doing genocide and giving them the weapons to do so. Thank you for truly understanding my political commentary on this. Also, thank you for acting like you give a shit about Gaza. Why you gotta ride so hard for China? Chatter, I'm writing for history. What are you talking about? In terms of China, Japan, and the United States of America, what nation has had infinitely worse impact on Korea? If you think China is part of it, then your brain is broken. Like this chatter. China has Han chauvinism built in their culture. They didn't think Goryeo is Korean, but Chinese history. Every country in East Asia is racist, misogynist. China is not a utopia. I never said it was. There are millions of Chinese people that suffer from classism. I never said they don't. They will never have justice for Tiananmen Square or their people robbed. This is not whataboutism. Fuck the conservatives, fuck the liberals too, fuck the dictatorships. I'm no American simp, I'm no China simp. So has China and Japan. China is the reason North Korea exists. You're right. The entirety of Korea should have been an American military installation as a bulwark against Chinese and Soviet communism. Instead of, you know, everything beneath the 38th parallel. Dude, like, I'm sorry, brother, but like the American government did horrifying shit. The Korean dictatorship did horrifying shit to the South Koreans. This is before we think about what would amount to genocide in North Korea. The very fact that there is a North and South Korea is already ridiculous. If it wasn't America doing it, we would be writing about it in history books as a genocide. But because it was America doing it, it's not considered as such. I'll never forget the Turkish soldiers for slowing down the Chinese advance to Chosin by 3 days and saving the 8th U.S. Army from collapse. You should have surrendered to your Asian brethren on day one. Listen, My people's involvement in this was wrong. A stain. Okay? Trust me. Because we were liberators, Lamau. You can't be saying that. Oh, you're joking. Okay, never mind. What? You really are not properly informed, Hassan. I did not fault you. If you want to know what is really going on in North Korea, please check my PFP. This queen is... fucking idiot. This queen is a giant amongst historians telling the truth about North Korean horrors. It's true. How the fuck did we get here? I was talking about America basically destroying itself and creating opportunity for China. Donald Trump destroying America's leadership position around the globe. Anti-Turkmenism is a real thing, dude. Don't sweep it under the rug. It's been boiling over for a while. Have you noticed the rise of anti-Turkmenism in the US recently? What? Dude, Americans don't know what a fucking Turkic person is to be adequately and sufficiently racist towards them. What are you saying? What are you, like a fucking unironic Panturinist or something? What is happening? Americans think I'm Arab, dude. And I ride a camel to work when I'm back in Turkey. They don't know. Americans are too stupid to understand the distinct ethnicities to be sufficiently and adequately racist against them. They think, bro, Americans think Indians are Muslim. And some are, but they're not making that distinction. Okay?
To scrap duty exemptions for cheap Chinese goods, the so-called de minimis rule, which would raise prices for e-commerce stores, Temu and Shein. An extra 25% US tariff on steel and aluminium would affect less than 1% of China's global exports of the commodities. For now, Xi Jinping is watching closely for Trump's next move and is ready to inflict more pain on the US and its companies in response. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
Make sure to subscribe.
Adding a 50% tariff won't impact us much.
Chinese toy trader Zheng Hao says new tariffs from US President Donald Trump don't bother him.
First of all, our product is a high profit product. For example, if I sell it here for 5 yuan, the wholesalers may give consumers a price of 15 or 20 yuan, because this is the standard pricing in the US. Even if a tariff adds 2.5 yuan to a 5 yuan toy, the impact on the end consumer isn't too significant.
Zheng's Jinqi Toys is in a massive market complex in the eastern city of Yiwu. Yiwu is the world's largest hub for selling small products wholesale. Everything from costume jewellery to Christmas decorations are sold here. Zheng says the US accounts for about 80% of his exports. Still, he's not fazed by Trump's tariffs and other moves against China.
The United States unpredictability, well, we're okay with it. It's whatever. We have no choice.
Trump promised 60% tariffs on Chinese goods during his campaign, but he revised that down to 10% after taking office. He also plans to cancel duty-free treatment of low-cost packages from China under the so-called de minimis rule. That loophole lets parcels worth less than $800 enter the US tax-free.
Whatever they say, we just follow. If they cancel small parcel shipments, then our customers will switch to shipping by containers, right?
Cheng Haodong is chairman of Besa Group, which sells a range of items from clothes to toiletries. He told Reuters that they had already made preparations to soften the blow.
Before Trump took office, we predicted he would be elected. So what should we do after Trump comes to power? We gathered information from various reports as well as on platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. Based on that, we made strategic adjustments for the company in advance. It's not about reacting immediately when a policy is announced. By then, it would be too late to adapt.
Trump's moves have reignited fears of a full-blown trade war escalating between the world's two largest economies. China is preparing its own counter-tariffs of up to 15% on some US goods. Abby Jin buys products in Yiwu on behalf of her international customers in markets including the United States. She told
it seems like the Chinese were not too fond of Kamala's campaign. It seems like they were tapped into the HASANABI broadcast and saw many of the campaign's failures. He's like, yeah, they were doing Brat's Summer. Big mistake. As soon as we saw Brat's Summer, we knew Trump was most likely going to be president. They hate Alan Lichtman in China. Alan, they're calling you bitch made at Yiwu International Trade Market District, dog. Alan Lichtman. They're calling you a dummy over there, dog. They 3D printed your keys. They've been turning your keys left and right out there at the Yiwu International Trade Market District. They got 14 of them. They printed them out. They're selling the keys, Alan. I don't know, man. I wouldn't let them talk to me like that, but that's just me, bro. They can talk however they want, man. What are you gonna do?
told Reuters that vendors in the city were not short of orders.
We can respond by slightly reducing our profit margins or adjusting costs. In the end, the additional costs will be passed on to the end consumers in their country, meaning they will ultimately bear the consequences of their own economic policies. For the US, whether they can find a suitable country to replace us as a trade partner is a question they need to consider themselves.
Another day, another set of tariffs. This time around, it's steel and aluminum as they call it, in America. And let me just give you the big picture here, starting with aluminum. This is showing you just how much each country around the world produces. It goes all the way back to 1900. That's the US, okay? So it used to be one of the world's biggest producers. Other countries have since caught up and actually overtaken it. So Canada, that's in front, partly down to the fact that it takes a lot of power to make aluminium. You're kind of refining it with electricity. It's kind of electrolysis, and there's a lot of hydro.
It is pretty wild that you're looking at like a bunch of random Chinese commerce people that just are tasked with import, export, mostly export. And they have a better understanding of like the tariff war than American business owners that are like, nah, you don't understand, brother. When the tariffs come in, prices are going to go down, actually, somehow, magically. And then you have to have like a real import-export guy come in and be like, you don't understand, okay? This is simply an entry fee. And in order to maintain profit margins, the entry fee must be carried over to the consumer. This is why products are going to get more expensive. And it's like, nah, you shut up. Shut up. Everything's going to be way cheaper. My president said things are going to get better for me. So I don't believe you. You're woke, gay, and libtarded. These guys are like, yeah, we are going, our profit margins are already fairly high. So we can eat away at the profit margin a little bit without, without really making the actual people that purchase it carry too much of a cost.
in Canada, so it's pretty clean aluminium. But the big picture here, you need to zoom out. The big picture is something else. Have a look at this. The big picture is China. Okay, so Chinese production has gone through the roof, and China has been pumping out loads of aluminium around the world. And that's part of the picture here. And when you look at just to what extent the US is dependent on other countries around the world, the higher this line is, the more dependent America is on imports. That is now well above, or because it's been above 50%, it's kind of nearly 50% at the moment. It's around that point, which down from kind of really low levels previously. So American independence in producing aluminium is no longer the case. However, worth just saying, I showed you that China chart a moment ago, you might have thought, is that all China? Well, no, this is showing you where aluminium comes to the US.
Oh, good thing we're tariffing Canada too. Or saying we're gonna do that. Show this to Trump. He loves grabs. No, he's going to see the Chinese aluminium production and lose his mind. See, now I'm saying aluminium.
And China is actually only a small part of it. By far and away, the biggest part, the biggest importer into the US, it's Canada. To the extent that actually when people talk about the North American market, they usually include Canada in it. But obviously, if Canada's going to...
Oh, it's for all countries? No exceptions? Oh, my bad. Steel and aluminum tariffs.
Be hit by that. That's going to be a really big deal indeed. What kind of things is aluminium used for? Well, it goes into a lot of things. It goes into transportation. So you're talking about planes. So it's light. It's a light, strong metal. Into planes, into trains, into automobiles, particularly electric vehicles, but other things as well. Containers, cans, obviously, for soft drinks. And the issue here is if you're pushing up the cost of aluminium that you're importing, and it's very hard to produce, to get those smelters going overnight, then the cost of all of this stuff, all of those components into it, goes up. And that's the issue. Potential big inflation in the US as a result of this, and all of those goods go up.
No, this cucklord doesn't understand. Our great king is going to save it. No, prices are going to go down, you fool. Why? Because my president said so. My president said so. No, he's going to do it. He's going to fix it. Why is this guy saying that everything that touches aluminum is going to increase in production costs when my president said it's the opposite? Mexico will pay for it, I think.
Up as well. Worth saying, with steel, so I showed you that chart a moment ago looking at aluminium production. Same thing here, okay, for steel. I show you, there's the UK as well as the US. The picture is basically the same. China has gone through the roof recently. Massive increase in Chinese production. And again, have a look at this chart. This is showing you that dependence. And here it's a subtly different story, okay? So whereas the US has become much more dependent on imports when it comes to aluminium, with steel, much less so actually. That's much lower when it comes to import dependence. So in other words, the US able to deal with higher costs of steel, imported steel, slightly more than when it comes to aluminium. That's an interesting difference here. But there is a big story here. And the big story is, I've shown you those charts of Chinese production going through the roof. As a result of that, everyone is finding it hard to compete. And when you look at just how much it costs to make steel, aluminium in China, it's relatively low, partly because energy costs are low, partly because there are big subsidies for producing things like aluminium. The higher these bars are, the more state aid there is. That's subsidies. And aluminium's there, steel is there as well as all sorts of other things like semiconductors, solar panels, cement production as well. And as a result, it's really hard to compete. Some people call this overcapacity, and a really good kind of illustration of this actually comes back to electric cars. This is showing you how much domestic sales for electric cars are in China. Actually, it's all domestic sales of all cars. And this is showing you how much domestic production is, okay? So production within China is projected to go higher and higher and higher. And you can see that when you're producing more cars than you're actually able to consume, then you're pumping them out around the world. And that's the concern. That's happening not just with electric vehicles, but with everything else as well. And that's part of the story behind these subsidies, one presumes. But there's a big impact here as well. Have a look at this. This shows you who the UK still exports steel to. We don't make that much steel. We really don't, all that much. But we do export quite a lot to the US of that smaller amount of steel, kind of high production, high quality pieces of steel. That is going to be impacted, obviously, if there aren't going to be restrictions to these tariffs. But we'll have to see. We just don't know, and we're taking it.
What does the UK export? Like, I forgot that this was a British broadcaster. Like, I forgot that this was a British broadcaster until he started talking about UK exports. I'm like, why is he talking about something so utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things? It's just services, like financial, right? Charlie XCX. Yeah, no, we're not talking about actors.
With all of these policies, basically one day at a time.
So here we have Luke Ferreter, who is winning the first Lettuce Prize on behalf of the Vesuvius Challenge.
Indeed, thank you.
Luke Ferreter was the first person to decipher.
What are the top 10 UK exports? Precious metals, aircraft parts, motor vehicles, pharmaceuticals, refined petroleum, natural gas and crude petroleum, jewelry, clothing, plastics and plastic products.
A word from an ancient scroll that had been buried in volcanic mud for centuries.
But for the first part of the challenge through July, I was interning at SpaceX and just kind of doing this in the evenings and weekends. It's the word Prophorus.
He went on to win the grand prize in a global competition. A 22-year-old undergrad at the time.
My friends were there. I was cheering, jumping up and down, screaming, crying, all the stuff. I run most of the things from my laptop. It's just a normal MacBook, don't worry. But then I've just got like 5 surplus computers in here. This is what I do most of my work from.
What he does now is work for DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, headed up by Elon Musk. Who's brought in a group of gifted young engineers, some in their early 20s with no prior government experience. Their current job assignments, unclear. But it is clear they're part of the Trump administration's plan to slash government agencies. Democratic senators sent a letter to the White House describing how DOGE staff has seemingly unfettered access to classified materials and Americans' personal information. In federal court, government lawyers said Marco Ellis had read-only access to a highly sensitive payment system at the Treasury Department.
Ignition, liftoff.
Ellis, who previously worked at SpaceX, has been the center of attention. His DOGE position was terminated after the Wall Street Journal uncovered racist and eugenic posts on an account linked to him. But then Elon Musk, the vice president, and Trump himself weighed in.
The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president.
Another DOGE worker, Edward Korstein, who called himself Big Balls on social media, was fired from an internship with a data security firm called Path Network in 2022, accused of leaking information to a competitor. A spokesperson telling CNN his contract was terminated after the conclusion of an internal investigation into the leaking of proprietary company information that coincided with his tenure.
No, not Big Balls.
The injection of unconventional outsiders is alarming some federal employees. This man, who spoke at a Virginia congressman's town hall this week, didn't identify himself out of fear of retaliation.
We had Elon Musk in our building, and after he visited the building, he called for a 50% cut of the entire agency. My colleagues are getting 15-minute one-on-one.
One aspect of this that's like not being considered is also that these are constituents for not just Democratic Party voters, but Republican Party voters as well. So you're just firing people willy-nilly from one of the largest hiring bodies on the in the country, whether it be the federal government or even like the NIH. When you cut funding to the NIH, when you cut overhead funding to the NIH, you're cutting funding to red state colleges as well. And not all of those guys are liberals, okay? Even if they are liberals, they're still voting constituents. A lot of this stuff is going to lead to massive job loss. There's also, there's also that aspect of it as well. Scoop, Big Balls now works at the State Department. 19-year-old acolyte of Elon Musk known as Big Balls is listed as having taken on a new role at the State Department, raising concerns among some diplomats about his potential access to sensitive information. Oh my God, that's amazing. Dude, this is amazing. Big Balls also has a position at USAID, which the Trump administration plans to drastically downsize from 10,000 employees to roughly 600. Corstein's job at USAID is listed in the Bureau of Management in the Chief Information Officer's office per the directory. Update: the number of federal agencies in which Musk's 19-year-old acolyte, aka Big Balls, is in the system has expanded to at least 5. Department of Homeland Security, Department of State, USAID, Office of Personnel Management, and DOGE. Wow. I think that 19-year-old is also a Canadian national too. Amazing. Amazing stuff.
Check-ins with 19, 20, and 21-year-old college graduates asking to justify their existence.
Most of the hires are connected to Elon Musk's companies, like Ethan Chautran.
This is a really exciting time for young folks, for old folks, for everyone.
He was a runner-up in a hackathon contest put on by XAI, an artificial intelligence company Musk founded. Chautran spoke in 2023 about how AI will change the future.
Really, for the first time in modern history, it's not the physical laborers.
I also have a position on this entire sector where I think it's all grift. So I assume these are just like not the best and brightest necessarily, but the best at conning. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've yet to be proven. I've yet to be corrected on this issue, so I think that a lot of this stuff is just pure grift.
Farmers, the factory workers who are being displaced, but it's the white collar workers, the knowledge workers, the engineers, lawyers, doctors, teachers. And for a lot of the folks in this room, that's really scary. That's really concerning.
Now Chautran is a special government employee, a source tells CNN. Gavin Kleiger on LinkedIn lists his job as special advisor to the U.S. Office of Personnel Management. A 2020 Berkeley graduate, Kleiger worked in Silicon Valley for Twitter and then for a data intelligence company. He spoke about that work at a conference in 2023.
Additionally, any system with a human in the loop is not going to scale well.
In blog posts last year, Kleiger wrote about 2 of Donald Trump's then nominees and showed himself as fiercely loyal to the now president. Kleiger recently removed a Substack post where he charged $1,000 to subscribe and read "Why Doge? Why I Gave Up a 7-Figure Salary to Save America."
We didn't pay. And we did try to reach all of the hires we were able to identify, in addition to reaching out to their family, their friends, and classmates. We didn't hear back from anyone.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
We're about to hear some of the greatest takes of all time on Doge from a true American patriot who understands what must be done. Joe Rogan.
When you're looking at all this crazy shit right now with Doge and the uncovering of US aid and this dismantling of this bizarre left-wing ecosystem that's pretty much manufactured, like what do you see is going to happen with the rest of the country?
I mean, look, there are a lot of people who did not vote for Trump. You know, he won, and yes, he won every swing state. And
half the country's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's a lot of people. So, and I'm not sure how many of them, I wonder how many, so I have a couple questions. How many people didn't vote for Trump and wanted to and are secretly glad he won? I bet there's a pretty significant number of those people who either didn't vote or didn't vote for him but wanted him to win anyway.
Ari says that. Ari says that New York City is like relaxed.
Yeah.
It's like everybody was relaxed after the election. Like even the liberals are like, whew.
Yeah, thank God. They're like, woo.
Yeah, like thank you God you say.
I don't get it. You already won. Like, what? Why are you fantasizing about your popularity being even broader? I just don't. Yeah, no, it's not just that. Like the Trump won the popular vote. He won it by like even larger margins, actually. Like he would have won it by a larger margin, but people were just embarrassed to vote for him. They always have to be like in a permanent victimhood status. Even when they win. Even when they win, they're still sore winners, you know? They're sore losers already. Yeah, oh, dude, we're still the underdogs.
Save me from myself.
Yeah, exactly. Because God doing for us what we can't do for ourselves. Yeah, so there's that, I wonder. But then I do wonder how many of the people are, what I worry about is how much mental, this is where I get mad at the media for presenting this like.
Oh my, a goblin. Thank you for the 5, get the subs.
Hitler, we're having it notched up to 11 for the past 8 years. And now you've got this, because he was put in, it's almost like that energy has been transferred to Elon now. Because now, did you see the Elon protests? They're protesting Elon. They're literally standing out there with signs that say, arrest Elon Musk.
Listen, I guarantee it's organized. I guarantee it's organized by the same people that are going to lose a shitload of money based on all these discoveries at Doge. There's no way they're not. If you look at what Doge is uncovering, what they're uncovering with this USAID stuff, a lot of that stuff was organizing through NGOs protests. They organized the attempt at getting Trump impeached.
Dude, overseas, man, overseas. I think a lot of you guys don't understand what USAID does. I don't get it. I don't know why they just like refuse to reckon with this. Overseas. You're not wrong entirely, but it's overseas. It's just like, man, they called all the chiefs US aid yesterday. It's a new word. Sometimes I can't tell if they're joking or not. You're so silly. Where else is foreign aid supposed to go than Democrat-run cities? Yeah, the referees, their funding was cut when USAID came down, so they couldn't help the Chiefs win the Super Bowl.
I thought you were going to say killed.
They organized
like,
the impeachment.
That's come out.
They also USAID spent $50 million on the lab that invented coronavirus.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of money involved in this not working. And when you have a lot of money involved, you're going to have organized protest. When you see
I'm sorry. So Donald Trump's administration was funding a bioweapon in China? Is that the argument? Like Donald Trump's USAID, when Trump was president, because that's when COVID happened. Okay, COVID, If it was invented as a bioweapon, are you saying that the Trump administration, in partnership with the Chinese government, was trying to design a bioweapon? This is like when they say January 6th, which happened when Trump was president, is still the fault of not Trump. Or I guess they say Deep State was hiding it from Trump. We have to fire all of these FBI people that Trump hired and appointed, because they also turned out to be anti-Trump.
We all want to think protests like the 1960s. Yeah, fight the war, man. It's like organic, like peace, love, and hippie shit. But that's not what this is. What this is organized, funded protests where someone is spending a lot of money and they're mobilizing other NGOs. They're using their access to these mailing lists and all these different things. They're putting these things together.
Yeah, but do you think that the average liberal person, do you think that they're going to wake up and come around? Or do you think that they're going to be in like agony for 4 years and be...
What if it works? Like, what if the world gets safer, the country gets safer, the economy improves, and they don't...
Dude, what if? What if also the price of everything becomes super cheap and every American can purchase a white picket fence home again? Like, what if that were... Dude, what planet are we living on, man? Yeah, that'd be great, dude. That would be awesome. Yeah, what if Trump brought about universal health care? If we're in the business of just like making shit up, how is this political commentary? It doesn't make... Dude, what if everything was good? What if Donald Trump just ended all the bad things and did all the good things? What if that happened, huh? What would the liberals be mad about then? It's like, okay, lock in, you know?
Tax, civil rights, women's rights, gay rights, all these things that everybody's worried about. And then at the end of it, you realize like, hey, maybe I was wrong.
I mean, that's my question though. Are they capable of that kind of self-reflection?
Okay, what if that doesn't happen? Because no signs point to that happening right now. Okay? So what if that doesn't happen? Will the Republicans turn around and say, okay, maybe we fucked up? I suspect plenty will, as that's literally what happened last time Trump was president. Okay. There will still be a decent number of Republicans who will double down, triple down, quadruple down, because they are cultish in their understanding of American politics. But very weird argument to have over hypotheticals when there are zero signs that is the way things are headed. Holy shit, they're bitching 4 years in advance. That's new tech. Yeah. They're like, what if Trump does all the good things and none of the bad things, and then liberals don't actually appreciate it? I suspect that there is a higher likelihood that if Donald Trump were to actually turn this around somehow magically, okay, that there would be more people in support of him than vice versa, where the most predictable outcome occurs and he fucks everything up further and Republicans refuse to reckon with that reality and double down and triple down. Okay? That's what I think.
Well, we're saying they as if it's like one different, like one kind of person.
No, I mean...
There's so many different people in they.
Agreed. I mean, when I say they, I mean people who have bought into the idea that this person is going to make everything worse and we're going to slip into a fascist technocracy.
Some of them. Some of them are going to slip right into it. Some of them are going to wake up and come around. You know, it's a test. It's a test of character. It's a test of objectivity. It's a test of introspection. There's a lot of things that are going to happen where people are going to have to wonder, like, what was I rooting for? When I was rooting for this progressive liberal government, what was I actually rooting for? Was I rooting for warmongers who were making insane amounts of profit by funding overseas wars?
Yeah.
What was I rooting for? Was I rooting for a basic theft of our tax dollars that's gone to all these like completely useless endeavors that were only set up as ways to pilfer money?
Or the fall of America. You know, this is a weird thing to like hate your own country so much that you want it to fall, or the dismantling of the kind of West as we know it. You know, I think there is a feeling that Elon might have saved the West.
Yeah.
I feel like at least he's trying to.
I think he did, but just by buying X.
But isn't it funny that he got forced into it? I think there's like something kind of ironic.
Funny because he was trying to get it at a lower price because he knew that they were bullshitting about the amount of bots.
Well, and
how is he saving the what? What? I feel like we're living in an alternative dimension. The West is code for white people. I hate how this is normalized now. I don't even think that Joe Rogan is thinking that deeply into it. I normally I'm inclined to agree with you on this, but and in many instances when people say like Western spirit is it's a substitute term, she might imply that. It's just I got nothing. I mean, honestly, I got nothing. I'm stupid. I don't know what to say to Elon Musk is saving the West. It's been a month. Not even. It hasn't been a full month yet. And there hasn't been a lot of saving of the West. It's mostly just like things that people are Control F, like looking up in the government database of things that we're funding and then pointing to it and going, lol, gay. Like that's pretty much all that has happened so far in the last 20 days. That's it. What kind of saving of the West has occurred so far?
And then they came out yesterday and now it's profitable.
Yeah.
There was like a whole article about how he turned it around.
Of course it's going to be profitable. He's
Well,
smarter than you.
He is smarter. He also knows that we are all
Tapped in.
Oh,
yeah.
I can't stop it. Don't you think we're all in echo chambers though, like you said? How do you stay outside of yours?
Drugs.
Oh, that's true.
That's a lot. No, I'm kidding. You just got to recognize like you're thinking. You have to have a process.
What's your process? I live by the Joe Rogan school of interneting.
How's that?
I take all your advice. I don't read the comments and I post and ghost.
That's good.
I don't like get in there and
That's good. I definitely do that. And then I think of like, what do I really think about something and why do I think about it that way?
Hasan is an echo chamber too, technically. Yes, dude. This is the one echo chamber where we're constantly inundated with commentary from virtually every side that opposes what I have to say. And also, we spend a whole deal of time looking at what Republicans are saying. Hopeful echo chamber, it's not very hopeful.
Way. And I try to go, is it because it's self-serving? Is it because I've said it in the past and I want to be right? What is it?
Who's the echo
what
chamber?
Makes me
Yeah.
believe what I believe.
Yeah.
And then you have to do a deep dive and all the goddamn arguments back and forth to figure out who's right. And all the logic and the and see people ignoring certain core facts. Like, this is the most fascinating thing about this USAID thing to me, is how people on the left are completely ignoring all the rampant, obvious corruption and conflicts of interest in the government funding non-government organizations that in turn fund the government. Like, that's so crazy. And anybody that does,
dude, Elon Musk, you cannot mention conflict of interest while promoting Elon Musk. Come on, dude. He is literally a defense contractor. He owns numerous companies, every single one of which has been regulated by the federal regulatory agencies that he is now tasked with controlling and undermining. Elon Musk is a billionaire. He is. Why is it that Republicans always forget? Like, they might hate corporations. They act like they hate corporations like Big Pharma or whatever, right? Or billionaires that want to chip your brain, like Bill Gates, that they suspect wants to chip your brain. But they always have specific carve-outs as long as someone says they're on board with the agenda. Like, they hate Bill Gates because they think Bill Gates is going to do stuff that Elon Musk is right now doing. They're like, oh, I hate the corruption that these stupid billionaires have, where they suckle on the teat of the American government when they defend the one guy who is subsidized by the federal government for every single initiative that he has been involved in. Every single one. Every single one. Not to defend Bill Gates, who was also terrible. Yeah, that's the other side. I also despise Bill Gates for good reasons. Not because I think he wants to microchip people and make them gay, okay? It is crazy. Elon Musk wants to do neurochips constantly. Doesn't have a business that doesn't have a single profitable business that doesn't rely on federal government subsidies. But he's woke. I mean, he's not woke. He's combating woke. He's brilliant.
I think that's crazy. It's like, what do you love? Money influencing everything in your daily life? Don't you think that maybe we have a problem in that we have a huge deficit?
Like, I cannot believe how stupid one can get. How many times they have to slam their head to a wall for them to legitimately think that Elon is doing this not for his own benefit, but because he truly wants to save the West by combating woke. Insanity.
And if part of our huge deficit, we're spending fucking billions of dollars every year on horse shit.
Yeah, I mean, that is my issue with people being like, see, it is the, like, political thing isn't right, which is true. It's important to be accurate, but it's also like, yeah, but there's this money shouldn't be spent this way.
No.
So just because this thing is maybe not true, you're pointing to this one thing that could be people are misrepresenting, but there's a much bigger problem you seem to want to just sweep under the rug and say, oh, like, you guys are just crazy for noticing all these connections. But didn't they make them stop or something? Did they freeze their ability
it's
to?
Frozen. Yeah.
These kids are nuts. That guy who, like, found the scroll, how to read the scroll from
Burnt
Pompeii.
scrolls from Pompeii. Yeah, using AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're wizards. That's the kind of people that you want digging into this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's why Elon got them. I mean, he knows what the fuck he's doing. It's all very strange because it's you're dealing with so many things that are happening at the same time. You have this technology that was never available before that is allowing people to freely express themselves online, right? And then you have this maniac billionaire who buys the biggest one and makes it the Wild West again. And then
Twitter was never the biggest social media platform in America. And it still isn't. Yes, it was. No, it never was. What? No. I mean, that's just one aspect of what he's saying that's just directly wrong. What is Facebook? Yeah, not even a question. Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and then Twitter. And this was back in the day. I don't think this is new. I don't think this is a new the numbers have changed since then. This is at Twitter's peak. Twitter at its peak had like a little bit above 20% of the user base. Pew Research stats. Yeah, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok, Snapchat, Reddit, X, formerly known as Twitter, at 21%. Be Real at 3%. New house? No, dude. It's the same room.
And you have government being exposed for what it is. So you have all these fucking NGOs, this web of, we talked about it yesterday, this web of 55,000 different NGOs that were supporting all these liberal causes that were all completely intertwined. And they had to use software to find that and to figure it out.
Yeah.
So they're finding out that this is like this complicated propaganda network that existed. Look, that's not good.
No.
That's not good for anybody, left or right, because it's money. It's just money being used in a way. Not only that, here's the thing, like people like saying like the $10 billion, it's only $10 billion, like that kind of shit. What about the fucking people in Maui?
Yeah.
What about, that could have been fixed with $5 billion. The government could have said, we are going to rebuild those people's homes to the exact state and even better than where they were before. It's going to cost us $5 billion. All the money that we're sending over to Ukraine, all the money that we send to Israel, all the money we send to all these different organizations that work with USAID in the tune of billions and billions and billions of dollars. They could have done that. And instead of doing that, they're telling us that what we have to do is continue to fund all these programs in all these other countries that just so conveniently have a whole staff of people that's making a great wage, and their political capital is bet on all this stuff, and it all is involved with intertwined with these NGOs and all this money that they're getting. And this is the thing, we have to go and help these people. We're going to starve. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. What about America?
Yeah, and then you
what
have
about
like
our tax dollars going into a safety net to help people from one of the worst wildfires in history?
Or North Carolina.
Or North Carolina.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Apparently, none of those people have gotten any money in North Carolina.
No, and they're like sleeping in freaking tents in the freezing cold.
Exactly. All that could have been addressed too, the same way we address problems in other countries. So if you have this amazing slush fund that USAID is, and it's not being applied at all to the problems of America, why would you think people would support it?
Yeah.
Why would we support it with our tax dollars when we know that the country is massively in debt?
Well, and it's like I appreciate that there's so many problems. I think people, I do feel like for the first time ever, there is an actual transfer of power. Like every single election through my lifetime, there's been all the normal fighting between the two parties, and then the election happens and one party wins, and then nothing changes.
Yeah.
And you just keep sliding and sliding and sliding and sliding, and everybody says they're going to do something and no one does anything. And then you have fucking Elon come in like a wrecking ball, and a very motivated and Trump who seems organized this time, and they actually feel like they're making.
No, this is what I'm telling you. Okay. All jokes aside, this is precisely the reason why people think Trump is doing shit. Like, this attitude is the reason why he's so popular. People were asking me before, like, why is his popularity spiked? Or why is he more popular than before? It's because the average person's take, unironically, your coworker take is literally this. They probably don't like Elon as much because these guys have a vested interest in like glazing Elon. I would assume the coworker takes are that Elon is not exactly a popular figure in the administration. He's like too neurodivergent for the average person to look at and think is like actually a cool genius. And also the Hitler thing. I think a lot of people were grossed out by that. But as far as like the administration doing stuff, I think they look at Trump, and by way of Trump, Elon Musk doing stuff as well. They look at the media coverage over it, and they don't really think about the impact. They don't really think about the impact of these actions, but they do think it's at least something. Like, they're doing something. They're shaking things up. And if you're angry at the way things have gone so far, then you're not going to immediately be angry at someone who is shaking things up. If people are demanding change and you're offering them at least like some semblance of change, I think the average person looks at this without realizing like what the impacts will look like and thinks, well, at least they're doing something. You know, promises made, promises kept. And I think that's where a lot of people are at. No Republican is grossed out by someone doing the Hitler. Let's be real. Elon made Twitter fascist. No, you're wrong. There is a level of permissible racism that Americans are on board with, and doing a Sig Heil goes above and beyond that. Americans have been trying to get change since 2008. Trump is the first person to seem like he might be doing something different. Yeah, so people are giving him a chance. Too bad. This is basically the Hoover administration 1929. We're beyond fucked. Elon is Trump's melon. Look up Mellon's response to the crash. Liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate farmers, liquidate real estate. Yeah. No, I if you're angry all the time, like I said, if you're upset all the goddamn time, and this administration is basically shaking things up, you're going to think that it's good before you realize how devastating it is. What? Do you sincerely think they're angry because of material causes? Most conservatives I know are super comfortable. I mean, there are plenty of conservatives that aren't necessarily in great conditions regardless. But I think most people that are still super comfortable have the same financial stressors. Like, in the back of their minds, they know that if they were to get into any sort of like medical trouble, that is going to be incredibly costly, right? Like, that is a legitimate stress. That is a legitimate point of stress for a lot of people. There's also obviously, you know, the inflation issue.
Changes that, by the way, American people want.
Yeah,
not
like the border. They fixed the border overnight. Overnight.
The looking into there, my friend Max Meyer was saying, he's a very smart guy. He was saying no one with any numerical ability has ever looked into Medicare and Medicaid fraud ever. Like,
well, that's what they're cracking into next.
There's a lot of money there that is like provider side fraud, where it's just inflation.
Dude, I don't want to say anything too crazy here, but I doubt somehow that they're going to tackle that. What are they going to do? Kill Rick Scott, dude? Are you kidding me? I mean, listen, this is maximum level of cope, I think. Like, thinking that Elon Musk is going to actually go after Medicare fraud and Medicaid fraud. What? Hassan, be scared as fuck. I thought you said Hitler did nothing wrong. I thought you didn't like Sons of Abraham. Are you going to lead the armed resistance? Are you going to do it? I like that my haters have decided that I, positions that I have actively been against my whole fucking career, my whole life. you're just going to hallucinate that I'm on board with these things. Get help, please. Take your antipsychotic medication immediately. Anyway.
Wasn't that Sonny Hostin's husband? Isn't he involved in a RICO lawsuit?
Oh, I don't know.
About insurance fraud?
The View person?
Really? That's the first person that comes to mind and not Rick Scott? Like that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Her husband got arrested.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's one of 200 people charged in some gigantic insurance fraud.
There's a lot of that.
What is
though.
that? What's the actual story behind that?
Jamie's on it.
He's
yeah,
on it.
they can take I mean, you know how complicated it would be to try and untangle that web of where you're inflating things that people have and you're saying this is like a band. You see these things online where it's like a Band-Aid is $25,000, you know, like what?
Someone explained that to me too, is that when you have a budget, say if you run an organization and it has a budget, you get money from the government and that budget's like $80 million a year, you can't spend 60 because then you're going to get 60 next year. You have to spend all 80.
Right.
If you don't spend all 80, you don't get it. You got to say, we need 90.
Right.
We're barely hanging on.
Right.
And so you have to charge
Inflation.
like $500,000 for a hammer. And that's literally how they justify their existence is the key. They're not in the business of being frugal and, you know, and being responsible.
Yeah, whereas the American government now certainly is in the business of being frugal. Like, for example, when Donald Trump says we're going to give billions of more dollars to Israel, they're doing it in a frugal way, you know? Or when they're penny pinching right now and restructuring ICE to do mass deportations all around the country, that's actually not an incredibly costly program, virtually for no reason whatsoever. That's actually worth every penny. Oh my God. I love being frugal by deporting Guatemalan abuelas.
And making sure that the money is being spent competently. No, they're in the business of keeping their budget coming in. Sonny Hostin's surgeon husband Emmanuel faces solo battle in lawsuit as co-defendants agree to settle. Oh, Jesus. So, okay. Sonny Hostin's surgeon husband has found himself in the hot seat in a massive lawsuit accusing nearly 200 healthcare providers of insurance fraud. Dr. Emmanuel Hostin defiantly called himself the victim of a frivolous smear campaign last month after he was accused of providing fraudulent medical services in exchange for kickbacks in a complaint filed by American Transit Insurance Company in December. Orthopedic surgeon now finds himself increasingly isolated after the vast majority of the defendants have now offered to settle their cases.
Oh boy.
According to a new court filing obtained by DailyMail.com,
I just want to point out that while Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, while Rick Scott was in the private sector, during his tenure as chief executive, his company defrauded Medicare, Medicaid, and other federal programs. The U.S. Department of Justice won 14 felony convictions against the company, which was fined $1.7 billion with a B in what was, at the time, the largest healthcare fraud settlement in U.S. history. Okay? When I think of Medicare and Medicaid fraud, Voldemort is the first person that comes to mind. Not fucking Sonny Hostin's husband or whatever. I mean, fuck this guy too, by the way. If you're engaging in any sort of like Medicare fraud, yeah, fuck you. Okay? But it's pennies in comparison to what Rick Scott was doing. It's crazy.
Transit, which insures taxi cab taxi company and Uber Lyft drivers announced last Monday more than 141 of the 186 defendants named in the suit have agreed in principle to settle one of the largest RICO cases ever filed in New York. The papers filed by the law firm Manning Cass did not specify which defendants offered to settle. Dr. Hostin has until February 10 to respond to the legal complaint. So it has something to do with drives from the hospital and kickbacks from all this shit.
Yeah, it's because that's what they need though, is these guys who can use this AI technology to get in there and start looking on a massive scale at what all of these everything.
Yeah, I don't even think what he's describing is Medicare fraud. I think what he's describing is not even, what is it? Sonny Hostin insurance fraud. Or is it Sonny Hostin? Sonny Hostin's husband. It's medical fraud lawsuit. He was granted an extension Monday. What is this? On the offensive, conciliatory torn from lingers of departure. American Transit traces complaint to New York's no-fault law, which states that plaintiffs are required to pay for health service expenses that are reasonably incurred within the result of injuries suffered by occupants. Like, what was he doing? He was doing some sketchy shit, but I don't even think this is like related to federal government funding. How to unfollow. Following since 2025 0211. I love that this guy has no idea that we can see when he followed. Like, he came in here, followed specifically so he could say how to unfollow. Waited 10 minutes. Following since 13 minutes ago. He literally came in here, waited 10 minutes to be able to write something in the chat. And the first something he wrote was how to unfollow. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, I've been a really long time HASANABI fan, but your statements on Rick Scott, your exposure on Rick Scott's award-winning, historic Medicare and Medicaid fraud case by the Department of Justice was a bridge too far for me. I'm a Rick Scott head. I'm a massive Rick Scott head. Big fan 13 minutes ago when I first hit follow. Now, big hater. 14 minutes have passed, and honestly, I need to figure out how to unfollow you, okay? I thought you were a Rick Scott fan. It turns out you're a Rick Scott hater, and I am his strongest warrior.
I mean, they have to look at everything. I think most Americans want this.
So they're being accused of getting kickbacks for performing surgeries and submitting fraudulent bills.
Yeah.
Hostin knowingly provided, this is in quotes, knowingly provided fraudulent medical and other healthcare services, including arthroscopic surgeries. The lawsuit filed on December 17th claims American Transit was then billed in exchange for kickbacks and or other compensation, which were disguised as dividends or other cash distributions. I don't know how they know this. So I don't want to comment on this. I don't really understand what this is. This might be bullshit. It might be real.
Wait, why did you bring it up?
But I do know that doctors...
But this happens all the time.
Wait, why did you... Dog, what you're bringing up is irrelevant.
son of mass riot at DC.